to Dub Nation.
Steph Curry from downtown again.
And to those who bleed orange and black.
It is out of here.
Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
What's up, everybody? It's Marcus Boucher on day 3 of Brian Murphy vacation. He's back tomorrow. We got 3 games left in the Dub season, and the Gigantes get shut out in back-to-back games against the Cincinnati Reds with a little bit of a heat check last night at Oracle Park. But joining me this morning is the one and only John Dickinson, a man that you can hear on both sides of the dial, the only man that was on air yesterday at 9 a.m. and at 9 p.m., filled in yesterday for Murph, then did Dubs OT, wrapping up a Dubs blowout victory over the Phoenix Suns. So, JD, always a pleasure to have you in studio. Thanks for doing the double dip. How we doing, my man?
Yeah, doing great. Great to be with you. Warriors get the job done in Phoenix. And Nick Lodolo, does he own the Giants?
Is Nick Lodolo the kryptonite for the San Francisco Giants? Are the Cincinnati Reds the kryptonite for the San Francisco Giants?
We joked about it yesterday. 2-2, now 2-3. The Giants against the Reds. They beat everybody else 6-0.
The only team that has been good enough to beat the San Francisco Giants is the Cincinnati Reds. And yeah, there's a lot to break down here. Giants back goes ice cold last night at Oracle Park on City Connect night of all nights. They debuted the brand new jerseys. Look, I'm glad that they got the City Connect jerseys delivered in time, but where the hell are the torpedo bats? Where's the shipment on the torpedo bats coming in to save this offense? Yesterday, Nick Lodolo goes 6 innings, only 3 hits off of Nick, only 4 total in the entire game. Credit to the Cincinnati Reds defense, made a couple great plays out in the outfield. Elliot Ramos got robbed of an extra base hit and a couple RBIs out on a right field play. But at the end of the day, the Giants bats go cold back-to-back days, and a night that was supposed to be a celebration of the brand new City Connects. The jerseys looked good, JD. The offensive performance did not.
No, it did not, and it's a couple of games in a row now, and I mean 3-0 in 2 games of the series to drop the series to the Reds, drop a series for the first time for the Giants. But 8-3, and Landon Roop was really good. And if you can get today, you're 9-3, and I think the equivalent. It's early, and we forget about it by May, and we definitely forget about it by August. But if you win every series through your first 4 series, you end up 8-4. If you just go 2-3, 2-3, 2-3, you're 8-4. You win today, you're 9-3. So you're still, even though it's disappointing considering the 8-1 start, to sit at 8-3, and how? Because the Giants basically one hit either night, and they could have the first 2 games of this series in a 10-1 start, and we'd be talking still like everybody was a couple of days ago, high in that Giants supply. Can they compete with the Dodgers and Padres in the National League West? The answer is, short term, sure, they still can at this point because they're right there, but it's a little bit more. I know John Joe Curley's a little same old, back to the Giants, same old Giants. Feels like the old Giants. Long season.
Yeah, I would say it doesn't quite exactly feel like last season or 2 years ago or even 3 years ago when the Giants ended up playing 500 ball. They did get off to an awesome start, 8-1. I'm not going to sit here and panic on a Wednesday morning, 11 games into the season, because they've been shut out in back-to-back games. But it is disappointing, to your point, especially when you get a performance like that from both Landon Roop and Hayden Birdsong. We talked about the Hunter Green-Logan Webb matchup yesterday, and I said, yeah, it's a little bit of a wasted performance by Logan Webb, but you have to tip your hat to Hunter Green because Hunter Green is one of the best pitchers in baseball. I don't feel that same way about Nick Lodolo. I don't think he's one of the best pitchers in baseball.
Although, in 2 games against the Giants, he's been even better than Hunter Green in 2 games against the Giants, if you put them together.
Yeah, true. He's having success right now. He's figured out something. Like I said, Giants had some hard contact yesterday, but just could not find any gaps against that Cincinnati Reds defense. And now after sweeping back-to-back series, it's Justin Verlander back on the bump today in a day game, trying to avoid the sweep in a getaway game for the Cincinnati Reds before the Giants go on an East Coast road trip out to New York and Philadelphia. So a very, very important day today. But I will say, checking in live from the 415, even though the Giants were shut out yesterday 1-0, I did have an enjoyable time at the ballpark. We talked a lot yesterday about the City Connect reveal. It was cool seeing the jerseys in person on the field. I think once you see the full kit, if we want to go in soccer terms, you see the jerseys, you see the pants, the hat, the cleats, the way that guys would put their own little pizzazz on it, their little swag, the extra drip that guys would come out with the purple sleeves, the orange sleeves, the different colors and stuff. And I saw a lot of jerseys yesterday just walking around the stadium. People already buying the City Connect jerseys. Then on top of that, we talk about the musical ties. E40 throwing out the first pitch yesterday. Not exactly a Nick Lodolo or Hunter Green performance from E40.
It was not.
But maybe if the Giants let him pitch from 40 feet, 4 inches away, that would have been a strike. I had a hilarious comment on one of my tweets I threw up yesterday when I reposted KNBR's video of E40 throwing up the first pitch. My guy Matt on Twitter goes, "Damn, Marcus, this brings new meaning to loyal to the soil." Because he spiked it straight down to the soil.
Right in the soil, yeah. And a little over 30,000 at the ballpark last night, which is a good crowd, obviously, for a Tuesday night. Disappointing outcome, as we've been discussing here, but the City Connects are growing on me. They continue to grow on me. I'm either a flip-flopper or a convert or whatever you want to call it, but I like them. I liked them more, and I was not at the game. I was keeping tabs on the Warriors, obviously, for Dubs OT and the Giants, so I had the split screens going. But watching them on the field, even through the television, I liked him even more than when we left here at 10 o'clock.
Now, do you have a JD Power Drip ranking of who looked the best in the City Connect uniforms?
I kind of like Jung-Hoo Lee with the socks,
I was going to say, dude, the high socks was a great look. I love seeing that between him and Luis Matos. Jung-Hoo Lee going with the orange sleeves, but also the purple undershirt. We're going two tones on the undershirt.
Yep.
Jung-Hoo Lee was looking good. Of course, Willie Adames is out there with the purple glove. That gets you an extra couple aura points as well. The purple glove, purple sleeves. I will say this. I'm not a huge fan of the purple sleeves. We talked about the purple accent. I think it looks better with the orange sleeves like Jung-Hoo Lee.
Well, and it's more your predominant color.
Yes.
And then the orange and black glove for Jung-Hoo Lee.
I like that a little bit more. And I do got to give a shout out to my man Wilmer Flores, who just maybe looked classier than anybody last night. They talk about Wilmer Flores being the best dressed man on the roster. He just went all black sleeves, just classic. Went with the black on black tuxedo, and maybe that was my favorite look of the day, but it's going to be fun to see how they spice it up throughout the season. And I'm with you, JD. I liked the jerseys before when I saw them online. I thought they looked even better in person. And if you don't like the jerseys, oh well. They're only going to wear them like 20, 24 times this year, every single Tuesday. It's not going to replace the home jersey. It's not replacing the creams or even the black jerseys they wear on Saturdays. It's something that they're mixing up on a Tuesday night to try to get people out to the ballpark, to try to connect to the city. Like I said, E40 was out there last night. Pilo was on the field. Our guy, LaRussell, friend of the program, was out there performing nothing like it in the middle of the sixth inning. So the vibes from the City Connect jerseys were definitely real last night at the ballpark. Just wasn't the greatest performance from the Giants.
You got to be honest enough to be able to admit when you're wrong, and I'm willing to admit that my first impression of the City Connects was wrong.
You're a good man, JD.
They've grown. They've grown on me. I like the more that I've seen. The more I didn't like the leaked photo of just the top, but now that everything is put together a little bit in the different combinations, and I like the vinyl. Like I for some reason I thought it was just a straight, just clean black top. I like the fact that they added a little bit of soul to that.
Yeah, and here's the thing, JD. Sounds like they're sticking around for 4 more years.
Just like the last ones, right?
Yeah, exactly. So you're going to get...
This is big business,
You're going to get
Marcus.
4 more years of the City Connect jerseys, 4 more years of Giants baseball on KNBR, and 4 more years of Brian Murphy right here on The Sports Leader. But as I mentioned yesterday and today, Murph will be back tomorrow. One more day without Murph in the studio. So JD and I will be breaking down Giants and Dubs action all day long. We got to get into the Warriors win last last night over Phoenix, and look at the 3 remaining games of the schedule and how this Western Conference is going to shake out, because, man, oh, man, it's the wild, wild West right now with Michael Malone being fired by the Denver Nuggets yesterday. We'll break down how that affects the Warriors and their championship aspirations on the other side, and we'll say hello to young Tony and get his thoughts on the City Connect uniforms as the Giants get shut out back-to-back days by the Cincinnati Reds, but the Dubs bring home a win last night. Giants and Warriors on the other side. It's Marcus Boucher and John Dickinson filling in for Murph on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning. We have a new contest this week. We are giving away 2 tickets to see Styx with Kevin Cronin and Don Felder at the Toyota Pavilion in Concord on June 13th. We want you to stay tuned through the 8 a.m. hour for your chance to win. And when you hear the cue to call 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, you will win. It is all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Wow, Curry, he is on one tonight. He made just one basket against the Rockets. It was a three-pointer at the end of the first half, and that was it. 3 points. It is a totally different story here tonight. Curry goes up top. Jackson Davis throws it down.
Oh, that's a great play.
Moody. Oh, Moody powers one down. Butler drives it, dunks it, is fouled. Oh, my goodness. Jackson Davis.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the Murph and Marcus Show on a Wednesday morning. John Dickinson filling in for Brian Murphy. Murph will be back tomorrow to break down the Terry Francois two-step opportunity that we have tonight with the Giants in action today. Justin Verlander on the bump. You can go down and check out the Giants, then walk down, maybe pick up an Ike sandwich as a free plug for our guy Ike, and go down to Chase Center and catch the Warriors tonight taking on the Spurs. And JD, you're right. 3 times already this season in the first 11 games of the San Francisco Giants, you have the opportunity to do the double dip, or as we call it on the morning show, the Terry Francois two-step.
3 times in what will be 6 days that you have the opportunity to hit the Giants in the afternoon, which is just glorious, and then the Warriors in the evening. And today's one of those days where I know you guys were at 58 Social on Friday for the opener, but you have the opportunity to go see Papa and Silver today.
Oh, that's right.
And then go to the Giants game, and then come down, go to the Warriors game, and then stop by Harmonic and Thrive City and have a brew with JD tonight as well. And I love it. It's 3 times in a row.
I mean, this is awesome, and it's good news for guys like myself and young Tony, who are going to be day drinking today at the Giants game. We can just keep that train rolling all the way to the Warriors game and stop by Harmonic for just dubs right after, Tony. It should be a good day, and we should say what's up to Tony, our best board up in the building. My boy, what's going on? What's up, Tony? How we doing this morning?
Good morning. What's up, boys?
I'm doing well, Tony. Looking forward to being out at the ballpark today. Justin Verlander on the bump, taking on Nick Martinez. But I got to get the voice of the young generation and get your thoughts on last night's City Connect uniforms, Tony.
I loved them. It just made me laugh. I was telling Curly, I loved how you knew Jung Hoo Lee had a purple undershirt on. We're talking purple undershirts.
I was breaking it down yesterday, Tony. I was going through it in my mind. I was like, ooh, who's got the most drip right now? Shout out Luis Matos, high socks, 1 white sleeve, 1 black sleeve. Elliot Ramos with the 1 sleeve down. I am big when it comes to accessorizing your outfits when we're talking about full uniform kits, Tony.
I think you're right, though. I think it's Jung Hoo Lee. He's got to be the leader in the clubhouse in terms of swag. The high socks is not a look that a lot of people rock these days. Ramos will do it here and there.
Yeah.
He's a high sock guy.
But the socks themselves.
I know, well, that's the thing.
That made it.
To the ties, the music, the logos, the emblems.
I love the socks. I will say, though, can we get some stirrups back in the game of baseball? I miss the look of stirrups. It's one of the cleanest looks in baseball. I need the stirrups, but I do like it when guys hike up those pants. Good-looking socks and a great-looking kit. And here's the thing. I think Jung Hoo Lee looks good in anything. We're talking about Wilmer Flores being one of the best dressed players on the roster. Jung Hoo Lee is literally like a GQ model. So, this is a guy that can pull off any type of look, young Tony.
I just hope they start winning in them, because we were talking about it earlier. What were they, 30-16 with the old ones?
Yes, this is
We got to get this going.
You got to get some of that magic, got to get some of those particles going down at the ballpark. Maybe They'll start next week because they will not be wearing them today with Justin Verlander on the bump. But it should be a fun day of Warriors and Giants action. No conflict of schedule like we saw last night, where you either had to pick between the two if you're like Murph and only have one TV screen in your living room. But my man JD went split screen action last night. I was down at the ballpark, and in between a couple of LaRussell live performances in the 6th inning and the 7th inning, I was keeping track on this game, JD, and I kept looking at my phone, and I kept seeing the Warriors with a 30-point lead essentially throughout the entire game. Seems like the Dubs straight up dominated the Phoenix Suns. What a pathetic performance from Phoenix down the stretch. But, JD, your main takeaways from last night's Dubs game over the Phoenix Suns.
Yeah, the Warriors handled business. They were up 13 into the first quarter. They won every quarter in this game. They won the first quarter by 13. They won the second quarter by 13. They're up 26 at the half, and then they come out in the third quarter, and they just end it completely as if it wasn't over already. 26-18 Warriors there in the third quarter, and you're up 34 going to the fourth quarter. Just maintain. Even won the fourth quarter with the bench guys in 38-34, their highest scoring.
Spencer in the game.
Yeah, their highest scoring quarter. It was a night for Pat Spencer to get his, and Trace Jackson Davis getting an opportunity to play.
Long time no see, TJD.
With Quentin Post out due to illness. Gary Payton II didn't play, but it was a bounce-back Steph Curry performance. I think really it's the perfect game for the Warriors to come out, handle business, and also get the veterans a little bit of rest.
Yes.
Considering how constricted the schedule is here with the back-to-back, then the game on Friday, and it's a quick turnaround Friday night to Sunday. That's an afternoon game on Sunday at 12:30. So I'm looking at Steph, 26 minutes. I'm looking at Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler, 20 minutes. Podziemski and Moody, 22 and 18 minutes. Not that they needed the light work, but it was a light work night for the Warriors, and a hell of a bounce back from Steph Curry, plus 31. And I know TNT had the note last night on Steph and his bounce back performances. They listed 5 times Steph Curry had a single-digit scoring performance as he did against the Rockets on Sunday. 5 times for Steph. The next 5 games, or the next game after the single-digit performance, 31 points and 7 threes for Steph, 29 and 6 threes, 42 and 11 threes. This is over the last 2 years. 33 and 6 threes, 47 and 7 threes. Those are the last 5 single-digit Curry performances. The next game, he dominates. Maybe not to the tune last night of these other games, but Steph was a game-high plus 31. He scored 25 in 26 minutes. So bounce back Steph.
Now, JD,
in a big way.
I'll tell you this. As we continue to know each other as co-hosts and co-workers, for a degenerate gambler like me, I needed this information yesterday before the game, JD, because I would have bet the over on Steph Curry. Was able to hit on Brandon Podziemski yesterday with our prize pick of the day. Pods is playing fantastic basketball down the stretch, and I'm with you. Yesterday, my main takeaway from this game, this was essentially a glorified scrimmage. It was a good day for the Warriors to go out, get some work, for Steph Curry to get up some shots, to only play 20 to 25 minutes with all of your starters, and to rest up for tonight's game, not acting like it's a huge matchup against the San Antonio Spurs. But JD, what the hell is the NBA doing down the stretch? This is now the second time in 2 weeks where the Warriors have to play a road home back-to-back. Last week, it was down in L.A. They came back on Friday, took on the Denver Nuggets. This week, they're out in Phoenix. Now they're back home tonight in San Antonio. Why the hell are we getting back-to-back road/home splits at this point of the season?
Well, the short answer is because the league tries to cram the remaining games they need to play in.
Oh, that's a great idea.
I mean, they just cram them in. I mean, they do. There's so many different TV logistical things throughout the course of the season. Only 2 games this night because TNT wants this and ESPN wants this. And again, I'm not going to bore everybody with all of that, but it leads to these weird. The in-season tournament creates these gaps where the Warriors, I think, played 1 game in 7 days.
It's insane. I remember that.
Back in December.
I remember asking the question, where the hell are my Dubs at?
And so they spread it out early and oddly, and then there's certain nights they only want to have certain games. The in-season tournament, there's all this gap. There's odd gaps, like when the Warriors were in Miami and they had 2 days off before. They had 2 days off after, and then since then for the Warriors, it's just been absolutely, it's every other day or a back-to-back. Couple of those road home back-to-backs mixed in there. those are relatively common if it's short. You're going from Phoenix or LA. The one you don't want to get is Denver or Salt Lake City to be a part of that if you're either going to Denver or coming back from Denver, which can be tough. But yeah, the league basically gets to about March 20th. And then they just look at who hasn't played who and, to make it all balance out, and they just cram it in.
It's so dumb for a league that has issues with players, with load management, that they cram everything into the last couple weeks of the season.
They don't help that because you do have teams, again, not to overly talk it, but you do have teams who are making the decision while they're in the race to try and is rest more important? I mean, Kawhi Leonard doesn't play back-to-backs. He didn't play last night. The Clippers played the Spurs, so the Spurs are coming up from Southern California. They do try to keep it even as much as they can. When they do that. There is a rest score.
Yeah, try to keep it close enough travel-wise.
That the NBA uses. So the Warriors are coming from Phoenix. The Spurs tonight are coming from Inglewood or LAX up here to the Bay. So it's relatively close. A little bit of a longer flight, obviously, for the Warriors there, but they try to keep it relatively where both teams are on a back-to-back and similar rest.
I like it. Adam Silver has the same strategy and approach that I did back when I was in school. Just cram the last couple weeks of the semester, try to pass your finals, and try to get that degree because we know C's get degrees. But speaking of Adam Silver, we do got to call it in, young Tony, because the score is not official until we get a phone call from Bruce Q Frazier calling into Adam Silver, and Adam Silver goes, "What the hell? Murph's on vacation. Why are you still calling in wins?" Because it's a tradition, skinny boy. Put it in the books. Golden State Warriors 133, Phoenix Suns 95.
Woo! Beautiful basketball. Beautiful basketball.
That is buttery.
It's lovely.
Yes, sir.
Lindy Waters the third?
That's crazy.
Oh, wow, Steph Curry.
I only want to be with you.
Golden vibes.
Very entertaining. That was quite a show.
Oh, I want to dance with Steph Curry.
There it is.
I'm always looking to dance with Steph Curry. JD, surprise, surprise. That's our win package. Is there any highlight, any sound from that win package that stands out to you, that really reaches out to you?
Well, it would be your tones, your vocals. It'd be the Waterboy vocals.
Some are saying I'm a songbird of this generation, JD.
Big fan of Jimmy Butler's singing as well. We've got a little of that on the Dubs OT.
I wouldn't mind doing a karaoke
montage
night with Jimmy Butler for sure. But I know that also people don't want to hear me sing anymore. So instead, let's get the guest list from young Tony on a Wednesday morning. A lot going on today. As we mentioned, Giants back in action today. Justin Verlander, first pitch, 12:45, taking on Nick Martinez. Pre-game coverage starts at 11:45. Greg Silver and Greg Papa will be down at 58 Social, drinking a cup of bloodies, John. But, Tony, what do we got here on the guest list this morning?
That was funny. Coming up at 7:15, what did young Tony ask today? The 29th edition, Marcus.
29,
don't you know?
Nice. 29. I like it. The Luis Matos edition.
This dude knows ball is going to bring that up. Mike Krukow also knows ball at 7:30. Recap Landon Roof's performance. Hayden Birdsong looked pretty good last night as well. The big hit is going to be at 7:50. Cooler content, 8:30. And then, of course, the Hall of Famer Rick Barry at 9:15. Just to have Rick Barry on, we don't need any excuse, but the Warriors are gearing up for a playoff run. A lot of stuff going on in the Wild Wild West, so he will recap it all at 9:15.
Hell yeah. Looking forward to talking some ball with Rick Barry and Mike Krukow today. But on the other side, we got to break down maybe some of the biggest news in the National Basketball Association yesterday. Michael Malone gets canned by the Denver Nuggets with only 3 games left in the season. How does it affect the Warriors, and does this make the path to another championship easier for Steve Kerr and the Golden State Warriors? We'll break that down next on the other side. 808 KNBR is the number if you want to check in. It's JD filling in for Murph with Marcus Boucher on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Luck of the Irish, man. Luck of the Irish. Here we go.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Breaking NBA news, the Nuggets have fired head coach Michael Malone and general manager Calvin Booth, according to ESPN. This comes not even 2 full seasons after Malone led the Nuggets to their first and only NBA championship. And right now the Nuggets are right there in the middle of a crowded playoff race in the West.
Whoo, man, oh man. What a Shams bomb that was yesterday. Still got to get used to not dropping Woj bombs ever since Adrian Wojnarowski stepped away to go be, where is he, a GM now? At
St. Bonaventure.
St. Bonaventure. How about that? But instead, it was Shams yesterday with the report that Michael Malone has been fired by the Denver Nuggets. And what does it mean for the Golden State Warriors? We will discuss on a Wednesday edition of the Murph and Marcus Show with John Dickinson filling in for Murph. Murph will be back tomorrow post-Giants day game and post-Warriors-Spurs matchup. But for a quick second, JD, we got to talk about this bombshell of a breaking news report yesterday. Michael Malone gets fired by the Denver Nuggets after coaching this team for 10 years, after developing Nikola Jokic into the Joker and putting up a 471 and 327 record as the head coach of the Denver Nuggets, won an NBA title less than 2 years ago in 2023, and now he joins a list of coaches who have been fired left and right. We talked about Taylor Jenkins being fired from Memphis a couple weeks ago. You can go back earlier this season and talk about the Sacramento Kings firing Mike Brown. But it's funny, we had the discussion about whether or not this was one of the latest firings in a season for a playoff team. When Taylor Jenkins got fired, now the Denver Nuggets are doubling down, and they're firing Michael Malone when they're in the 4 seed right now, tied up in this wild, wild Western Conference. JD, how does this move make any sense?
Yeah, it's just stunning. I think the timing more than anything. I know the owner there, Kroenke, Stan Kroenke's son, he Josh Kroenke, the name was escaping me there for a second. He basically said the decision had been made a week ago, and that in talking to his father and kind of evaluating, they were disappointed in the season that they were having, and basically they were not only Michael Malone but Calvin Booth, the GM, were both going to be removed at the end of the season, and given the most recent losing streak that the Nuggets are on, that they just decided, all right, try to do it. Now, basically, the owner was admitting that they were cooked. He said if things had continued the way that they were, it was going to be a very short playoff stay for the Denver Nuggets. And he feels, while it may be that way anyway, that making this move now, at least he said, gives them a better chance to cobble together some semblance of a run. I couldn't disagree with that more. Now, typically, you do see in the regular season, and Sacramento did benefit from this, as much as I'm not a fan of Doug Christie as a head coach, and we'll see. Memphis, I don't think we have enough of a sample size. We'll see the final week here and what they do in the play-in or the playoffs, but they're hoping for the head coach bump, the interim head coach, the fired coach bump, final week of the year and potentially in the playoffs, which I think, given how competitive this Western Conference race is, to me, losing Michael Malone, you can say what you want about maybe the Nuggets fare better in the final 3 games and all of that. Losing Michael Malone means they're no longer a championship contender, in my mind, which, to bring it back to the Warriors, I mean, how many teams legitimately could you say can win the championship this year? I mean, I'll ask you. I think in the Eastern Conference, there's one team. It's the Boston Celtics. I had Cleveland on the list for a while. I've watched Cleveland play a lot more since March. Cleveland's not winning a title. It's not happening. In the West, I think it had been Oklahoma City and the Lakers with LeBron and Luka. They're flawed team in their own right in some ways. Denver, out of the respect for 2 years ago, they won it with Jokic and Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr. and Michael Malone. You take Michael Malone away, forget it. To me, you scratch them off the list, and I think you can throw the question is, do you throw the Warriors into that conversation? And the 21-3 now for the Warriors with Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler both playing might lean you toward saying, yeah, you would put him in that category. But I think the Nuggets are off the list.
Yeah, well, I think the Warriors' path to that category and the path back to the Western Conference Finals or even an NBA title game just got easier by this move. Because Michael Malone, say what you want about him. Yes, he is brutally honest. We've had some hilarious content of him in the cooler of content talking about the luck of the Irish.
I think there's another one coming today.
Yeah, stay tuned. There's some good quotes from Michael Malone, but I so disagree like you with the Kroenke saying, yeah, we thought it was going to be a short playoff run with Michael Malone. It feels like it's going to be even shorter now. But I guess the counter argument would be, especially when it comes to the NBA, we talk about the difference between the X's and O's and the Jimmys and Joes. And the Jimmy they have is named Jokic, Nikola Jokic, who is still arguably the best player or one of the best players in the NBA. Now, we saw the Warriors beat the Nuggets on Friday night. That was a game without Jamal Murray. And even though Marcus Thompson laughed when we brought up the fact that Jamal Murray didn't play yesterday, JD, correct me if I'm wrong, the last time the Warriors beat a Nuggets team with Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic was way before even 2022 because they beat him in the Western Conference Finals on the way to a title, but Jamal Murray got hurt in that series. So I don't remember the last time the Warriors were able to beat the Nuggets with Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic on the court together.
Yeah, they haven't done it. Murray didn't play in that playoff series in 2022 at all. He got injured at Chase Center in April of 2021 with no fans in the building. And that was the year that the Warriors got beat in the play-in tournament. So no, that they're in a position where they haven't in a long time. You got to go back to 2021 because he ended up missing the whole 21-22 season. Didn't come back for that playoff series. It was thought that maybe he and Michael Porter Jr. could come back for that series, but it was basically Jokic, and the Warriors ended up winning in 5, the gentleman's sweep there. So I think Murray is important. But I think internally, the Nuggets are just not going to be connected enough to be able to win a title. Now, can they win a series? We'll see. I think highly enough. And look, David Adelman is a good young coach that is taken over for the Nuggets. He's somebody that's interviewed for other jobs. I think he's going to interview again for head coaching jobs at different places this offseason. We'll see what he is able to do. But, again, I just think the tell here is just how in shambles the Nuggets were. And I don't think it was Jokic. And I think we'll see. I don't think this is one where Jokic asked for this necessarily. It sounds as if it was maybe everybody but Jokic and maybe Russell Westbrook. I know there was a report that Calvin Booth, the general manager, was frustrated with the lack of Michael Malone playing or trusting some of the young players that, shocker, Booth had drafted over the last couple of years. Christian Brown seems to be the only young player truly that Malone would put in the rotation and or start regularly. And I know there was a game where Russell Westbrook, there's been a few games where he's been getting maybe the courtesy finish in terms of closing lineups and things like that. And Calvin Booth had internally been frustrated by it. It sounds like those two just didn't get along at all here. And you got to remember not to get too deep on what's going on with the Nuggets. But Connolly, the now president of basketball operations with the Timberwolves, Tim Connolly, he was the one who hired Michael Malone when he was with Denver. He left, went to Minnesota to take over the T-Wolves operation. Calvin Booth took over, put the finishing touches on what Connolly had started to build in terms of that championship. And so, I think there was, some friction there. And it sounds like the Nuggets basically, hey, Michael Malone was kind of miserable and didn't see eye to eye with Booth. Booth didn't see eye to eye with Malone. And in the power struggle with the team not meeting expectations, it became, well, we're not going to pick one versus the other. You're both gone.
Yeah, which is wild to me, though, because I do think, at least in my opinion, my vantage point, it seemed to me like Nikola and Michael Malone did see eye to eye.
Yes.
And to your point, I saw a few reports saying that there were members of the Nuggets team and organization that did not like how Michael Malone would give the Joker and Jamal Murray special privileges. Spoiler alert, those are the faces of the franchise.
Yeah. And I think
happy wife, happy life, JD.
And I think to an extension of that point, I think he was also maybe giving Russell Westbrook, as time went on, a little bit of that treatment.
That's interesting.
As opposed to some of the younger players, again, not Michael Porter Jr. or Aaron Gordon, but it sounds like aside from Jokic, maybe some of the other guys, even potentially the Murrays or the Porters or the Gordons, maybe were, because Malone runs hot. He's a guy he's the most bluntly honest head coach in terms of evaluating his team's performance that I think there's been in the NBA in the last 30 years, probably. And I think, that's something when you're winning can be accepted, but he would routinely, multiple times a month, eviscerate his team.
He just did it recently.
In the media. He did it on Sunday after they lost it at home to Indiana. Not the first time he'd done it this season. And I saw the clip, and I think we're going to play it at some point, but why did Michael Malone get fired? And again, it's not new what we're going to play, but why did he get fired? He just would let out on his team with regularity and just not care about the consequences. Eventually, I think when you're not winning enough and you've been there long enough, that kind of thing can come to bite you in the ass. And I think that's what ultimately happened there. But they're hoping for the short-term head coach, interim coach bump. And I don't think they're necessarily going to get it in a playoff series. No disrespect to David Adelman. I think David Adelman's a better head coach than Doug Christie, by example. But again, to me, they're too disconnected internally. Can they get it back together in the short term? I think they're cooked. In terms of winning a championship, I think they're done.
Yeah, I don't know which direction they're going to go now, especially to make this move with 3 games left in the season when they're fighting for the 4, 5, 6 spots. We'll see how it plays out. They got a matchup tonight against the Sacramento Kings as the Warriors will take on the San Antonio Spurs back on back-to-back nights. We'll break down that action on the other side and also take a deeper look of what this means for the future of Nikola Jokic, what this means for the future of the Western Conference, and what it means for the Warriors. As JD just pointed out, there are 3 different interim coaches in the Western Conference and also 2 coaches that Steve Kerr has already beat in the NBA Finals. So is the path for the Golden State Warriors getting easier and easier to maybe add that 5th trophy to Steph Curry's trophy case? We'll discuss on the other side and give you a clear breakdown of JD's plan for the Warriors playoff on the other side. It's Marcus Boucher and John Dickinson filling in for Murph on KNBR 104.5 FM at 680 AM, the sports leader.
Nuggets.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Shocked, like everyone. Mike has obviously been a great coach, championship coach, and fantastic record. And again, like with Taylor, you don't expect anything like this late in the season. And then, as I said with Taylor, organizations have to do their own business, and we aren't privy to any of that. So I have no idea what was happening. So I can't really comment on anything other than, wishing Mike well, because he's done an amazing job, and doesn't seem right, but this is the business we're in, and it's, we're all going to suffer a similar fate at some point. That's kind of the way it is.
Yeah, that goes for all of us, Steve. We're all going to suffer some type of fate at the end of the day. What's up, everybody? Marcus Boucher back with John Dickinson filling in for Brian Murphy on the Murph and Marcus show on a Wednesday morning. And that, of course, was the voice of Steve Kerr talking about the firing of Michael Malone pregame yesterday before beating the Phoenix Suns. Warriors back in action tonight, taking on the San Antonio Spurs in a back-to-back game, road-home split. But really the story is Michael Malone being fired and what it means for the Wild Wild West, as we have a lot of traffic, a lot of congestion in the standings. JD, I need you to break it all down for me. JD did a great job last night on Dubs OT with Kyle Haar. I'm a huge Kyle Haar guy. And Greg Silver on Dubs OT last night. JD will be back at Harmonic tonight after the Warriors home game against the Spurs. So stop by and have a beer. And JD, I might need a few beers to figure out what the hell is going to happen in the Western Conference standings. But real quick, your reaction to Steve Kerr's comments about Michael Malone being fired.
Yeah, crazy night and a crazy day yesterday, and not surprising. And again, I think well said by Steve. You don't know, and we've tried to speculate and read the tea leaves on some of the things that were going on within the Nuggets organization. 925 here quickly on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. Malone getting fired changes nothing for the Warriors. Whoever they play in any round is going to be hungry, talented, and well coached. They have to take care of business. I disagree with that. I think it matters. I think, to me, the Nuggets are vulnerable here, and we'll get into some of the tiebreaker scenarios and remaining schedules. The Nuggets are in Sacramento tonight, interestingly enough. They have 3 games to go. They then play Memphis in one of the 2 pivot point games. There's a couple of real pivot point games. Nuggets-Grizzlies is one on Friday. Grizzlies-Timberwolves tomorrow night in Memphis, and then the Warriors-Clippers game potentially, depending upon how the rest of the week shakes out on Sunday afternoon, could be a big one. But Denver has at the Kings, that Memphis game, and then at Houston to close it out. It's looking more and more likely that the Rockets are going to have the 2 seed locked up by then, so that has the potential to change things. Bottom line for me, and it sounds like you and I disagree on this to end the Malone part, and we'll get into some of the other chaos in the West. I would, if I'm the Warriors, give me the Nuggets at this point. I no longer fear the Denver Nuggets as much as I would have had Michael Malone been the head coach for the remainder of the season and for a playoff series. I also, and this has been a big-time debate on Dubs OT throughout the last couple of months. If you're the Warriors, would you rather face the Lakers? Would you rather face the Nuggets? I've gone back and forth. I had said Nuggets initially, and I thought, maybe it's the Lakers after Denver went in shorthanded and beat the Warriors a couple of weeks ago, and then the Warriors beat them both here last week, but Jamal Murray didn't play to that point. I would rather face Denver than the Lakers. That's going to be my final answer. And then the other part of this, too, is maybe Denver's more apt to slip up here in the last couple of days, and that allows for the Warriors to move up in the standings from where they currently are, which is 6th in this 4-way tie right now, 4 through 7.
I mean, the way that this is shaking out down the stretch is absolutely wild, which is why we rejoin with Wild Wild West. Because truly, anything's up for grab. To your point, with the Denver Nuggets firing Michael Malone, who's to say they don't lose 2 of the next 3 games? Who's to say they don't light the beam tonight with the Sacramento Kings and they go down and they drop 1 or 2 games? And if the Warriors win out, who knows if they could move all the way up to the 4 seed. Now, again, we're talking about a lot of different combinations here, a lot of different scenarios of how this plays out. But the bottom line is simple. If the Warriors win out, if they win all 3 of their games, they are guaranteed a top 6 spot, and they're in the playoffs avoiding that play-in bracket.
Yes, and the other thing that happened last night that was good was this, or at least good for the Warriors. And yeah, the Warrior fans are rooting for the Kings tonight, for sure.
Like the beam, baby.
And so we'll see how that plays out. They'll be going on congruently with the Warriors taking on the Spurs, or concurrently, or whatever. Yeah. Anyway,
don't ask me for grammar advice.
Pick your $1,000 word and just throw it out there. But no, as it relates, Warrior fans are rooting for the Kings tonight, to be sure. But it's going to be interesting to see how this thing shakes out. The Timberwolves last night.
Oh man,
key component of this thing, had a 24-point lead at Milwaukee with about 10 minutes to go, and the Bucks went on a 34-3 run.
No lead is safe in the NBA.
And so why are the Timberwolves now 8th and a game back of the teams that are in the 4-way tie? Because they blew a 24-point lead in the 4th quarter with 10 minutes to go. That's big because it allows now for a path for the Warriors to win the next 2, and depending upon what happens in the Denver-Memphis game and the Memphis-Minnesota game, to the Warriors now, it's on the table that they could actually clinch a top 6 spot by Friday night in Portland with the outcomes of those games, which is something that, again, you don't want to have to beat the Clippers to avoid the play-in on Sunday, which still could come to fruition, but another positive outcome for the Warriors. So good day for them in terms of handled business against Phoenix, but I think also a good day for them. The Lakers got beat last night. Minnesota blew that lead. The Nuggets fired Michael Malone. I mean, it was a really, really strong day. Memphis did handle business. The Clippers beat the Spurs. Warriors will have to do that in turn tonight as well. But this thing is in a better spot than it was 24 hours ago for the Dubs.
Absolutely. And 24 hours ago, we talked about how maybe the Warriors have, I don't want to call it the easiest path, but the easiest matchups to end the season. Now, I say that with the kind of asterisk that they will be closing out the season against the Clippers, who are one of the hottest teams in the league right now.
And 4th, all of a sudden.
17-3 in their last 20 games. They're playing some phenomenal basketball. So maybe that's a matchup that the Warriors might want to avoid if they do get to the playoffs. We can break down all those matchups as we will get the playoff picture broken down by JD, and that playoff picture is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union's autos loan sale is here. Save 0.75% now through April 30th. Ask for RCU financing at your dealership or apply online at redwoodcu.org. And JD, I do want to jump back to your discussion between the Nuggets and the Lakers, because those are 2 teams that I think a lot of people had in the conversation to win a championship, even above OKC and the Houston Rockets. Because don't get me wrong, those 2 teams have been great this year. And especially when I'm looking at the Houston Rockets, to me personally, I'm not intimidated by Houston. I still think they're a year away or maybe even a superstar player away. Now, OKC, they do have a superstar. They got SGA. But again, it's the lack of experience when it comes to them in the postseason. That's why, to me, it's not that intimidating of a matchup. Going back and forth between the Lakers and the Nuggets, it's the same discussion that Murph and I have been having. To me personally, the way that the Nuggets match up with the Jimmys and Joes on the court is a little bit of a tougher matchup than playing the Lakers. I actually think the Lakers are an easier matchup now after the Luka trade because Anthony Davis would dominate the Warriors. You know that, JD. So I actually think with the lack of size, not saying the Lakers don't have any size, but you look at the Denver Nuggets. You look at the size and the athleticism. Bobby Porter, Aaron Gordon, like the list goes on and on. And to my point earlier, they haven't beat a Joker and Jamal Murray team since 2021. It's been 4 years since they've been able to take down that team with a full squad, but obviously it's not the full squad anymore because they don't have Michael Malone. And that's, to me, is the difference between playing the Lakers and the Nuggets. Even without Michael Malone, I still have some fear of the Joker showing up in the postseason.
I came over to your side after the two games, the back-to-back where the Warriors beat the Lakers and the Nuggets last week. This flips it back for me. And the combination of, and I know Murray didn't play, but the combination of, I think the Warriors can tire Jokic out, and I think they can focus their attentions on trying to take Murray away, trying to take Gordon away, trying to take Michael Porter Jr. away, at least taking two of those other three away. And again, the key to beating Denver is Jokic's ability to get those other players easy shots. Yeah. It's what you don't want in a series against Denver is Jokic basically going for 30, 20, and 15. Yeah. You want him to, if he goes for 50 and has 6 assists, 5, that's honestly something that you'll live with. I think by comparison. But yeah, I've kind of flipped back in the other direction, but I've gone back and forth on it a couple of different times here over the last few weeks. 707, if the Warriors win out, is there a possibility they could be a 4 seed? Yes, absolutely. If they went out, they would get to 50 wins now. They would be 50 and 32. And again, it would just depend on what these other teams do. Do the Lakers remain in third? Do the if the Warriors went out, they will finish ahead of the Clippers because they will beat the Clippers. They're currently tied right now. If the Warriors went out, they are guaranteed to finish ahead of the Grizzlies and the Timberwolves as well because they're already ahead of the Timberwolves and they have the tiebreaker on the Grizzlies. So, yeah, there is the scenario where if the Warriors went out, they can get to the 4 seed without a doubt. It could be the Lakers 3, the Warriors 4, and then any combination depending upon the records of the Nuggets, Grizzlies, and Timberwolves after that. So it would, and the Warriors will know this, obviously. You got to win the next 2 to win the next 3.
Yeah.
So the Warriors will know exactly on Friday night because one of those odd schedule quirks, nobody plays Saturday.
Who needs a Saturday game?
Nobody plays Saturday because all the games are afternoon games Sunday.
They want to set them up so there's that head-to-head battle for those last couple spots.
So they don't want back-to-backs because everybody's playing afternoon games. So you're either playing tonight, tomorrow, and Sunday, or you're playing Thursday, Friday, and Sunday, or you're just playing Friday and Sunday, or Wednesday, Friday, Sunday. So it just that there are no games, and there's only one game of consequence tomorrow. By the way, it's basically tonight. A bunch of these teams are playing. I'm looking at it. It's Rockets. Rockets are at the Clippers tonight. Lakers are at Dallas for Luka's return.
How about that
tonight?
How's that reaction going to be?
Incredible, right? You've got the Nuggets in Sacramento tonight, and then the Warriors have another handle business game against San Antonio. So that's tonight. The one game tomorrow of consequence is Minnesota at Memphis. That's obviously a big one there. And then Friday night, there are a ton of important games. Rockets at Lakers. You've got the Clippers go to Sacramento and play. So the Kings play the Nuggets and the Clippers the next 2. So Warrior fans are going to be rooting for Sacramento on a couple of occasions.
I mean, I feel like the Kings have to reward us here in San Francisco after the Giants honored the beam last night with their new City Connect jerseys, JD.
Yeah.
Light the beam.
Although the Kings are really not playing for much. They can clinch the 9, which would give them the home game in the play-in, basically with Dallas losing. Like, they don't even really have to win one. Dallas just has to lose a couple there. Memphis and the Nuggets play on Friday. So Friday's wild. And then the Warriors again in the handle business position at Portland. Minnesota plays Brooklyn on Friday as well, second of a back-to-back. So that's a game that Minnesota, if they have any shot of moving up, they're going to have to win that game for sure. And now the other games. And then Sunday is pretty wild as well. Warriors and Clippers, that's the big one. Lakers are in Portland there. Grizzlies play Dallas. Timberwolves play Utah. So there are some, like, if it gets to Sunday's actually where the Warriors have the more difficult games compared to the others. So
no doubt.
If that game does, like, that's where you could lose a game in the standings potentially if that game matters. But there is a scenario where the Warriors and the Clippers could be in position where they're both in that top 6 by Friday night, depending upon how these other games shake out.
Yeah, and that's the key to me, JD. We can talk about all these different matchups and all these different paths to the 4 seed, the 5 seed, the 6 seed. Just go out there and win the damn games. The Warriors can control what they can control. They played the Spurs and the Trailblazers in the next 2 games. They should not lose those next 2 games. You got to take advantage of these matchups. You got to take advantage of the final stretch of the season. And with the way that the Warriors have been playing, with the addition of Jimmy Butler, with the way Brandon Podziemski has played since he's returned from injury, the momentum that they will be carrying into the postseason, you got to be feeling pretty damn good with any matchup in the West, especially when you have Steve Kerr as your head coach. Because the Lakers don't have Frank Vogel anymore. They fired him after winning a championship. It's J.J. Redick as their head coach. Mike Malone, as we've been talking about for the last 2 segments, just got fired. I mean, you're looking at 3 different interim coaches in the Western Conference right now with Memphis, Sacramento, and the Denver Nuggets. Then you throw in 2 other head coaches, Ime Udoka with the Houston Rockets. Guess what? Last time I checked, 2022, Steve Kerr and the Warriors took him down in the NBA Finals. Ty Lue's close coaching the LA Clippers. He beat him when he was coaching the Cavs also. So Steve Kerr has the advantage in almost every single one of these coaching matchups, and that has to make you feel more confident in the Warriors going into the postseason, JD.
Without a doubt. And I'm looking at it as we were talking because we did have the question in the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line as it related to that tiebreaker. As I see it right now, Warriors went out, they get to 50. You would just need the Nuggets to lose one of their final 3 at that point.
Which is possible.
Which is absolutely possible. They play Memphis and Houston in the final 2, even if they don't slip up. The game where they need to handle business is tonight above all others. They lose tonight in Sacramento, then, I mean, they're in big trouble. They might end up 7-8.
Dude, if they lose tonight against Sacramento, Nikola Jokic might hop on his plane and go back to his horses right now. Like, I don't even know if he wants to show up for the postseason. I can't imagine that the Joker is happy with everything that's going down. Now, you would think a superstar would have some insight, would have some say in this firing. I saw Kendrick Perkins on ESPN yesterday say, well, Jokic had to have a part in this decision. But this is also the same guy that said Jonathan Kuminga is now 7'2". So I don't take too much of what Kendrick Perkins says, but you would have to think with the relationship that the Joker had with Michael Malone that he might be a little disgruntled down the final 3 stretch, and maybe that plays a factor in Denver maybe losing a game down the stretch and the Warriors can overtake them.
Yeah, it's that's what you're hoping for at this point. Again, because if you win out, that means you beat the Clippers. So if you win out, you finish ahead of the Clippers.
Exactly.
Guaranteed.
Simple
you would
as
be
that.
up a game on them, so you would drop them down. You would still need Denver to lose 1. Otherwise, it would be 4. It would be if Denver wins out and the Warriors win out, Denver in that scenario, again, if you throw the Lakers out of it, Denver would be the 4 and the Warriors would be the 5 in that particular scenario and then end up playing each other. But Denver would have home court, obviously, as the 4 seed.
It's simple mathematics. Booka. Shout out to Mos Def and shout out to my guy, Young Tony behind the glass, because on the other side, it's the segment that's sweeping the nation. A lot of Dubs talk this morning, some Giants talk earlier, talking about those City Connects, but the world wants to know, what is Young Tony going to ask? We'll do that next before we talk to Mike Krukow today at 7:30 and get his review of the Giants getting shut out in back-to-back games against the Cincinnati Reds and what he thinks about rocking those new City Connect uniforms last night. I saw Krukow and even John and Dave Fleming in the City Connect uniforms last night too. So we'll talk to Mike Krukow at 7:30. But next, as I said, is Young Tony and what did he ask? Coming up next on the Murph and Marcus Show on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the Sports Leader.
Wild Wild West. When I roll into the Wild Wild West. When I stroll into the Wild Wild West.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marcus Boucher back on a Wednesday morning on the Murph and Marcus Show. And joining us on the UMA guest line is our good friend, Steve Moskowitz. Steve, tell us what our listeners should do if they have unfiled tax returns.
They should call us. You know, this is a real common situation. And right now, tax season's getting ready to wrap up. And if you got a bill and you said there's no way you can pay it, so you're not going to file your return, that's a bad mistake. But it can be corrected. And if you say, hey, Steve, it's a little late, buddy, because maybe you haven't filed for years, maybe 5 years, maybe 10 years, maybe more, who knows? That's a fixable problem. Now, right now is the IRS's favorite time to make examples. You don't want to be an example. And there's so much we want to do for you. We can file all the old back returns that are needed. We want to make a deal and give you your life back. Don't wait for some IRS agent to be knocking on your door, ruining your life, your business, your marriage. There's so much we have to tell you. We've been doing this for so long. We're familiar with all that you can do. We're familiar with the way the IRS works. We have a free consultation. We'll explain everything to you. And if you want us to, we'll go ahead and do it for you. All you have to do is call up and say, hey, Steve, fix this for me.
That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney, and he should be your tax attorney, too. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, or you can go online to moskowitzllp.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now, it's time for producer Tony Farias to ask Murph and Marcus 3 questions of the day.
I saw Murph and young Tony right before the kickoff, and that was awesome.
This is What Did Young Tony Ask Today?
You know what time it is on the Murph and Marcus show. It's time to figure out what did young Tony ask today. But instead of asking Murph questions today, he will be asking John Dickinson. JD filling in for Murph. Murph will be back from vacation tomorrow, and I know he's going to be disappointed to miss out on the segment that's sweeping a nation, young Tony. We go out to ball games, we go out to bars, and everybody wants to know, what did young Tony learn? But also, what is he asking these days? So, young Tony, what's up, my man? Good morning. What's on the agenda?
Good morning. So I was just saying to JD, I don't think you've ever done this, JD.
I have not played.
So let me lay the rules out for you. I have a list of questions sitting in front of me. After I read each question, you're going to have 60 seconds to respond.
Yes, and JD, 60 seconds is a perfect amount of time to get any type of job done. I'm the minute man. I always get it done in less than a minute.
All right.
It's a little awkward when I don't have my laugh track.
No,
Tony.
you're good. It's a great riff, as always. If your time runs out, you're going to hear this bell. That is your cue to stop talking, JD. Text line, YouTube chat. Everyone can join the conversation. We ready to go?
Let's do it, Tony. Let's do it.
All right, so we've been talking about it. The West Chaos, the Wild, Wild West.
Wild, Wild West.
We have a 4-way tie. You guys have been breaking it all down.
West.
And I know the seeding is still up in the air, but I think it's safe to assume that the Warriors are going to make the playoffs, regardless of if it means they're playing in the play-in tournament. So work with me here. If you could handpick the Warriors' first-round matchup in the playoffs or in the play-in tournament, who would you want to face?
Ooh, so I'll go first. Now, seeding aside, I don't think this is very likely of it being a first-round matchup because I think the Houston Rockets will end up in that number 2 seed. But I want the smoke. I'm making reservations down at International Smoke, and I'm not canceling those reservations. I want Houston. I want their heads on a pike. They're talking all this S. They want the smoke. Dylan Brooks, Fred VanVleet trying to take prom pictures with Steph Curry. They're acting like they're the big bad wolf and the new kids on the block. But hey, you know what they say about the new kids on the block? I can't say that on FCC radio, but I don't care. Ime Udoka, bring it on. Give me the Houston Rockets. They're too young. They don't have the experience. They're a year away. They still need another superstar. We'll see if maybe Kevin Durant goes there in the offseason. That could be a huge move, but don't want to take up too much time. Give me the Houston Rockets. I like that matchup for the Dubs in the postseason.
All right, I think you're right if you could handpick it. But the reason you don't want to handpick the Rockets is because if you handpick the Rockets, that means you're taking your chances in the play-in tournament, and that means you could be 2 losses away from having your season end the same way it ended last year when you got knocked out in Sacramento and lost in the play-in and missed the playoffs for the second time in 3 years. You don't want to have that, or the third time in 5 years. So you don't want to have that. You don't want to risk that. I think you want to face the Denver Nuggets. I think you want to face the Denver Nuggets.
You want the Nuggets,
That's right.
JD.
Bring on the Nuggets. Bring on the teams that are in shambles right now. If you're the Golden State Warriors, give me the team that just fired their head coach. Give me the team that just fired their general manager. How do any of those players for the Nuggets have any accountability left for them this season? That's a matchup that I think the Warriors can wear down Jokic. I think they can take the others away. The Nuggets are not deep enough. Give me the Denver freaking Nuggets.
I like it, JD. I like it. Couple texts on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. People checking in saying, I want another Kings-Warriors matchup. Yeah. Kings got to get the job done in the play-in bracket before they get to the actual playoffs, but we are expecting the Warriors to win at least 2 of the next 3 games, if not all 3, and actually get into the playoffs, not this BS play-in talk we're talking about, young Tony.
That would be unfortunate. All right, so let's talk impact. We've had a couple new additions to the Bay recently. Buster Posey was hired as the president of baseball operations for the San Francisco Giants on September 30th of last year. Giants are 8-3 this season. Jimmy Butler was traded to the Warriors on February 6th, and the Warriors are 21-3 when he and Steph Curry play together. Here's the question. Who has made a bigger impact on their respective teams?
Wow.
Buster Posey or Jimmy Butler?
Damn, JD, you're first.
Yeah, it's Jimmy Butler. I mean, this is an easy one because we have a greater sample size to this point. I mean, 24 games is greater than 11 with the Giants sitting at 8-3. And I'd be saying the same thing even if the Giants were sitting here at 10-1. If they'd been able to come up with one big hit in the last two nights, they'd be right there with one loss and still the team with the best record in the majors. But no, that being said, Jimmy Butler changed everything. The Warriors went from mediocrity and non-contender status to a team that this season can win an NBA championship. As great as the Giants have played to this point, small sample size theater, as much as the Giants may be well set up to compete and contend for the next 5 years eventually, they don't have near enough at this point to be put in that conversation. Just making a wild card at this point would be a win. It's different scale, different standard. No shade at Buster Posey, who clearly has made an impact. It's Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, this one's tough because when you look back at the Warriors season pre-Jimmy Butler trade, they were a sub-500 team. We were talking about whether or not they could be the 10 seed and just get into the play-in bracket, which is not the way you should be talking about the Warriors when you still have Steph Curry dropping 50 burgers throughout the regular season. So I would say this season for the Warriors, Jimmy Butler truly saved the season. But Buster Posey might be able to save the organization. I mean, it's a great start, 8-3. I know they've lost back-to-back games, but to me, I think that Buster Posey's going to have a bigger overall impact 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years down the road. Who knows how long the Buster Posey era is going to last as the president of baseball operations. I'm with JD. Jimmy Butler has made a bigger impact this season on the Warriors, but overall, I do think Buster Posey and Buster Ball is going to have a bigger impact on this organization. We've seen it so far with the fan base. We've seen it with the winning so far with the Giants. I like Buster Posey as my answer. I'm going to go with Buster as the biggest impact player, or should I say impact president.
And you could argue he's had a bigger impact just on the vibes in general. Just people that just having confidence walking in the building.
Yeah, but Jimmy Butler also has those golden vibes.
You're not wrong.
GPT will tell us about.
That's why it's a tough question. That's what we do here. All right, number 3, the Giants unveiled the new Nike City Connect uniforms yesterday. I wanted to give everybody the official description. Inspired by the Giants' time in New York as well as San Francisco's energy and music scene, the new uniform embodies the city's movement, creativity, and rebellious spirit. So both of you have now seen them on the field for a full game. We got the full review. I want your official review right here at 724. What grade would you give the new City Connects?
Ooh, now I would give them a B+. They didn't blow me out of the water. Like, I'm not going to go straight to the store and buy one of these new jerseys, but everybody else is like, oh, these are a D jersey. These are an F jersey. I'm a guy that C's get degrees. So you know me, I'm throwing pizza parties when I get a B. Now, if I told Murph here, I'd probably get in trouble and grounded for a week if I brought back a B on my report card, but I'll give them a B+. I thought they could have been a little bit more connecting to the city of San Francisco. It was interesting, their decision to throw in the violet, the extra purple, that ties back to the New York Giants. And I saw some fans complain that they're connected to New York, not San Francisco, but I thought there were plenty of connections with the local Bay Area artists. I was at the ball game yesterday. It was fun watching E40 throw out the first pitch, seeing LaRussell out in the outfield perform nothing like it. I like the uniforms. I give it a B+. I don't like the purple sleeves. If I'm being honest with you, I like Wilmer Flores going with the all black. I like the orange undersleeves of a Matt Chapman. Did not like the purple sleeves, so for that reason, I'll give it a B+. It's a fun jersey. I like it, and the kids like it. A lot of jerseys around the ballpark yesterday, JD.
Solid B for me, and I think a week ago, before we had all the official word and everything, I probably would have given him an F. That's how far I've come in like actually being like I hated the remember when the leak came out like a month ago? It's like, oh, here's the top, and we knew nothing else. I was like, what is going on with all of that? But I think in seeing it now, in seeing the full uniform, in seeing the hat, in understanding the explanation and the thought process behind it, I think they're good. B is a solid B, good quality grade. I'm with you on the purple. I think they need to ditch the purple in terms of the sleeves.
Yeah, it's a nice accent color.
It can't be. Hey, my time.
Yeah, go ahead. Start us up in your time, JD.
It's a nice accent color. Ding. But it shouldn't be a primary color. And I think when you wear the sleeves, it becomes too much of a primary color. So you got to wear the black sleeves. You got to wear the orange sleeves. The socks were amazing. Jung Hoo Lee, I think the hat is clean. I think it's a really nice look. The white pants with the stripe.
You heard that bell. It's Tony's time now, JD.
Solid B.
Yeah, solid B. B's and B pluses.
You went about 5 over.
Yeah, I know.
You went about 5
You
over.
gotta start doing that with Murph. You gotta start doing that with Murph.
Yeah, this is my time, Murph.
All right, so finally, the Masters tournament starts tomorrow. Augusta National Golf Club is a special place, regardless of how you feel about the great game of golf. I want to know, in terms of a bucket list event, what is a sporting event you want to experience in person?
Ooh, JD, you're up first.
Yeah, I've been fortunate enough to get to go and cover a lot of great events, multiple Super Bowls and World Series, and obviously NBA Finals, All-Star games, all of that. The Masters would be up there. I've got actually a few of these. I've never been to a Final Four. So a Final Four would be something that would be up there for me. I've never been to the Masters. The Masters would be up there to me. Obviously, incredibly difficult to get in as a fan. Probably would have to try and get a credential at some point to do that. Indianapolis 500 is another one. Like just the that's and the Daytona 500. Believe it or not, like I want to experience big time race day in NASCAR and in the IndyCar series. I think those are just national, like the Indy 500 Memorial Day weekend, like that is something that everybody pays attention to in some form or fashion. Even if you're a baseball guy, NBA guy, no matter what's going on, you're always taking a look at it. So that would be up there at the top.
I like that answer, JD, and it's a little off the grid because you're right. We get credentials to go to All-Star games and NBA playoff games and 49er playoff games and stuff like that. But young Tony, I got to tell you, I already checked off my bucket list item last year. I took my dad to a World Series game at Yankee Stadium. One of the best experiences of my life. Got to get back to the East Coast Cathedral and show my dad around the Bronx. So that definitely was a bucket list opportunity for me. But I got one more for you because you know I'm a huge MMA and a combat sports fan. I've never been to a UFC fight. I've been to Strikeforce fights. I've been to Bellator fights. I've been to local fights in Sacramento. I've been all over the world, just not to a UFC fight. So I want to get out to a UFC pay-per-view card, whether it's International Fight Weekend, maybe a UFC 350 or UFC 400. I'm going to try to go to John Jones' final fight, maybe his retirement fight. So that's what I need to check off. Get me out to Las Vegas. Get me out to Abu Dhabi, out on Fight Island. Get me out to a UFC fight for one of these pay-per-view events, young Tony.
Great answers. I was going to say the Masters, obviously. UFC event, I'm in the same boat. I've never been to a UFC fight, and I really would. That's a reachable goal.
Yes.
We're not talking Masters where it's really hard to get in. UFC events, I mean, they're in Vegas, not too far away.
Yeah, I'm long overdue to go check out one of those events, but a great edition, the 29th edition, the Luis Matos edition of What Did Young Tony Ask Today. Appreciate everybody checking in on the Golden State Lumber showroom and text line, I should say. A lot of people giving A's on the jerseys. A lot of people giving F's on the jerseys. It's a City Connect jersey that has divided a nation. We'll get Mike Krukow's take on the other side, not only on the City Connect uniforms, but the Giants being shut out in back-to-back days against the Cincinnati Reds. Mike Krukow next with John Dickinson filling in for Murph on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, Mike Krukow joins us during the regular season. And of course, these segments are sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Mike, always good to talk to you on a Wednesday morning. Not the results Giants fans were looking for yesterday as they get shut out in back-to-back games against the Cincinnati Reds, but you did look pretty damn good in those new City Connect jackets. Mike, good morning. How we doing today?
Yeah, good. Kind of licking wounds a little bit today. You hate to waste good pitching performances, and we saw one back-to-back from Logan Webb, who dealt for 7 innings, and then Landon Roop last night I thought was spectacular, given what we saw in his first start in Houston, where he went 4, struck out 8, but kind of was overamped and got a little curveball happy. But in last night's game, he really mixed his pitches well and pitched out of traffic a couple times. When it could have got weird, he minimized the damage, and it turned out that the one run that he did give up in 6 innings was the difference in the game. But the old saying is you pitch like that every game, you're going to win a lot of games, and I think that's true. When you're building confidence with your young players, it's important that they believe that they belong here. And I think last night's ball game did wonders to convince Landon Roop that he's in that rotation to stay. So it was disappointing in that they lost the game, but again, their defense was good, their pitching was good, and they had enough good at bats against Lodolo, the starting pitcher last night for the Reds. They just didn't get the ball to drop. They hit a lot of atom balls that were caught, and tip your cap to the defense that was played last night in the outfield by Cincinnati. They were spectacular.
Yeah, the Reds played some good defense and a nice catch to end the game even on Monday night there. As far as the bats go, and you touched on this a little bit, the Giants also faced some pretty good pitchers. Lodolo's pretty good. He did well against them the first time around. Hunter Green's obviously got the ability to be phenomenal in this league. But just what have you kind of seen, if anything, that's maybe been a little bit different the last couple of games at the plate?
I haven't seen anything different. What I've seen is guys going up there with a plan, executing. We've seen balls hit the opposite way harder in the first 2 weeks of the season than we saw at any time last year that sustained that type of approach for that length of time. And that's the approach that you have to have, I think, in order to be consistent as an offensive team. I know pitching against a guy who was pull happy and was just using one side of the field, that gave you a lot of options to get him out. When you saw somebody who had symmetry at the plate and used the whole field, went line to line, those guys were threats. And then it was just a matter of a chess match trying to outguess what he was looking for and trying to upset, that. But, sooner or later, if you throw into an area that he's looking for, a speed that he's looking for, if he's not trying to pull you, he's going to take what you give him. And that's the type of hitter that really is problematic for a pitcher. So I see this consistency up and down the lineup for the Giants. They have plans. They have good plans. They think within the game. They think within the at-bat. And I think that that's old school. That's the way Pat Burrell did it, and that's the way that he and his coaches profess hitting, and certainly the way that Buster Posey did it. And that's the type of hitter that Bob Melvin wants. He wants a baseball player that makes adjustments to what he's facing. Don't be one-dimensional, getting up there trying to hit to an equation. Get up there and see what's in that, which is confronting you when you're in that batter's box, and then make adjustments accordingly. And that's what they're doing.
Mike, I was not only impressed by Landon Roop yesterday, but also Hayden Birdsong. Coming in relief, 3 scoreless innings, only allowed 1 hit in that 9th inning, but was able to work out of a jam. But I would just like to get to know your breakdown on Birdsong's role moving forward. Do you think they should leave him in kind of this piggyback role where he's pitching 2 or 3 innings after a Landon Roop or a Jordan Hicks? Or do you think eventually he could move maybe into a 1-inning situation, or maybe come in when there are guys on base? I know that's a little different than being a starter and coming in with a clean inning. But what did you see last night from Hayden Birdsong, and what do you think we're going to see moving forward?
Well, Birdsong's unique because of the high 3/4 release. He's right over the top, and he's a tall guy. So because of that high 3/4 release and his height, he has great tilt in his delivery. When he throws a fastball down around the knee of a hitter, it's tilt, and that slant is very difficult to do something with. So because of that, there's a uniqueness to his style. I've loved the guy since I saw him. Plus, he's cocky. He goes out there thinking he's the baddest dude on the mountain. And the only thing that I get concerned about when you see a guy who projects to be a starter, and that's certainly where Birdsong is going to wind up. He's going to wind up in the rotation. He's going to wind up in that rotation for a long time. That is an arm that you can build around. And the only thing that I look at and get upset about is when organizations take away pitches when he is a reliever, saying, well, you've got 5 things you can do, but as a reliever, I just want you to throw that fastball slider. That's when I really, really get upset about it because it stunts a guy's growth. That has not happened with Birdsong. He's throwing all his pitches, 2 types of fastball, the curveball, the slider, the changeup, and he's throwing them all as if he was out there starting. So he's being what he needs to be to progress as he goes forward. They could flip him in the rotation at any given time. If somebody were to go down for a 2-week period because of they heated up in the lower back or their elbow got tight or whatever, he'd slot right in and he could be that starter. So those are the things that I look for, and it says a whole lot about the Giants' philosophy as to how they want to use their young pitchers. They are allowing them to grow and gain confidence, and that's what we're seeing with Birdsong.
What was the big adjustment for Landon Root from start 1 to start 2 for you?
Well, number one, I mean, he was relaxed. I mean, you can imagine he was a little geeked up in his first start in Houston. His stuff was great. He went 4 innings and struck out 8, but I think that he kind of got a little curveball happy. He quit using all of his pitches. When you're having a good outing and you're striking people out, you get in that strikeout mode and you start throwing your strikeout pitch first, and that's kind of what he did with the curveball. Any big league hitter, if they see a guy a third time, and he's just pumping one curveball after another, they can identify it, and they can identify if it's going to be a strike or a ball, and they kind of laid off and that's what got him out of the game. He had great stuff. Strike out 8 Astros in Houston. That's a good outing in itself, but it wasn't as good as what we saw last night. Last night, much more composed, much more relaxed. He had much more control of the adrenaline going into the game, and I thought he locked into a nice rhythm early on and utilized all his pitches. And when he's right, look, when we saw him in the bullpen, he was throwing fastball, curveball. Now he's got a changeup and he's got a cutter, and he was throwing it on corners last night. I thought his use of his stuff and his command of his stuff was remarkably different than his first outing. And I really am excited as this guy goes forward because I think he's going to be a monster in this league.
Mike, the Giants had 4 total hits yesterday. Casey Schmidt had 2 of them. And I thought yesterday Casey looked a lot more comfortable, not only in the batter's box at first base yesterday, made a great play at home, but I also thought it was a little interesting to see Lamont Wade Jr. pinch hit for Tyler Fitzgerald late in the game, and then Bob Melvin scooted over Casey Schmidt from first base to second base. What was your breakdown on how that played out yesterday in Casey Schmidt's performance?
Well, I like that move because, I really, really think the world of Casey Schmidt. And it happened last year. When we first saw him, he had happy feet in the box, and, he was swinging at everything. And he reminds me of Matt Williams so much. If you go back and take a look at Matt Williams' lifetime numbers, I mean, he had a hard time hitting 200 when he first got to the big leagues. He couldn't lay off the breaking balls. And but yet he still picked everything clean. And Casey Schmidt has been that way. I mean, he had the happy feet. He was flailing everything. And then last year, about the last 2-3 weeks of the season, it all started to make sense to him. He started, slowing his feet down. He started identifying the strike zone and staying in the strike zone with pitches he was going after. And the whole time this was happening, when he was, trying to find his swing, he was playing great defense. And not only that, but they were bouncing him around. Third base, shortstop, second. I mean, that's tough for a young guy to learn the dance of every infield position and still try to concentrate and have good bats, good at bats. But that's what happened. I mean, I was really excited to see what he was going to be like coming into spring this year. And he was that same player we saw in the last 3 weeks of the season, just much more relaxed. And now he's starting to catch up to the task at hand, to the challenges that they gave him defensively. And he's comfortable with it. Now, you watch him at the ballpark today before every game, he's working at first base. He's working very hard to be a good first baseman. I mean, the play that he made last night on a bunt play with runners at first and third, or first and second, he comes in from the first base position, fields the ball, going to his left, charging extremely hard, And on an off-balance throw off his right foot, he throws a perfect strike to Sam Huff, and they put the tag on and they get the out. You don't see many first basemen make that play. So I think the guy is really starting to feel like he belongs. He's much more comfortable, and there's not a whole lot he can't do now.
Kruk, I got to ask you about Camilo Doval. Great start, first 3 games. The other night, hit batter, a walk hit batter. Does he trust his fastball in your mind, one? And if a pitcher doesn't trust they can throw their fastball for a strike, how do they get it back?
Well, if you look what he did spring training, I mean, he really had a great spring. And we're all thinking, okay, he's back. And then the season started. You got off to a good start. We're all thinking, yeah, they've got 2 guys that can close games now legitimately against any lineup in any part of any lineup. And then, he got into the series with Seattle, and they started stealing him blind. He wasn't varying his looks to second base, and they were just taking bases at will. Well, after the game, they're saying, look, you've got to do better. You've got to mix your looks to second base. You can't just give 1 look, turn your head, and go. They're timing it. You got to give 2 looks. You got to give no looks. You got to give 3 looks. You got to be quicker with men in first base. You can't be so deliberate that your unload time is around 1.45 seconds. It's got to be 1.25 or lower. Well, he took it to heart, and he started trying to be quicker. And when he got quicker, he was exploding that left side out early. He was flying that shoulder, and then here comes the arm drag. And then all of a sudden, boom, you lose your command. And, 2 nights ago, we saw him come into a game, walk a guy, and then, he was just so out of whack trying to be quick out of the stretch that he hit a guy. Now you've given two free passes to first and second base, and now it becomes a disaster. And then they get a bunt down, they take him out of the game, and the Giants wind up losing the ball game. I think that if you look at the body language of the guy the next day at the ballpark, his body language looked good. He didn't walk around like at times he did last year when he was almost depressed because he was searching for mechanics that he couldn't find. It was very frustrating for him. I think he feels that it was just something that he can command, that he can fix, and watching him around the clubhouse, he was confident. So, I don't think that he may not be an 8th or 9th inning guy for the next outing or 2, but I don't think they've lost confidence in him, and I don't think he's lost confidence in himself.
Mike Krukow is the voice you hear this morning on the UMA guest line. Last couple of minutes here with Mike as the Giants will look to avoid the sweep against Cincinnati after getting back-to-back series sweeps to kick off the season. Mike, what do you want to see from Justin Verlander on the bump today from the veteran as they do try to avoid that sweep before going on that East Coast road trip?
Just have a little bit better luck with the strike zone. He kind of got pinched in his last outing, and it kind of put him behind in a lot of counts and set up a lot of hitter counts. And then he got in that one matchup with Cal Raleigh, the catcher with the Mariners, and I think it was like about 14 pitch at bat, and wound up putting him into an inning where he threw 30-plus pitches. And I mean, that's when you're exposed early in a game. It can kind of empty your gas tank. So I want to see him and not have any more of those 14-pitch matchups, and just do what he does, man. Mix his speeds and his location. He can pitch. I mean, there'll be no residue from the last outing that he had going into this one. And I think daytime it's a little bit easier to pitch. It's a little more comfortable to pitch. And, with him, and not a whole lot is going to face him. He's going to do his thing. And I think that he's going to have a better strike zone to work with today, too. So hopefully all those things will add up and give him a good outing.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing Justin Verlander face off against Nick Martinez today, 12:45 first pitch, of course, right here on The Sports Leader. And then, Mike, last question before we let you go. What did you think about the Giants debuting their new City Connect uniforms last night?
I liked them. I liked them better than the last one. Look, there's no other uniform that's going to ever rival the creams that they have. The Giants' home uniforms are spectacular. But I'll tell you something about public opinion, and I can only tell you what I experienced. When the Giants were making the move to come into Oracle Park, they were going to change their uniforms. Pat Gallagher, who at the time was in charge of marketing, called me in the office. He goes, I want you to take a look at these uniforms that we think that are going to be really nice for the Giants. And I looked at the cream uniforms that they wear, the classic ones, and I said, I don't like them. And I didn't like them because they weren't the ones that we wore, that we introduced in 1983 and we went to the World Series with, et cetera. I was really proud of those unis. I loved them. But I didn't want to see the change. then the change came, and they wore the new uniforms on opening day in 2000, and within about 3 days, I'm going, these uniforms are so sweet. Oh, my God. I wound up loving them, actually more than the ones that we wore. So bottom line is, any criticism that comes out early in regards to uniforms, you don't pay a whole lot of attention to. I thought that the uniforms last night were great. I thought that Rachel Height and her team really did a great job putting these things together. And they included a lot more people. I mean, Brad Graham's the Giants club, he was involved in it. Players were involved. They called up Logan Webb. They wanted his opinion in it. So it was a collaboration, and I think it really is something that showed well on the field last night. I thought they were fantastic, and they're going to be fun.
What was your favorite combo of socks and undershirt and sleeves and all? I mean, there were so many different looks with the look.
Yeah.
What was your favorite one?
Who wore the jersey the best, Mike?
Exactly.
Well, you always look to the Peacocks, right? The guys who take a lot of pride in it and spend time on it. I thought that Chapman with the orange sleeves and the orange shoes was fantastic. Willie Adamas with the purple. He highlighted the purple with the glove even in the shoes. And then out in center field, Jung-Hoo Lee, he can make a uni look good. And his interpretation of it was just off the charts. I thought it was really kind of hard to screw up. I didn't think anybody screwed it up. We should have answered it that way, Yeah. Some guys, man, they got bodies where you could hang a $3,000 suit on it and they could screw it up in 10 seconds just putting it on. But last night, I thought that was one of the beautiful things about the uni. Every interpretation that we saw each guy have, I thought was pretty good. But those are my favorite three.
Yeah, I like seeing the different combinations we saw last night. And I'm with you, Mike. I think these uniforms are going to start to grow on Giants fans, especially if they start winning like they did in the Old City Connects. But we're looking forward to seeing those next Tuesday and talking to you on Friday before the Giants take on the Yankees this weekend. But looking forward to your call today with Kipe, and we'll talk to you on Friday once Murph returns. Thanks, Mike.
Out of it.
There he is, Mike Krukow, who you can hear today, 12:45 on the broadcast. I believe that Mike, Kipe, and John Miller are actually doing the rotation right now because Dave Fleming is on assignment at the Masters. Stay tuned. We will be talking to Mark Cannizzaro Friday morning, I believe, to get a breakdown of the Masters and the Giants series against the New York Yankees. That might be some breaking news to John Joe Curley, the guy who actually books the show. But Murph comes back on Friday, which means we're talking Masters and we're talking to Mark. And on the other side, we will get back to talking Warriors basketball because JD, the man that was on these dials, on these airwaves at 9 a.m. and 9 p.m. last night, talking Dubs. We'll break down the playoff picture, Michael Malone being fired by the Denver Nuggets, and what does it all mean for the Warriors as they try to get Steph Curry and Draymond Green and Steve Kerr that 5th championship as a member of the Warriors organization. All that and more. 808 KNBR is the number. It's the big hit. Time to hear from you on the Dubs and the postseason picture. John Dickinson filling in for Brian Murphy with Marcus Boucher on the KNBR Murph and Marcus Show on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We are still giving away 2 tickets to see Styx, Kevin Cronin, and Don Felder at Toyota Pavilion in Concord on June 13th. We want you to stay tuned through the 8 a.m. hour for your chance to win. When you hear the cue to call 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, you will win. It is all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, it's a big hit. With no big highlights from young Tony. Oh, Murph's away, so we stopped putting together highlight packages. I see how it is, young Tony, but I appreciate what you're doing right now.
I don't think that's what it was.
With the Tim Ryan mashup of the Wild Wild West. I'll take that over the highlights of last night's game between the Warriors and the Phoenix Suns. Warriors got the job done. In case you missed it, we called it in earlier to Skinny Boy. Warriors got the dub, 133-95. And I guess, JD, that would be my question. Who had a worse performance in a black, orange, and purple jersey? The Phoenix Suns or the Giants last night in their new City Connect uniforms?
It was the Suns.
Yeah.
My God.
The Suns are pathetic, dude. Like,
not a lot of great at-bats for the Suns last night.
No, exactly. You want to talk about not executing with runners in scoring position.
And terrible in the field.
Yeah, the Suns were no good last night, and that is today's big hit. We've been talking a little Giants baseball, just had Mike Krukow on, broke down the new City Connect uniforms that some people are comparing to the Phoenix Suns. Young Tony asked us today for letter grades. I give a B+, JD gave a B, but it really does seem like the nation is divided. Giants Nation is divided on these.
By the way, how did I end up giving a higher grade than you did?
No, I went B+. You went B, right?
You went B+.
Yeah,
B+.
I thought you went
B. Okay, yeah, okay. You're
exactly.
Right.
And B's get degrees, C's get degrees.
Stand corrected.
Even in some cases, D's get degrees. And I'll take it. I'll take anything you get, and I'll take a Warriors win.
Well, D's can mean you don't have to take it again.
Yeah, exactly. You can just move on. You get credit.
I think we lived similar lives.
I'm a pass, no pass kind of guy, JD.
I love
Just give me the credit, and here we are
Let's
now,
go.
hosting a radio
and here
show
we are.
in one of the biggest markets in the country. Look at me now, mama. I made it. But look at the Golden State Warriors, who are climbing up the standings, especially going back to the Jimmy Butler trade. And maybe that's something we can go back and forth with here, because when Jimmy Butler was traded to the Golden State Warriors, they were a sub-500 team. We were talking about whether or not they would make the play-in bracket. And now, if the Warriors take care of business, if they win out the final 3 games of the season, they avoid the play-in bracket. Now, they could still go 2-1 and have a little bit of help from other teams and miss that play-in bracket. But just the night and day difference between Jimmy Butler joining this team, when at the time, JD, a lot of people wanted to trade for Kevin Durant, myself included. I wanted the KD reunion, but you're seeing how things turned out for KD now being injured with Phoenix. It seems like the Warriors almost dodged a bullet, not getting Kevin Durant back in the lineup and instead making that trade for Jimmy Butler.
Well, you also think of who would have been gone in that. And look, Jonathan Kuminga may wind up gone in the offseason, but he would have been in Phoenix as part of that trade or somewhere.
Pods as well would probably be in that trade.
And other first-round picks moving. And Durant's injury history is problematic. I also, as great a player as Durant is and as great a scorer as Durant is, I don't think he makes other players better in the way that Jimmy Butler has made Brandon Pajemski specifically and Moses Moody better. And Jimmy Butler's just more of a two-way player. Clearly not, obviously, the fill-it-up scorer that Durant is still at Durant's age. But yeah, when you look at him not playing last night and basically the Suns completely being done these last 2 weeks, now, 7 in a row, I think, in the loss column, all coinciding with Kevin Durant going out, and they're about to get eliminated completely from the play. And again, I don't think that would have played out that way with the Warriors. Getting Kevin Durant would have been better than doing nothing.
Yes.
Doing nothing would put the Warriors, in my opinion, in the Dallas, Sacramento, Phoenix conversation, where they'd basically be praying and hoping to be playing for 9 and 10 at this point. But the Warriors, they risked it. It's paid huge dividends. And yeah, to your point, they now have the ability to control their own destiny. If they win the last 3, they're going to be in the top 6 with an opportunity to move up to 5 and potentially 4. Hell, even 3 if the Lakers lose twice, although I don't think the Lakers are necessarily going to lose twice at Dallas, Houston, and at Portland. Although emotional game tonight for the Mavs. But, I mean, you just look at the Lakers on paper. Lakers should win tonight, should win at Portland.
Yeah.
At a minimum, that would clinch the 3 seed for them against everybody. unless there's some other teams that actually against everybody, because they have the tiebreakers that they would need between now and the end here. So the Warriors are in great shape. They handled business last night. That's the big takeaway from them. And tonight, it's the same thing. Handle business. I think you like the fact that it was a bounce-back performance from Steph. You like the fact that nobody played more than 26 minutes. A lot of the regulars played in the low 20s. Step right back onto the court. Spurs should be as tired as you are, albeit a younger team, because they played down in Southern California last night. The order of this week in the lead-up to Sunday, take that game out for a second, is handle business, and the Warriors did that, dominating and winning each of the 4 quarters last night against a Suns team that is beyond cooked.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm exactly in the same position as you. I don't have too many takeaways from last night's game, except for it was a glorified scrimmage. It was good to get Steph to get some shots up. It was good to keep that minute total down so that they can reset for tonight's back-to-back, road home back-to-back, which I don't like at this point of the season, but we broke that down about Adam Silver and the NBA cramming like me for my SAT test. That obviously did not turn out very well. But it is going to be interesting to see how this plays out down the stretch, because we talked about this yesterday. When you look at the logjam in the Western Conference, the Warriors do have the easiest path, the easiest schedule. They should win these next 2 games against San Antonio and against Portland. That's going to be a tough matchup on Sunday against the LA Clippers, but we could know what seed they are, or it could be up in the air, and they could need to win that game. But it's funny now, JD, when you look at the Western Conference as a whole, especially after the news yesterday that Michael Malone and the GM of the Denver Nuggets were both fired with only 3 games left in the season. I went to my buddies out in Las Vegas to go check the odds, and the Warriors have now moved up ahead of the Denver Nuggets in Western Conference final odds. The number 1 team, of course, is OKC, best record in the West, but depending on what book you're checking into, the Lakers and the Warriors both hovering around plus 550, plus 60 to win the West this year. The Warriors have now maybe leapfrogged the Denver Nuggets just because the firing of Michael Malone is going to take a hit overall on this team, and I don't know how it's going to affect the headspace of a guy like Nikola Jokic heading into the postseason.
We're going to find out tonight. Tonight, to me, is the tell for the Denver Nuggets. They're playing in Sacramento tonight. Their final 2 games, they're playing Memphis and at Houston. Rockets probably have the 2 seed locked up for that one on Sunday afternoon, but tonight's the tell. If the Nuggets go into Sacramento and handle business and play better than they have recently during their losing streak that's put their home court advantage and potential to be in the top 6 in jeopardy, then I think that's a positive sign for them, maybe an early negative sign for the rest of the league. If they lose tonight, they're in big trouble. If Denver loses tonight, they're falling 6, maybe even 7. They could end up anywhere between 3 and 8, just like all of these teams could potentially. And remember, the one team they don't beat is Minnesota. You imagine if the Nuggets fell all the way to 7, played Minnesota in the 7-8. Minnesota swept them this year, 4-0, and obviously knocked them out of the playoffs last year. Here's where I wanted to go with this, though, just in relating it to not just the Nuggets, but where the Warriors stand. And all of this, obviously, is since the Jimmy Butler trade. But I'm just going to run down the Western Conference here. I'm even going to start with OKC at the top. OKC, Warriors beat them 2 out of 3 times. So just kind of get your feel as to just how like the Warriors against who. OKC beat them 2 out of 3, and that was even before the Jimmy Butler trade. Houston, how you feeling about Houston?
They don't put no fear in my heart, JD.
No fear.
They put 0 fear in my heart.
No fear, and they have the gall, it would appear, as we discussed yesterday, to think they're in the Warriors' heads.
Yeah, they think that. But next thing you know, you're going to have Fred VanVleet and Dylan Brooks head on a pike. That's what I'm looking for in the postseason.
No fear of the Rockets, right? You may not play either one of those teams, in fairness. But those are the teams at the top.
Yes,
we talk a lot about the Lakers, Clippers, Nuggets, Grizzlies, and Wolves, but the 2 teams at the top, no fear.
Now, let me ask you this. Do you think too many NBA fans, not just Warriors fans, are overlooking those 2 teams who do have the 2 best records in the Western Conference because of that lack of experience? Because I do think OKC can have SGA carry them throughout a series. I don't know if anybody on the Houston Rockets, Alperen Şengün, I don't want to disrespect our parking lot attendant, Oppo. He's a great player, but he's not a superstar. He's not someone who's going to carry you through the postseason. So with the Houston Rockets, I think they're at least a year and a superstar player away. OKC has the talent, but it comes back to the lack of experience, which everybody, it seems like in the NBA, is kind of writing them off because they don't have that experience.
I think nobody's writing off OKC. I think there's a belief in OKC. The Rockets, I think, are a little different because this is their first year. Anytime a team goes from bad to good and doesn't have a bona fide superstar, Sengun was an all-star, and they have some other guys who can play great. There's nights where Jalen Green looks like a future star, but there's also a lot of nights where Jalen Green kind of looks like the guard version of Jonathan Kuminga. Yeah. Like it doesn't always hit. So I think they're in a little bit. They are the team that I think all of these other teams probably don't fear. In fairness, but that doesn't mean they can't go out and win a series against any of these teams. Continuing down the line, no fear OKC, no fear Houston. Lakers, to me, because of what you mentioned earlier with Anthony Davis now being a member of the Dallas Mavericks, and the Lakers not having enough time to formulate a full roster around LeBron James and Luka Doncic, to me, you fear the Lakers less than you did before.
I mean, it's crazy to think about the fact that I've said this sentence multiple times on 50,000 watts on these airwaves, that the Lakers are an easier matchup with Luka Doncic. And that's not disrespectful to Luka, because Luka, I think down the road, he's going to be the face of L.A. He's one of the best players in the league. But Anthony Davis was a nightmare matchup for Draymond Green and everybody on this Warriors team. So without AD, the Lakers, to me, are an easier matchup.
The Lakers are an easier matchup than they were. Warriors are better. Lakers are different enough to where you feel better about it. Denver, we've talked about. Even if you think we can debate Denver, Lakers, who's all that, we don't have to do that right now. But Denver is more beatable now than they were yesterday.
100%.
So you feel good about that. You move on down the line. The Grizzlies. I think if the Warriors ended up matched up with the Grizzlies, they beat them 3-1 season series. They fired Taylor Jenkins. They're having a little bit of a rebound. They didn't get off to a great start immediately, but they're playing better, actually.
Yeah, John Morant is kind of embracing the bad guy role a little bit. Yeah,
They played well in that Warrior game that they lost.
Yeah, him and his finger guns.
And have been better even since then.
Keep those holstered, John Morant.
You don't fear the Grizzlies, right?
You're going to shoot your eye out. Yeah, no, I don't fear the Grizzlies.
Don't fear the Grizzlies. No, you're good. Running material.
Yeah,
good riff.
I'm a Christmas story guy. Go shoot your eye out.
Yeah. T-Wolves, you don't fear, right?
Anthony Edwards in the playoffs.
Okay.
Does scare me a little bit. Just a tiny bit.
But they don't have a number 2.
No, exactly. Especially since they moved on from Karl Anthony Towns this offseason, which I thought was a terrible move.
That's why they're 8th. They don't have a number 2.
They're a team that blew a 24-point lead last night. So, no, they don't put a lot of fear in my heart.
So, you look at all of this, and I think you feel good. The Warriors beat them. They're 3-1 against them. The one team now that I think, and again, this is factoring in Jimmy Butler being on the Warriors and all of these other teams' specific circumstances. The one team that I didn't mention, and it was intentional, because this team is, I think, the only other team in the West that's trending up.
Yes.
It's the Clippers.
Yeah.
It's the Clippers, who the Warriors did not beat. Now, have not played them since Jimmy Butler. We'll see if Sunday matters in terms of that, and do we really get a matchup where both teams are getting after it. I would love to see it, kind of like we saw it with the Lakers. We saw it somewhat even without Murray when the Warriors played the Nuggets. But the Clippers are the team that Kawhi looks amazing compared to where he's been the last 5 years since joining the Clippers. They have things figured out with Harden, Norm Powell, Zubac. Like, they've got a really good team. They're well coached. Are the Clippers low-key the most difficult potential opponent for the Warriors?
You know, the more that I think about it, the more I'm buying in a little bit. And especially after the Michael Malone news, because I don't know how checked in or checked out the Nuggets are going to be. To me, that was the matchup I did not want to see. But now I'm starting to think about the Clippers, because we sit here every morning and we talk about the Warriors' record since they traded for Jimmy Butler. The Clippers are 17-3 in their last 20 games. Boom. They are playing phenomenal basketball. And anytime there's a healthy, keyword healthy, Kawhi Leonard on the court, he scares the bejeebies out of me.
He's looked like a dude.
Yeah, we saw what he did with the Raptors to take down the Warriors. I know there was injuries in that final, but Kawhi Leonard still, the Claw, is one of the best players in the league. You throw in James Harden's ability on offense, you match that with Kawhi Leonard. That's a scary matchup for anybody in the West, it feels like.
That's the one team that you could just objectively look at and go, like I can't find, like, they haven't beaten them. They are trending up from where they were earlier in the year. Like, that's the one team that kind of matches, I feel like, the Warriors' energy right now in terms of head-to-head and potential future matchup. And that's a team, obviously, the Warriors could end up playing. They're currently 4th.
Mm-hmm. And that's still a team that is 5th, according to Las Vegas, for the odds-on favorite to win the West. So we're seeing so many teams tied up with these in the loss column. 3, 4, 5. I don't know. Maybe you put the Clippers ahead of the Denver Nuggets now after that move.
They've got a championship coach. They've got a championship MVP caliber player in Kawhi, who's done it twice. I just, not for now. I know they're the Clippers, so nobody thinks they're going to do it. And I've been reluctant. Like, I've been completely, but you get rid of Paul George. Just saying.
Yeah.
Not saying, just saying.
Well,
Paul, I think we know who the weak link was there because they haven't skipped a freaking beat.
Yeah. You're absolutely right. And the good thing for us and Warriors fans is we could get a preview of that potential playoff matchup on Sunday as the Warriors will close out the season against LA this weekend. 3 games left on the schedule. If they win all 3, they are guaranteed a top 6 placement in the NBA playoffs. So if they control the controllables, we will be talking about them next week or in a week or two after the play-in bracket. We'll see how the rest of the Western Conference shakes down in the wild, wild West. We can continue this conversation on the other side. 808 KNBR is the number if you have a preferred matchup for the Warriors or if you don't have fear for anybody in the Western Conference because you think Steve Kerr and the Golden State Warriors are the best team in the West right now. 808 KNBR is the number. More baseball talk coming up later as we preview the Giants game, 12:45 first pitch, Justin Verlander versus Nick Martinez. Or you can call in or check in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line on your thoughts on the City Connect jerseys that have divided the Giants fan base nation. All of those topics and more before we talk to Rick Barry at 9:15 this morning and before we hit the cooler of content at 8:30 this morning. It's John Dickinson filling in for Murph for one more day with Marcus Boucher on KNBR 104.5 FM at 680 AM, the sports leader.
Warriors come out to play!
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We are still giving away 2 tickets to see Styx, Kevin Cronin, and Don Felder at Toyota Pavilion in Concord on June 13th. And we want you to stay tuned through the 8 a.m. hour for your chance to win. If you don't know, here are the instructions. When you hear the cue to call 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, that means you win. It's all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Pagan throws, swing, and there's a soaring fly ball into left. Out goes De La Cruz, the shortstop. In comes Dunn, the left fielder, calls him off, and Dunn makes the catch. And the Reds have shut out the Giants for the second game in a row.
The Giants get shut out in back-to-back games against the Cincinnati Reds, and now the Reds will try to sail away with a series sweep as they take on the Giants with Nick Martinez on the bump, taking on Justin Verlander. 12:45 first pitch. Pre-game coverage, 11:45 right here on The Sports Leader. And if you're at the ballpark early, stop by 58 Social and go say what's up to Greg Papa and Greg Silver as they will be doing a live broadcast from 58 Social. And they'll try to stop the Cincinnati Reds from sailing away with another sweep, because you hear it in the background. Come sail away by the sticks, which means one thing and one thing only. It's time to give John Joe Curley a call, because now is your chance to win 2 tickets to go see Styx at Toyota Pavilion at Concord, and join Live Nation as they celebrate 50 years of incredible events on Saturday, April 12th from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. And damn, this sounds good, young Tony. You can swing by for the event on April 12th, get some free food, get some bites from the food trucks, hear some music with some DJs, and even get a special message from the mayor of Concord, Mayor Obringer. And as a special thank you to all the fans, for one day and one day only at the box office, you can get 2 tickets for $50 only, all fees included, to any show for the 2025 season while supplies last. Everyone that attends will also have the chance to enter to win tickets for the entire 2025 season calendar with no purchase necessary. Right now, we will take one winner, caller number 10 at 415-896-KNBR, to win 2 tickets to see Styx at Toyota Pavilion at Concord on June 13th. This prize is furnished by Live Nation with a retail value of over $100. But you know what's free? Live and local radio, where you can hear the Giants game today. As I mentioned, Nick Martinez versus Justin Verlander. I was out at the ballpark last night, and as disappointing as it was to see a Landon Roop and Hayden Birdsong performance go to waste, I gotta say, it was a cool vibe on City Connect night with E40, P-Lo, and friend of the program, La Russell, performing Nothing Like It live from the 415 section yesterday. But I know there's some fans who don't care about the City Connects. They care about the Giants winning baseball games. And there's some Giants fans that are frustrated by the back-to-back shutouts. JD, where do you stand? Are you concerned about the back-to-back shutouts yesterday against the Cincinnati Reds?
The vibes remain high, and the vibes should remain high, not as high as they were obviously coming off the sweep and the winning streak, the 7-game winning streak. I had to go back and think. Wait, it was 3 They won the last game in Cincinnati. 7-game winning streak, and the late inning heroics, and this team hitting. But I do think the last 2 have people kind of, wondering a little bit, like, is this going to be a lot like either some of the really good teams that the Giants had that at times went through some offensive slumps, right, and couldn't score runs, or even more to the point, like some of the teams the last couple of years that turned out to just be mid in large part because they didn't hit at the level that they needed to be better than that. So I think it's people are just kind of people are a little shaken. I think more than maybe they should be. You know, you get the win today, you're 9-3. I think if you were 8-4, you'd think 8-4 was a great start to the year, winning 2 out of 3 in every series. Obviously, you know the equivalent of that.
Yeah.
So if you win today, you're still +1 on that. So I don't know. It's very early. I think maybe people are getting a little high on the supply a little too quickly.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this was not going to be and again, I think that's where 2021 maybe skews people a little bit. It's like, God, could they do that? Could they do that again? It's like, yeah, probably not. Probably not, but that's okay. You could still be a good team and not have it be that. So I'm not concerned per se, but at the same time, I kind of understand where people could look at this lineup when they don't hit and say, hey, they might have trouble scoring runs throughout different stretches of the season.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting to see the lack of goodwill, not from all Giants fans, but from a portion of Giants fans who maybe just got so used to winning over the first 9 games of the season. I mean, to start off 8-1, to your point, if you would have told me before the season started that through the first 12 games, even if you include today's game, getaway day as the Giants try to avoid the sweep, if they started the season 8-4 or 9-3, I think 99% of Giants fans would say, I will take that record. So I'm not going to sit here and freak out about 2 games that were both winnable games. And yes, it looks bad when you're shut out and don't score a single run in back-to-back nights. We talked about how good Hunter Green was on Monday.
Good pitching.
Yeah.
Lodolo's good too.
And Lodolo is good too. But like even in both these games, it felt like the Giants had an opportunity to win. Even when Hunter Green got pulled in the game after 8 2/3, Elliot Ramos smoked the ball where the Cincinnati Reds made a great play in the outfield. Same story yesterday. Elliot Ramos almost hit one of the triples alley, had a ball robbed as the guy was backpedaling on the warning track. So you got to tip your cap to good pitching and good defense, which is how the Giants are trying to build their own brand. But we saw it in the first 8-9 games of the season, how they were able to execute with runners in scoring position. And that's why I do think that is something that they will show more of this year. Obviously did not show in the last 2 games. But again, we are 11 games into the season. And JD, you know this. Baseball is a marathon, not a sprint. It's easy to have a hot take on sports radio saying, the Giants' offense has disappeared. Bring in the torpedo bats. Do something to shake it up, shake up those vibes. But for me, truly, the way that I look at a baseball season, speaking personally, I like to break it up into quarters. I like to go 40-game chunks at a time. And in the first quarter, you kind of evaluate everybody, see what the veterans are doing, see what the young guys are doing. Then you can start really having big, bold takes about whether or not the offense is struggling, whether or not the pitching has pitched up to the billing or not. And that kind of gives me like a good chunk of games. I need to get a little bit deeper into the season. So, no, I don't think I'm freaking out about the back-to-back shutouts, but I'd like to see some more run support today for Justin Verlander.
Well, and if you look at just the different aspects of the team, right? You look at the starting pitching's been really good. Starting pitching's been really good.
And I'd throw the caveat that I think it could be better with a guy like Justin Verlander, who has not got the first 2 starts that he's looking for.
Yeah, he's been the weak link to this point. Think about that, all right? I mean, he's the guy that's got the greatest resume of them all by far.
He's the guy chasing 300 wins.
No question. So, but the starting pitching, I think, to this point, for me, maybe you viewed it a little bit differently coming in. I think it's been better than expected overall to this point. I think Logan Webb's he's looked better than he did, I think, at any point last year.
I mean, the
honestly,
10 strikeout performance on Monday night with 0 walks, he was dealing, and it looks like he found that changeup again.
Yeah, Landon Root looked really good last night. Robbie Ray has looked really good to this point. So Jordan Hicks solid early. So I think the starting pitch has been pretty good. I think the lineup looks better than last year's lineup. Everything that everybody said coming in, right? Adames has got to get going a little bit. 3 strikeouts last night. Jung-Hoo Lee's having good at-bats. You can see where the lineup's lengthened from where it was. Elliot Ramos got to get going a little bit, although he's hitting the ball hard, I think, at least. So I think the lineup looks better. The everyday lineup looks better than it did last year. The bullpen, we'll see. I think the bullpen is about what I expected. I think the bullpen has the potential to be good a lot of the time. I think that the bullpen also might be a little problematic from time to time. But overall, I think this team is, their defense has been good. They're stealing bases. They're, for the most part, playing clean. Like, all those things trend up. Like, I think when you remove the record and you just look at the eye test, I think the eye test for this team in comparison to, let's just say, the last 3 years, forget about 2021, but 22, 23, 24, I think they look better early. Now, what does that mean? Does that mean 85? Does that mean 83? Does that mean 90? Like, it's too early to really know on that, despite the 8-3.
Yeah, and I had a similar take on Monday when I was hosting the show with Kerry Crowley. I said, Kerry, the 8-1 record is great, but you can throw the record out the window, and I'm doing it again this morning, even after an 8-3 start. To me, it's more about the eye test. It's the brand of baseball that they are playing. The aggressiveness on the base pass. They're still in more bags than they have over the past 3-4 seasons. You look at the clean defense as well, and we talk about that timely hitting. Obviously, they did not have those timely hits the last 2 games, but they'll look to get bounce back today. Nick Martinez, right-hander on the bump, so you'll see Jung-Hoo Lee back in the 3-hole. His hit streak came to an end yesterday, but looking for him to get back on track and looking for some run support. Let's get Justin Verlander his first win in a San Francisco Giants uniform. 12:45 first pitch. As I mentioned, Greg and Greg will be down at 58 Social. If you want to swing by for a Bloody Mary, John, come on by and have yourself a couple of drinks. And then you'll have a chance for a Terry Francois two-step. If that's your thing, you can hit the Giants game today, then go down to Chase Center, check out the Warriors and the Spurs, and then stop by Harmonic after to go see my guy JD, as he will have Just Dubs tonight post-game as we wrap up the final 3 games of the Warriors season. But coming up next on the other side, we will hit the cooler of content after I tell you that this segment and these sizzling hot takes on the San Francisco Giants have been sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union auto loan sale is here. Save 0.75% now through April 30th. Ask for RCU financing at your dealership or apply online at redwoodcu.org. The cooler of content is next with the best sounds from the world of sports last night on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
I'm the one who was on to Brock before anybody else was.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's the Waterboy, Marcus Boucher, back again on a Wednesday morning to talk to you about Prize Picks, the best place to get real money sports action on daily fantasy sports. And guess what? Springtime is here and baseball season is officially underway. Don't miss your chance to add your favorite players from the diamond in your Prize Picks lineup. Whether it's strikeouts, RBIs, or first inning runs, take your pick of more or less for your shot to win up to 1,000 times your cash today. And look, we've already hit on a few Giants Prize Pick lineups earlier this week. Hunter Green and Logan Webb, we stacked it up. I am today going to go with Jung-Hoo Lee to have more than 1.5 hits, runs, and RBIs combined. If he gets an RBI knock up the middle, you hit, you cash in. If he leaves the ballpark, that's obviously a knock, a run, and an RBI. So join me as Jung-Hoo Lee will look to extend his on-base streak, but also get back on track after his hit streak ended yesterday. Righty on the mound. I like going with Jung-Hoo Lee with the Jung-Hoo Leagans out in the crowd and the Jung-Hoo crew. So join me, enjoy the Jung-Hoo crew by downloading the PrizePick app and using the code word leader, and we'll give you a $50 bonus instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's code leader on PrizePicks to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. And the best part about this promotion is you don't even need to have a winning lineup to receive the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed, and it's only on PrizePicks. Run your game.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler.
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucapacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something.
Yeah, baby! Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, it is the cooler of content on a Wednesday morning with the water boy driving the show for one more day. Murph will be back tomorrow and Friday as we preview the Yankees and Giants series this weekend, but also look down the stretch of the final 3 games of the Warriors season. But first, before we get to today's Giants game and tonight's Warriors game, as an opportunity has arose to take the Terry Francois two-step, you know we got to take care of business with the cooler of content that is, of course, sponsored by Marin Health. With top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay, Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. And the Warriors did get the win last night in Phoenix, but really, the breaking news story of the day in the NBA was the Denver Nuggets' decision to fire Michael Malone. And you know how the NBA loves a little bit of drama, and messages always get passed around, just like our friends with Bigelow Tea. NBA players and coaches like to spill the tea. Here was Steve Kerr yesterday on Michael Malone being fired by the Denver Nuggets.
Shocked, like everyone. Mike has obviously been a great coach, championship coach, and fantastic record. And again, like with Taylor, you don't expect anything like this this late in the season. And then, as I said with Taylor, organizations have to do their own business, and we aren't privy to any of that. So I have no idea what was happening. So I can't really comment on anything other than wishing Mike well, because he's done an amazing job, and doesn't seem right, but this is the business we're in, and it's we're all going to suffer a similar fate at some point. That's kind of the way it is.
I mean, it is the business of the NBA. And JD, people joke about the NFL standing for not for long. Check this out. Nick Nurse won an NBA title 2019, fired by the Raptors. Frank Vogel won that bubble championship with the Lakers 2020, fired. Yep. Mike Budenholzer, fired by the Milwaukee Bucks.
About to get fired again, maybe.
Yeah, possibly. And now you're talking about Michael Malone, who just won an NBA title in 2023. He's getting the axe also. The NBA, I don't got a good acronym for you, but the Not For Long League is transferring over to the NBA now.
Yeah, it is. And you think of, Steve Kerr's never truly been on the hot seat, maybe in the court of fan opinion. He has been on the hot seat, but it is truly remarkable. And look, he's got the hardware, obviously, the finals appearances, the 4 championships with the Warriors. He's got the backing of Stephen Curry and Draymond Green as well. But it is, you do have to have, I think, a special personality to be able to survive. And I think that transitions nicely into the next clip, which is the Michael Malone clip. And this has been sort of dubbed. I'll let you set it up. But like, what's going on? You heard Steve. Yeah. What's going on in Denver? And nobody really knows internally the issues at play here. But this clip dropped, and it was from a couple of weeks ago after a loss by the Nuggets. But it kind of, like, for those kind of wondering, well, why did Michael Malone get fired? Like, he would go in on his team, and he would do it regularly, including the one we're going to play.
Absolutely. But real quick, before we get to this Michael Malone sound, I do want to focus on that last couple of seconds from Steve Kerr, because it sounded like he was almost asking himself an internal question.
We're all going to suffer a similar fate at some point. That's kind of the way it is.
We're all going to suffer a similar fate. I mean, damn, he almost dropped a Kyle Shanahan on us.
I can't guarantee that anybody in the world will be alive Sunday, so I can't guarantee who will be on our roster on Sunday. So that goes for all of us.
And that goes for Michael Malone, apparently, as well, JD.
I thought the same thing when I heard that. I thought the same thing you guys brought up.
That's it. And how's this going to play out for the Denver Nuggets? Only God knows, as Kyle Shanahan will also tell us, young Tony. But moving on to that Michael Malone sound that you mentioned, this was from recently, within the past week. Michael Malone at the podium calling out his own players for not watching film, which maybe rubs some people the wrong way within the organization.
Have some pride. I didn't think we played with any pride tonight.
I feel like they took that.
I don't really care. It's not my job to evaluate how they take things. My job is to be honest, and sometimes brutally honest. And tonight, it was a brutally honest message. And the guys that are full of shit won't hear it. They'll say, Coach is tripping. And the guys that maybe do really care will, because they're not going to go back and watch their minutes, because nobody watches their minutes. Nobody watches film. So we'll have to show them the film. And I said, if somebody disagrees with me, please speak up. And nobody said a word. So, again, I'm not really concerned with how they took that message. My thing is being honest with how we just played. And the same thing that's been bothering us of late that I talked about pregame, the turnovers, the rebounding, was even worse tonight. And I didn't think it could get any worse, but it did.
But it did. And now Michael Malone has been fired. And JD, I actually appreciate how brutally honest that he is as a coach. Because let's look at the facts. Since the All-Star break, the Denver Nuggets are 11-13. Yep. They've had a losing record. So whether or not you think Michael Malone lost the locker room because he is brutally honest, at least he is honest with you, and he's honest enough to where you've had success, the most winningest coach in Denver Nuggets history, I believe, and just won the title 2 years ago.
Imagine, though, 10 years of that brutal honesty. And in some ways, yes, an excellent head coach and a championship coach, but I got to thinking as much, and there's probably no bigger fan of Michael Malone than I am, honestly, in terms of just head coach rankings and demeanor and everything like that. But the reality is he would go in on his team like that clip a lot, like maybe multiple times a month. So we're talking double digits probably in a season. And you can start to see where when things are not going well, especially with a team that's got championship expectations because they won one a couple of years ago, I don't want to say necessarily tune out, but you can see where it could just be not necessarily well received. And yeah, that's on the players, as he said, and not necessarily on him. But this is also professional sports, and it comes down to you're not going to fire every one of those players. So I don't want to say maybe it lost effect over time. It doesn't really matter. But I think that is something that coaches that do what he does, and he does it like nobody in sports, have to deal with.
But think about it. Like, you would think after 10 years, wouldn't they be used to it by now? Like, I've been working on the morning now for 5 years with Brian Murphy, and I know how much of an a-hole he is. I'm joking, Murph. I'm joking. Looking forward to having you back tomorrow. But, like, after a while, like, we've all had coaches who are kind of red asses.
Sure.
Or a co-host Brian Murphy. But you get used to it.
You stop listening to him, though?
No, I still listen. I still take their criticism. Okay. I'm still getting slapped around by Murph every single day within this studio.
So you're one of the guys that aren't, to use Mike's term, that aren't full of...
No, I'm not going to be out here saying Murph is tripping. I'm all in. I'm bought into the Murph system. Look at the coaching tree he's put out here at KNBR. I'm included. Shout out Copes on the afternoon show. He's got a great coaching tree. And you would think that maybe Nikola Jokic would be one of those guys that maybe was on the same page of Mike Malone. And that's, to me, is where it really gets interested to see how the Joker is going to react to all of this.
Yeah, I and again, from what I've been able to glean, it seems like he's okay enough with it to do it, but it seems like it was more about maybe some of the others as opposed to Jokic that were trying to be appeased. But yeah, Josh Kroenke basically admitting it was over no matter what at the end of the year for not only Malone, but Calvin Booth.
Yeah, we'll see how the vibes are with the Denver Nuggets down the final stretch of the season. But I can tell you the vibes have been high ever since Jimmy Butler showed up to town. So much to the point where we stopped trashing our guy Buddy Hield. We would just joke earlier in the season about the Buddy Hield cycle and how he would hit shots and then disappear, and then he would show up at All-Star Weekend and hit a bunch of shots in the three-point competition just to go cold in the final round of the three-point competition. We were laughing and joking about Buddy Hield, but now it seems like Buddy is one of the best guys in the locker room. Like, his relationship back and forth with Jimmy Butler, the jokes that they have. Who was it? Buddy Hield called Jimmy Butler the connector of the offense and of the defense, and Jimmy Butler claps back and says, "You can't even spell connector." So it does seem like there's good vibes within the locker room, but yesterday we saw an instance where Steve Kerr, I don't want to say called out Buddy Hield for not passing the ball to Steph Curry, but Steve Kerr wanted to make sure that Buddy Hield knew that Steph Curry is the greatest shooter on this planet, in this universe. So if you want to check out the clip we have right now on the live stream on YouTube, Twitch, and on the KNBR app, Tony's about to play it. This is Steve Kerr introducing Buddy Hield to Steph Curry.
Come here. Buddy, that's Steph Curry. Steph, Buddy Hield. I want you guys to meet each other. Say hello to Steph. He's the greatest shooter in the history of the world. He's wide open. You do. He came open late. I love you, buddy. I love you.
I love it. Steve Kerr with a little bit of a joke, but there's always some truth to these jokes.
Now move the rock.
You got to get the ball to Steph Curry.
Got to get the ball.
I mean, it's not like, obviously, Buddy Hield knows who Steph Curry is, but it's good to see that friendly banter. I don't think there's any locker room drama here that we're going to steal away from this interaction. I don't know. You, JD, what was your breakdown of this interaction?
It was hilarious. I mean, it got the point across while also keeping it light. And that's the one thing I can attest to. You would think at times that maybe Buddy Hield's teammates wouldn't care for Buddy Hield, but it's really not the case.
No, not at all. Everybody seems like they like Buddy Hield. Seems like he's a good locker room guy. And like we said, the vibes are high, just like us here at KNBR. We all like each other. We like to bust each other's balls a little bit, but we're all friends at the end of the day. And yes, I see you 707 on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, who's dissing Murph's coaching tree because it involves Copes and myself. Can't forget the great Kate Scott, who also comes from that great coaching tree. And I'm sure I could throw out a bunch of other names that started right here on the morning show. And hey, who knows? young Tony might be that next superstar. But on the other side, we'll get back into the Dubs, the playoff picture, and the wild, wild west as we get ready to talk to Rick Barry at 9:15 this morning. The Hall of Famer will give his take on the best and worst matchups for the Golden State Warriors. More Warriors basketball coming up next on the other side. Marcus Boucher and JD, John Dickinson filling in for Murph on KNBR 104.5 FM and 6 at AM, the sports leader.
Say hello to Steph. He's the greatest shooter in the history of the world. Wide open.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a great night for us with the back-to-back to keep everybody under 25 minutes or so. I guess Steph was almost at 26, but and then to get a lot of minutes for guys off the bench. I mean, it's always important, to keep the spirits up when you're one of the guys who doesn't play a whole lot. Really happy for Trace, with Quentin out. We had him in the rotation from the beginning of the game, and he really responded and played well, made some big plays for us out there. And he's kept such a great attitude and worked so hard during this time, the last couple of months, and showed who he is.
That, of course, is the voice of Golden State Warriors head coach Steve Kerr talking about the win last night in Phoenix. And this, of course, is the voice of Marcus Boucher hosting the show this morning with John Dickinson filling in for Brian Murphy for one more day. And it's been a fun morning today, mixing and matching a little Warriors talk, a little Giants talk. And if you are in the Venn diagram of Giants and Warriors fans, which I'm sure a lot of our listeners are, today you'll have a chance to do the double dip, a.k.a. the Terry Francois two-step. Go check out the Giants pitch today with Justin Verlander on the mound, 12:45 down at Oracle Park. Then you can take Terry Francois down to Chase Center to check out the Spurs in town taking on the Warriors tonight. And you can come hang out with all the KNBR hosts, as I will be at the ball game today. Greg Silver and Greg Papa will be at 58 Social. Then you can stop by and say what's up to JD after the Warriors game down at Harmonic Brewery right across the way from Chase Center. And if you're looking for more opportunities to hang out with KNBR hosts, we've got something special for you, because the KNBR 49ers Draft Watch Party is back, baby. We did it last year in San Francisco, but this year we're going down to the 408, going down to Jack's Restaurant and Bar in San Jose on Thursday, April 24th. Jack's Restaurant and Bar. It's 1502 Saratoga Avenue in San Jose, just outside the Westgate Mall. Dirty Work, Copes, and D-Pops will be hosting their show starting at 4 after the Giants game that day. Then the watch party starts at 5 p.m. I'll join the party, and that's when the party really gets started. Come hang out, come have a couple beers, and check in on the live broadcast with JD, Greg Papa, and a couple other guys down at Levi Stadium for the 49ers draft show to find out who the 49ers draft with the number 11 pick. But it's funny, JD, we haven't mentioned the 49ers at all today because there's so many other headlines with the San Francisco Giants and the Golden State Warriors. But I did want to focus on the Warriors and focus on what Steve Kerr was talking about in last night's win over the Phoenix Suns. In case you missed it, final score 133-95 in a game that I viewed as essentially a glorified scrimmage, a practice game.
But also a must-win.
A must-win also, exactly. It was very important to go out there and win, but I think this played out perfectly, where Steph Curry got some shots up, only played 26 minutes, Draymond Green 20 minutes, Jimmy Butler 20 minutes, even some of the young guys. There wasn't a single player that played more than 26 minutes last night. And then you throw in the fact that they are, again, on another back-to-back, road home back-to-back, like we saw last week between L.A. before coming back home and taking on the Nuggets on Friday. They're back in action tonight against the Spurs. But, JD, you tell me, any big takeaways from last night's game, or is it just more about the playoff picture and how this Western Conference is going to shake out?
To me, it's the laser focus that they came out with off of a loss, knowing that at a minimum, they had to win the next 3. Now, 1 in the bank, you got to win the next 2. We'll see what happens, how much meaning the Clippers game will have. It could mean everything, depending upon what other teams do. It could be a game where the Warriors can choose their fate in terms of if they're already into the top 6, which is now very much a possibility given some of the other events from last night. But it was the fact that they came out with a purpose and handled business, I think, above all. And I think that started with Steph Curry. The bounce back from the rough game that he had against the Rockets and the single-digit three-point game, and the worst game of Steph Curry's career, really going all the way back from a scoring standpoint to 2012. I mean, that was pre-trade trade of Monte Ellis for Andrew Bogut. That was pre-Draymond Green. That was Klay Thompson's rookie year. Damn. I mean, that's how far he had to go back for the 3-point Steph performance. But as he has done so many times over the last few years, when he has one of those single-digit performances, he bounces back in a big-time way. And I thought he set the tone early. The laser focus, though, is the big thing that stands out for me. It was the defensive intent. It was the ball movement. It was the really taking advantage of a Suns team that throughout the course of the game at times looked like they didn't even want to be out there. Like they know their fate is all but sealed at this point as far as completely even missing the play-in tournament, which is hard to imagine. But the Warriors look like you knew Denver or Houston, one of those games was probably going to catch up to them from a physical standpoint. They were able to, on adrenaline, motivation, whatever it is, ride through the Denver game and get the win. They didn't quite have the energy, the execution level against the Rockets, but they quickly, after one day off, got it back. And they didn't overly tax themselves for tonight, which I think is important. And I think that's a theme for the week. Not overly taxing, especially last night and tonight, because I think the Portland game has the potential to be a more taxing game than either last night or tonight. Young team, although they've started shutting some players down, they were eliminated from play-in contention within the last few days. But I think just a younger team with some bodies that are going to fly around and try to make things happen, I think that team could be one that maybe gives the Warriors a greater run than even San Antonio or Phoenix did. So being fresh for that game, but also keeping yourself fresh for the prospect of having to play the game Sunday and having it mean something against the Clippers, I think is important because we've seen the cumulative effects of the Warriors throughout the season when they have to play a lot of games in a short period of time. It feels like every 4 and 6, 5 and 8 stretch, there's always one game where the Warriors are just dead. Just don't have it. Just tired. They look it. They don't shoot well. They're sloppy, mental fatigue, all those things. And they're set up for one more of those. If you go back from last night through Sunday, they would be set up to have one more of those. To not have it be last night is huge, but to be able to have lessened the cumulative effect of having to play the 4 and 6 again, I think is important.
Yeah, and JD, I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but I am highly intrigued
Sure you do.
about that matchup against the Clippers on Sunday. I don't want to look past the Spurs and look past Portland, but I'm looking far and ahead of those two teams because, A, I want to see how this Western Conference logjam shakes out on Sunday and how important that game will be, whether or not the Warriors can get home court advantage or if they can move up or drop down in the standings. I also want to see just how the Warriors match up against Clippers with Jimmy Butler now on the court. Jimmy Butler, not Jimmy Buster. That goes back to Young Tony this morning asking about Buster Posey versus Jimmy Butler and the impact they've had on this organization, on both organizations. But I want to see that matchup between Kawhi and Jimmy Butler as well. But here's the thing. Because we've broke down so many different scenarios, so many different pathways. Like this morning, I truly felt like Zach Galifianakis in the movie Hangover, where he's trying to count cards and like he's going through all the scenarios in his head. Like, damn, which seed are the Warriors going to end up in?
You can see the algorithms
and
above
I can
you.
see it all, and I'm cashing in. I'm trying to cash in Vegas right now, and so are the Warriors, and so are Warriors fans. But it's simple. The simple solution. Keep it simple, stupid. If the Warriors win out, if they win all 3 games, they are guaranteed a top 6 seed. They avoid the play-in bracket. So that's, to me, the real focus here, JD. And control what you can control. It's nice to scoreboard watch and look for help from other teams, but if they just simply win these next 3 games, they're in the playoffs, and we don't got to worry about a play-in bounce out.
And if they win out, they are guaranteed a top 5 seed because that would drop the Clippers to a 33rd loss, so they would move up there, and then already having the tiebreaker against the Grizzlies and the Timberwolves, and the Timberwolves wouldn't catch them. So it would basically be the Grizzlies could, in that vein, match them, but the Warriors have the tiebreaker over the Grizzlies. So if the Warriors went out, they're 5th. No worse than 5th.
Yes.
In the Western Conference. They could still move up to 4. At that point, depending upon what the Nuggets and Grizzlies do. Oh, by the way, the Nuggets and Grizzlies play each other. Mm-hmm. So one of those teams is going to lose as well. So they're going to have one of those teams is going to have 33 losses. The Warriors would give the Clippers their 33rd loss. The Timberwolves already have 33 losses. So at that point, if it's Denver that loses to the Grizzlies, the Warriors would move up to 4. If it's Denver who wins and wins out in matches, then the tiebreaker in play there would give Denver the nod over the Warriors for 4-5.
And it's something that we've touched on a lot this morning after the news that Michael Malone was fired yesterday. Not only what it means for the Western Conference, but what it means for the Warriors if they were to get in a matchup against the Denver Nuggets. Now, you're feeling a little bit more confident now that the Warriors have a better matchup against the Nuggets because Mike Malone is no longer coaching the team.
Yeah, I think that. And again, the players are still the players. You've made that point. I think it's a more than fair point. I'm also not, although I did it for the purposes of conversation when young Tony asked, I'm not one that thinks the Nuggets are the best matchup necessarily. I still think they're down at the bottom of the board with the Lakers, but I would put them in front of the Lakers specifically in terms of matchups. I would rather play Denver than LA. But as we laid out within the last hour, if you're the Warriors, to me, you can find something good to feel, some way to feel good about every single matchup, except maybe a matchup against the Clippers, only because the Warriors hadn't beat them. But they haven't played them with Jimmy Butler. One of those games the Warriors punted on in LA, and the other two were very early in the season. Game 3, it was the home opener for the Warriors when everybody was at Levi's for the 49ers and the Cowboys. That's how long ago that was. Early season 49ers, early midseason 49ers when the Warriors played the Clippers. And then the other one was in November before Thanksgiving, and the Warriors got beat down at Intuit Dome there. So we haven't seen this team, but the Clippers are playing much better basketball even than they were then. But the Clippers were the early kryptonite for the Dubs. Beat them 2 times of the 3 losses in the 12-3 iteration of this team.
Yeah, but to your point, these two teams are totally different from the last time they matched up. Kawhi's back
better.
healthy, both better. The Clippers 17-3 in their last 20 games. So looking forward to this matchup this Sunday. But JD, we spent a lot of time this morning talking about standings and seeding and who the Warriors could potentially match up against. I got a question for you about this Warriors roster, because I am a Dubs OT guy. I tune in not just for the great takes of JD, but for the great looks of a Kyle Haar as well. And I've heard you guys discuss Jonathan Kuminga's role on this team
a lot.
And I want to dive into it because I feel like that's one of the biggest question marks from this fan base about Steve Kerr's rotation is what to do with Jonathan Kuminga going into the postseason. Because even in the game they lost on Sunday to Houston, I thought maybe you could have saw more Jonathan Kuminga, especially when you factor in the success he's had against the Houston Rockets earlier this season. I wanted to see more from Kuminga. How have you seen that fit with Jimmy Butler, and what do you think his role will be in the postseason?
Yeah, he's going to be a role player. He's going to get an opportunity to play. If he plays well, I think he'll get more opportunities to play. I think if he doesn't play well, he's probably going to not play as much. I think it could fluctuate anywhere between 15 to 20 minutes a game up to 25 to 30 minutes a game in certain games or certain matchups. I also think he has a bad first shift. He may not get a second shift or may get a second shift in the first half, but not a third shift in the second half, if that makes sense, and certainly not be in the mix to close. I think if he plays well, he'll be in the mix to close games, but not among those that are kind of penciled in to be guaranteed a closing spot in the way that I think a Brandon Podziemski would be, in addition to say, Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy Butler. There's 2 spots every night, I think, that are open in terms of who's going to be in the closing lineup, but I think Podziemski's got the inside track at one of those spots on most nights, and I think Moses Moody, to a lesser extent than Podziemski, has the inside track on the other because of just how well that starting lineup has done together, 15-1.
Yeah. We've seen how good that small ball lineup is, which is, of course, the way that the Warriors have been winning for decades now with the small ball lineup. But every once in a while, we'll get the question asked on this show, why don't they have any more athletic bigs? And we'll get questions about a guy like TJD, who you saw last night after Quentin Post was scratched with an illness. I understand that Quentin Post, a.k.a. Quentin Perimeter, can stretch out your offense more, but defensively, don't you think TJD could get a little bit more run because of his rim blocking ability? Or where do you stand with TJD when it comes to the rotation and overall the lack of size with the Warriors?
Probably not. I think he, although last night he and Brandon Podziemski spoke to the fact that TJD's handled everything like a pro. Like, I don't think he's in the initial plan necessarily in any matchup, but I do think the way he waited for his opportunity last night, and it came because Quentin Post was ill and couldn't play in the game, that's going to be, I think, how Trace Jackson Davis gets minutes, if he gets minutes in the playoffs. It's basically not necessarily an injury or Quentin Post being ill, but if Quentin Post proves himself to be unplayable, and so much of the playoffs is about players who prove themselves to be unplayable. We saw that with Jonathan Kuminga a couple years ago. He proved himself to be unplayable against Sacramento and then ended up not playing against the Lakers in the following series. So it's the ability to stay ready, I think. And Kuminga may find himself in that role if he gets taken out. Just because you get taken out of the rotation doesn't mean you can't go back in the rotation if opportunity presents itself. Moses Moody was out of the rotation and took Kuminga's spot 2 years ago and ended up being a productive player in the Sacramento and Lakers series for the Warriors. So we'll see how it all shakes out. I don't think TJD will be in the initial plan, but him showing the ability to stay ready and make the most of an opportunity like he did last night is impressive for a young player that was playing a lot more. He was starting this time last year and playing a lot. To the point where he ended up starting even in the 9-10 game.
It was the end of the Kevon Looney starting streak when TJD took over. And a lot of people thought he was going to be that next guy, a guy with CP3 that was throwing down alley-oops and did give you some rim protection, a couple blocks on Wemby. He just kind of feels like he's lost a little bit in the rotation.
To wrap it up also on Kuminga, I think the one thing that's been finally, I think there was too much of a high-end expectation that he was going to come back and he was going to be the third guy and he's going to be 25 a game and it's going to look like it did before the injury. Like, that was never going to happen with this iteration of the team. And if it was going to happen, it was going to happen naturally. It didn't. And I think when you look at some of the comments, Steph Curry about a week or so ago, Kuminga played well. What was the game where he played really well?
Against the Lakers.
The Lakers in L.A.
Great defense, surprisingly.
They're all running together. Great defense. He played a great game. He flashed a little of the bag, but he did the high-energy effort, little things that the Warriors want to see. And then every time he has a good game, and Steph Curry was all over this, every time Kuminga has a good game, it becomes the talk about needs to play a ton, and he's going to be a star, and he's the X factor, and the number 3, all these things, the future face of the franchise. And Steph said, like, can't you just let him play? Like, why does there always have to be this grand conversation? He doesn't play well, you need to trade him. He does play well, he's a future star. Just be a freaking role player. Just be a guy who can help a team win, help this team win as a role player. And that may mean you play more, you play less. Let's quit having that conversation after every game. I feel like when Steph said it and then Steve Kerr doubled down on it pregame the next day, I feel like it finally settled to the point where Kuminga is just treated like every other role player is treated. He's going to get his run. He might play great and play more. He might not and play less. But we don't have to have this grandiose conversation about his future, this existential crisis of Jonathan Kuminga's future and what it all means after every single game. The fact that is done is real good for the Warriors because it kind of hangs over everything far too much.
That's the message for Jonathan Kuminga. Stay ready so you don't got to get ready. And on the other side, Rick Barry will get us ready for the Warriors matchup tonight against the San Antonio Spurs, and we'll talk to him about the potential championship aspirations for the Golden State Warriors. Rick Barry, the Hall of Famer, next on the Murph and Markey Show with JD on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Papa and Silver will be live from 58 Social today. They will be doing the Giants pregame. Coverage starts at 11:45. First pitch at 12:45. Justin Verlander on the mound versus right-handed pitcher Nick Martinez. You can hear Papa and Silver. You can even go see them at 58 Social. You can also hear the whole show on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Starts with Draymond Green. The first 7 minutes of the game were an absolute defensive clinic. I was just blown away watching all the nuance to what he was doing, helping everywhere, taking away angles, showing out on pick and rolls. We were switching some, but, he was kind of mixing and matching. And the guy's a one-man wrecking crew. He really is.
Steve Kerr on the defensive abilities of one Draymond Green. And, of course, this is the Murph and Marcus Show with John Dickinson filling in for Brian Murphy for one more day before Murph makes his return tomorrow. But, JD, before we make the connection with Rick Barry, I did want to talk to you about Draymond Green's defense because last time I checked, he was the odds-on favorite out in Las Vegas to be this year's Defensive Player of the Year. And we talk about how impressive it is for Steph Curry to play at the level he does at 37. Draymond Green at age 36 is still one of the best defenders in the league.
Yeah, and he's been reinvigorated by the addition of Jimmy Butler, and I think reinvigorated by the fact that he believes this team can contend for and win an NBA championship. He needs the games to matter. He feels like the games matter now, and that's helped raise his game from a personal standpoint.
I mean, he has always kind of been the heart and soul of this dynasty. And even when you don't see the stat box be filled out with the single-double, the triple-single, as Charles Barkley and our guy Overnight Dave like to make fun of Draymond about, like, the impact that he has on the game. And we were talking earlier about Jimmy Butler being a connector, not only for the offense, but for the defense. And I love watching the two of them go back and forth on switches. Draymond Green reading the defense. It's essentially like having a middle linebacker and a free safety on the field, the way that they connect to each other with the green dot on the back of their helmet.
It's well said. They see the game the same way. Like, Jimmy can speak Draymond in terms of defensive analyzation.
Well, he just speaks Draymond Green's love language.
Yeah.
Remember when he said, I told Joe to go get another a-hole,
Yes.
and that's why they brought in Jimmy Butler.
Exactly. They just connect, and it's that in addition to the motivation and everything. There was so much question about the fit and could it work and how would it work? And I think really the only Jimmy Butler question now, it's amazing. He's so good at getting others involved and just making the right play and high IQ offense. But the impact that he's had on Steph and Draymond specifically, I think, is fascinating because both of it is the psychological component, I think, to just believing that this team has a ceiling that can touch a title, which they weren't sniffing at any point before the trade, as we've said. So Steph is now more motivated and locked in, but the game is also easy enough for Steph because Jimmy is so smart and he's getting everybody involved, and the whole thing is clicking to a point in the system to where Steph can now dominate again, which is huge. It's the same way for Draymond defensively. Then you've got Jimmy setting all these young players up and help. Podziemski's getting open looks. They connect from a basketball IQ standpoint. Both have mentioned that Moses Moody's getting easier looks because of Jimmy Butler. Quentin Post was getting easier looks because of Jimmy Butler. So all of those things are true. The only question still between now and the end of this thing, whenever it ends for the Golden State Warriors, on the nights where it isn't clicking, on the nights where Steph is being taken away by the opponent, on the nights where he is getting physically manhandled like the Rockets were trying to do and did, is Jimmy Butler going to be able to step up and step in and be Jimmy Buckets, be playoff Jimmy?
There it is.
Be 30 to 40 points a couple of times here and do it without getting to the line, doing it on a night where maybe you don't get to the line 15 times. Like most of his big scoring games, if not all of them, have been double-digit free throws.
Yeah.
That's been how, and 7 to 13. 7 to 13 will get you 14, 15 points right there, and then 12 free throws, and you're at 27. That's how he's done it in a lot of these games. Can he go get those buckets? Because if you've noticed, and I know you have, if you've noticed in the few games that the Warriors have lost, the question has been, do you need to be more aggressive? Do you need to take more shots? Do you need to? So I that is the only, because there is that, and I don't think people are wrong to ask the question or even believe that it needs to be this way. And I'm curious where you shake out on this thing. But the truth, you're paying him $62 million. And there are some that say, hey, you're paying for that to get you 30 plus in playoff games when other guys don't have it. You're paying for that true number 2 star in that moment. I think you could also make the case you're paying to just not be the Suns or the Dallas Mavericks or the Sacramento Kings because that's where they were headed. I think you could equally make that claim, but it's fascinating because I think as great as everything has been, that's the one thing if the Warriors come up short and he isn't playoff Jimmy or Jimmy Buckets, in the context of that, I think some of the onus will fall on him.
Yeah, and I felt like some of the blame game got placed on him after Sunday's loss against the Rockets. In a game that you mentioned, Steph Curry was being chased and double-teamed. A lot of people thought that Jimmy Butler would step up and kind of take over that game. But to me, JD, I don't want Jimmy Butler to feel like he has to take over the game and do it himself. Because what I don't want to see is ISO ball, like we see a lot of times with Jonathan Kuminga. We talk about the biggest problems to him is not truly fitting into the Warriors system. And we know when the Warriors are most successful, it's based on ball movement and defense, which Jimmy Butler brings to the table. So when you ask me whether or not Jimmy can do it in the playoffs, based off his track record, based off his resume as playoff Jimmy, my answer would be yes. Now, that's the question. Is he going to take it to a next level once you get to the postseason? Once you actually start playing playoff games, will that bring that extra energy out of him? Or will the Warriors need that from him since the offense has been clicking, to your point, whether it's Quentin Post, Moses Moody, Brandon Podziemski, hell, even Draymond Green is dropping back, putting the backpack on and hitting a couple three-pointers per game also. It seems like if the Warriors are going to be successful, they need that constant flow and chemistry offensively and defensively. So I don't want to put Jimmy in a situation where he feels like he needs to play hero ball and truly take over a game.
They might need it. I'm not sure they're going to get it. We'll find out. I think he's certainly capable still. I'm not going to be one to say he doesn't have that level of play in the bag anymore. Like I'm not going to say that until proven otherwise. Like I think I'll take him at his word, and he has said, hey, he'll have the scoring punch there when necessary. in the context of helping the team win. But I do think that's something that if there is something that can turn it, I'm a firm believer in how seasons end matter. Like if you don't win it, how do you not win it? Do you not win it because Podziemski and Moody couldn't hit shots? That tells you something. Did you not win it because teams completely took Steph Curry away and Jimmy Butler was averaging 18 and not 28? Then that tells you something. Like was your defense good enough? Did you all of those different things? Did the size kill you? Like all of those things, because I think what we have to keep in mind here, Marcus, is the fact that this really, as much as the Warriors can make a run this year, I think we all agree. Mm-hmm. When they made the trade, it was really, I think, initially more about let's see how far they can go this year and then use what you learn from that to build the roster for next year. And next year is truly the best chance to get the fifth ring for Steph and for Draymond and for Steve Kerr. But because it's gone so well, 21-3 with Steph and Jimmy, you start to uber focus on, this year, and how could you not?
I mean, exactly. And circling back to the Jimmy Butler trade, we discussed this earlier this morning. With the Warriors taking down Phoenix last night, you did not see Kevin Durant on the court. And we can go through the butterfly effect of what would have happened if KD did say he wanted to come back to the Warriors and they made that trade for KD instead of Jimmy Butler. But I think if they did end up making that trade for KD, you wouldn't see a Brandon Podziemski on this team. You wouldn't see a Jonathan Kuminga. So to me, that's the biggest factor, that the Warriors were still able to keep this two-timeline system kind of intact that I know we've been talking about for way too many years now, but Pods and Kuminga are still there, and you blend that together with the youth of a Brandon Podziemski, but also Moses Moody and Quentin Post with the veterans on the team and Jimmy and Steph and Draymond, and that's why the team chemistry is there right now, and it seems like they're all feeding off each other. I mean, look at the last 4 games for Brandon Podziemski. 22 points last night against Phoenix, 19 the game before that, 26 the game before that, 28 the game before that. Podziemski is playing phenomenal, just had a brand new shoe release also, and yesterday gave a great quote about Jimmy Butler and whether or not we will see playoff Jimmy in this year's playoffs.
I mean, I think everybody knows Jimmy as playoff Jimmy, the guy that scored 50 in the finals, all that type of stuff. But I think so far, sometimes he almost passes to a fault. And we want Jimmy to be ultra aggressive. I talked to Steph before the game when tip-off started. We just tried to get Jimmy the ball as much as we could to start the game to try to get him in a rhythm. And even though he only shot 4 shots tonight, he made the right play over and over again. But I know when playoffs roll around and it's time, Jimmy will be there.
Yeah, and Jimmy Butler told us a couple weeks ago, when it's time for me to take over, I'll take over. Steve Kerr echoed that same message. Sounds like the team is confident in Jimmy Butler's ability to morph into playoff Jimmy. And, of course, playoff Jimmy is sponsored by Marin Health. With top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay, Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. Well, we're also getting closer to first pitch, 12:45. Giants are back in action today, trying to stop the sweep by the Cincinnati Reds. We'll wrap up the show with a little City Connect talk because it's divided Giants Nation. 808 KNBR, give us your letter grade. What did you think about the new City Connects? And what did you think about them getting shut out in back-to-back games against Cincinnati? More Giants baseball talk on the other side. JD in for a few more segments for Murph with Marcus Boucher on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Bottom line is, any criticism that comes out early in regards to uniforms, you don't pay a whole lot of attention to. I thought that the uniforms last night were great. I thought that Rachel Height and her team really did a great job putting these things together. And they included a lot more people. I mean, Brad Graham's Giants Clubby was involved in it. Players were involved. They called up Logan Webb. They wanted his opinion in it. So it was a collaboration, and I think it really is something that showed well on the field last night. I thought they were fantastic, and they're going to be fun.
Wrapping up the Murph and Marcus show on a Wednesday morning. John Dickinson filling in for Murph today and yesterday. Always appreciate JD staying hot in the bullpen, ready to go. And that, of course, was the voice of Mike Krukow from earlier this morning, giving his thoughts on the Giants City Connect uniforms, the brand new City Connect uniforms that have divided the Giants fan base. It's funny, JD. I immediately looked down at the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, and there are back-to-back texts. 707 says, I like this year's jersey City Connects more than I like their City Connects from last year. That's great. But then I go down, and 209 says, these are the worst jerseys in all of baseball, which I will disagree, and I will die on the hill that it's definitely not worse than the all-blue, blue tops, blue pants softball jerseys that the Dodgers wear. Look, there are some atrocious City Connect uniforms. The Giants, in my opinion, have improved on their City Connects. I love the black tops with the white pants. I love the socks that they were wearing yesterday. The hats look pretty damn cool. Our guy Walter Cabosetta was in studio today, already rocking the City Connect cap, and you can go see that cap live at 58 Social right now as he's setting up the Greg Papa and Greg Silver show. But JD, let me get your breakdown. What were your thoughts last night on the Giants City Connect uniforms?
I liked them. Again, they've grown on me. Since I've learned more about them, and also last night specifically seeing just the different combinations of accessories and the way guys wore the sleeves and the undershirts and the socks and so it was I thought it was pretty cool. Again, I think you could definitely do a lot worse. I completely agree with you on the Dodgers part of it. I like them. I didn't. I've said it a few times the last couple of days. I didn't like them when I first saw just the black jersey, but now the whole package, I think they're solid. And again, I don't think we have to be so rigid about the tradition of everything.
Yes, and I'll say this, JD, because we see it across all sports. Teams like alternate jerseys, but I like to remind people it's not like the Giants are replacing the home creams with these uniforms. These are a City Connect jersey. They're going to wear them every Tuesday night. I don't know how many Tuesdays are in a baseball season, but I'm guessing it's somewhere between 20 to 25 times you're going to see these jerseys this year in a 162-game season. I hear it. There might be some better old school classics, some throwbacks that you might want to bring back from the McCovey days or from the Willie Mays days or from the Will Clark days. I understand people like those uniforms. But Nike and Major League Baseball is trying to sell you new uniforms, and they're also trying to connect to a younger generation, if we're being honest with you. And yesterday, down at the ballpark, I saw kids already wearing their City Connect uniforms, wearing those jerseys. Hell, I saw a group of adults yesterday, the City Connect guys, who were head to toe in the new City Connects with the baseball pants, drinking beers out in the 415 section to the point where kids were going up and asking for autographs and pictures because they thought they were actual players. So the kids like them. I like them. I know Murph and his kids have talked about how they like them as well. It was cool being out at the ballpark yesterday, seeing the switch up of the vibe on a Tuesday night and the fact that the Giants are trying to connect to the music roots here in San Francisco. E40 throws out the first pitch. Probably should have been 40 feet away from home plate. Pilo made an appearance before the game, and our guy LaRussell was out in the 415 section performing nothing like it. Great vibes at the ballpark, even on a night where the Giants only got 4 hits.
13 times. There are 13 Tuesday home games.
That's it. You're only going to see those
and we're already
13 times.
So 12 to go.
You got a dozen more matchups to go with the City Connect uniforms. You're going to survive. But I get the complaints because the last version of the City Connects went 30-16, JD. So people just thought they would magically put on these new City Connect uniforms and they'd go out there and win, but they've been shut out in back-to-back games. Not a great start for the new City Connects, an 0-1 record.
So 46 times in 4 years. So it's basically 11, 12 times a year. Remember, they missed a couple because they were delayed in shipping, I think. So, yeah, that's...
Well, I'm glad that the City Connect uniforms finally got delivered, but can we get those torpedo bats delivered too? I don't know how those got lost in the mail.
Yeah,
because
Sam Huff, right?
The Giants need some offense.
Sam Huff is one of the guys that's getting them. Or were some of the other guys?
Yeah, Sam Huff. We talked to Bob Melvin and Buster Posey last week, and they said, yeah, sounds like a few guys have shipped them. They should be coming in soon. I thought we'd see them in San Francisco. Maybe they're waiting for the East Coast road trip. Maybe they need to send Willie Adames over to like the Yankees dugout before the game starts, and he can steal a couple of torpedo bats away from Cody Bellinger and Anthony Volpe. I'm riffing, of course, but does seem like Willie Adames could use it. But first of all, he'd have to make contact with the torpedo bat because he has been striking out quite often. I hate to riff on my guy so early on the season, but you would like to see better production from Willie Adames also.
Yeah, it's early. I mean, again, it's 11 games in. I think that's where, when you have a good record and certain players are not producing at the level that you'd hope, I mean, at least you've got the good record because at some point they're going to come around and then maybe somebody else goes into it. I mean, that's the nature of baseball is you never really have everybody hot at the same time. Yeah. You hope you do more than other teams do, obviously, and that'll lead you. Here's one, again, fun with small sample size thing that I've thought of here. So you look at the Giants have played 2-day games to this point. They played 2-day games, 3-night games at home at Oracle Park. 2-day games, they've got 15 runs. 3-night games, they've got 4 runs. Anything to that?
You might be onto something. Temperature drops, the marine layer comes in, wind starts blowing in a little bit. Are you saying that Oracle Park is not a hitter's park, JD?
Well, yes. I'm just saying anything specifically this.
At night, too.
We know, well, yes, at night.
Yes.
And look, that's nothing new for the now 26th season of the ballpark. But I don't know. Watching the last couple of games, it took me back to, well, how many times have we seen night game? Giants don't hit. And, I mean, they go through those ebbs and flows every year. Even when they're championship contenders, they would have stretches, and everybody would freak out and act like this team isn't any good, even when they did have a good record, and they have a good record right now. And then they'd come out of it, and they'd score on some other days. Again, it's not obviously rocket science, but they come out and score 7 today. It's just sometimes you got to manufacture a little bit more, maybe in some of those night games where the runs are at less of a premium.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, even going back to those 2 games, Monday and Tuesday night, it felt like with this brand of baseball that we've seen in the first 11, 12 games of the season, that they would have a chance to battle back in the 9th inning. And they have had some great contact late in games in the 9th inning. Elliot Ramos has had a couple balls snagged away. Shout out to the Cincinnati Reds outfield that was making plays left and right yesterday, but they got to be more clutch this year, which we saw all throughout spring training in the first 11 games of the season. They had one of the best OPSs as a team with runners in scoring position with 2 outs, looking for some of those clutch knocks today and looking to provide some type of run support for Justin Verlander on the bump, because if they do go out and score 7 runs today, it'd be 7 more runs than they've scored in the past 2 games, JD.
Exactly. And I just, even, again, anecdotally on the Sunday, Yastrzemski hits the 3-run shot.
Little Oppo Taco action.
Little Oppo Taco backspin, just kind of gets up there and floats away. Like, that doesn't happen at night. It doesn't happen at night.
Absolutely.
It just, that, and if that, it made me think if that game had been played at night, they might have lost that game 2-1.
It's a possibility.
It just, so again, I don't know. The ballpark's the ballpark. You can't overcome it. But I think, as you look at, this team hit the ball out of the park on the road. That was part of their success. They were hitting it out of a couple of small parks to begin the year. The Great American Small Park, and obviously whatever they call the Houston Park, not Minute Maid anymore.
Yeah, not anymore. They changed that name off the Crawford boxes.
Not Enron anymore.
Looking for those Giants bats to start popping like those City Connect uniforms were popping last night. Again, I see the text line blowing up. Everybody is checking in. Everybody's got an opinion. 530, the City Connects are blanking dope. 530, another guy, same area code. Are we really talking about City Connects? Who cares? Well, obviously the text line cares. Obviously social media cares. And here's the thing. They're provocative. They get the people going. Everybody's had a take so far. I need the John Dixon take of who wore the jersey the best yesterday, who had the most swag, who had the most JD drip in their uniform yesterday.
Jung-Hoo Lee.
Ooh.
Yeah.
He's got that aura.
It's Jung-Hoo Lee for me. I love the socks. The socks is what flipped it. I like the sleeves. I like the glove. Also, the orange and black glove I thought was sweet. That's Jung-Hoo Lee, hands down. Like I think far and away. I think there were some other good combinations. I like Chapman. But I think Jung-Hoo Lee was the one who stole the show for me.
You know, it's funny. I talked yesterday about how I thought it was pretty cool that they are invoking the color purple or violet, throwing back to their roots, 1913 to the New York Giants.
That's probably the thing most people hate,
Yeah,
right?
exactly. People hate that. And I was like, I kind of like the extra little pizzazz. Again, look at City Connect uniforms around the league. It's not like the Padres are repping their color with their City Connect uniforms. The Washington Nationals just put out a brand new baby blue uniform. The Boston Red Sox had a yellow uniform. Now they're going with a green Monster uniform as well. So there's different colors, different variations. But as much as I do like the extra little additive of the purple representing the Haight and Fillmore districts, I didn't like the purple sleeves. If I'm being completely honest with you. I like the classic look of a Wilmer Flores.
It's too much.
Going all black. Yeah, the purple stands out a little bit.
It's too much non your color.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you can add a couple purple accessories, maybe a little wrist tape, maybe some shoelaces, throw an extra color of purple on your cleats, and I think that's a nice touch right there. So if I had to power rank, I'm going with the black sleeves of a Wilmer Flores, the orange sleeves of a Matt Chapman, then we get down to the purple sleeves of a Willie Adames, who does get extra points for matching with his glove as well, but we do got to check in with the voice of the younger generation. Young Tony, what was your breakdown on the City Connect uniforms, and in your opinion, who wore it the best?
Ooh, we talked about this earlier. I think you guys are both right. Jung-Hoo Lee with the purple undershirt. I love the fact that Marcus came early with the detailed review. Jung-Hoo Lee had the purple undershirt.
Here's the thing. Orange sleeves, but the purple undershirt. He's going toon tone. That's swag. That's aura points, as the kids would say.
Dude, and he already has so many aura points. Are you kidding?
Yes, he
I will say, I think the orange sleeves is a good call. I like Wilmer Flores, the black, all business. It's a business meaning, as I joke. Jack Loader, this guy always has bad takes. This guy just came in here just saying he hates the uniforms.
He hates everything.
And this guy's my age.
Yeah.
So we got people, this guy's like a traditionalist, like an old man get off my lawn type thing.
Well, here's the thing. Young Tony. We don't call him Young Jack Loader because, as I said earlier, he's the oldest looking 25-year-old I've ever seen. He's 25 going on 55, so I don't care about his takes. Tell Jack Loader to get the hell off my lawn. I like the City Connect uniforms, and it sounds like a lot of the younger generation and even some of the older generation. We had a texter checking it earlier this morning. I lost the area code. He said, I've been going to Giants games since 1969. I've never liked the City Connect uniforms, but this year I will be buying the new City Connects for me, my family, my kids, my grandkids. So it does seem like this can span beyond multiple generations with the tie to music, with the tie to Metallica, the Grateful Dead, the Steve Miller Band, Larry June, Lil Russell, who was out yesterday performing in the middle of the 6th and the 7th inning, E40, Pilo, everybody making appearances. And again, have a little fun, enjoy the game. Maybe you can find Jeff Kent on my soundboard. All people do at KNBR is bitch about the game. Enjoy the game more, and enjoy the new City Connect jerseys. But on the other side, we will put a bow on the show, figured out what young Tony learned today with one more lesson with Marcus and JD filling in for Brian Murphy. Murph makes his return tomorrow right here on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Enjoy the game more. From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in 1-800-GAMBLER. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Well, look, my expectations don't matter for him. This guy has his own expectations that far supersede, I think, any of our expectations. So I'll leave it at that. He's an animal. I mean, watching him work this spring and the way he goes about his business is the impact on the younger guys, and he has been very willing to give advice. And I think about guys. I mean, Webby's and Robbie too. I mean, even though Webby and Robbie have been in the big leagues for a long time now, you got a guy like Justin Verlander who's a future Hall of Famer. It's great to have those guys around and just watch.
I see you working, young Tony. That, of course, was the voice of Buster Posey. From the Giants Executive Show, we will be rotating Buster Posey, Larry Bear, and Zach Manassin, who's going to join Murph and myself yesterday, as Murph will make his return. But that was Buster Posey talking about Justin Verlander being an animal on the mound. Verlander's back on the bump today, 12:45 first pitch, taking on Nick Martinez, as the Giants will try to stop the sweep after getting back-to-back sweeps to start the season in San Francisco. So make sure you go down to the ballpark, say what's up to Greg Silver and Greg Papa, who are about 7 minutes away from blessing your airwaves. They are hosting the show down at 58 Social. Come on down to the ballpark, have a couple Bloody Marys, enjoy the baseball game, then walk down Terry Francois Boulevard, go check out the Warriors taking on the Spurs, and say what's up to my guy JD, and buy him a beer for hosting a radio show from 6 a.m. in the morning to 10 a.m. And tonight, he'll be back on the airwaves around, 8:30, 9 o'clock to 10 p.m. tonight?
Yeah, about 9:30, 9:15, 9:30, whenever the Warriors game goes final. We'll probably go till 11 sometimes. Get a wild hair. We might go to 11:30 if Harmonic is still buzzing.
Yeah.
I'll go till they kick me out.
Yeah, exactly. And it's going to be a long day of day drinking for me. I'll see if I make it down Terry Francois Boulevard and go catch a beer or grab a beer, drink a beer with JD. Yeah, you want a beer, grab a beer. And I need a beer after hosting for the last 3 days. Murphy's back in the driver's seat tomorrow. It's always fun to scoot over and take over the wheel because we all know Murph. He's a great driver. He's going to put on his blinker. He's going to hit his emergency hazards. He's going to look over his shoulder and check the blind spot. Meanwhile, I host the show. I get the car. I start ghost riding the whip like my guy E40 was last night before he threw out the first pitch at Oracle Park.
You drive it the way E40 threw it?
Yeah, exactly. Ghost ride the whip. Ghost ride the whip. But Murph will be back in the whip tomorrow. It's hilarious even saying the word whip and Murph in the same sentence, but it doesn't matter whether Murph is hosting or I'm hoping. We got to whip the young kid into shape. What did young Tony learn today, young Tony?
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now!
That is the joke. He is very young and he's very innocent, which is why we try to teach him every day something new, sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Young Tony, what kind of tea were we spilling today? What did you learn?
We've gotten a lot of reaction on the City Connect uniforms, whether you like them or whether you hate them. I think it's a very cool thing that Nike and the Giants have done. And oh, by the way, get ready. For the next 4 years, you're going to be seeing these on the field.
4 more years.
Obviously.
4 more years.
KNBR, the Giants, and the City Connect uniforms for 4 more years. I personally love them. I think it's a really nice touch. I think they're better than last year's. Looks like a little bit more effort put into it, a little bit more detail, the drip in the details, as they say in the NFL. But yeah, I think it's really cool. Biggest thing here is a couple friends of mine that are around my same age, including some people in the bullpen, they don't like them.
Oh, come on. I don't need people bursting my bubble. As we mentioned earlier, JD did the count because he's better at math than I am. You're only going to see these jerseys 13 to 14 times this year. They're not replacing the home creams or even the blacks that they wear on Saturdays. I think this is good for not only the younger generation, but the sport of baseball in general. Like we talk about whether or not baseball is a dying sport, which I think the last couple of years, it's definitely got a revival. But connecting to a younger generation, we saw on opening day, Major League Baseball put out the highlights with Kendrick Lamar in the background. We've seen Kendrick Lamar embrace himself in Matt Chapman's walk-up song. Yesterday at the ballpark, E40, LaRussell, Pilo, they're trying to connect to a younger and different generation to get people involved in baseball, and I like to see Major League Baseball doing that, JD.
Yeah, I no issue with it. I think they are better than the last iteration of those uniforms, and I think they're like I've said a few times, better than I thought they were initially. I like the full package.
I like them a lot. And as the afternoon show will tell you, don't be yucking my yum. I believe that's the phrase they use. Shout out to Dirty Work Boys. They'll be on Postgame today. And as I mentioned, I'll be down in San Jose for the 49ers watch party on April 24th. Come join me and the Dirty Work Boys at Jack's Restaurant and Bar on Saratoga Avenue in San Jose, right outside the Westgate Mall. Copes, D-Pops, and myself will be hosting the live looking show. I know my guy JD and Greg Popple will be down at Levi Stadium, breaking down each and every draft pick for the 49ers. It's only the first round. It's the number 11 overall pick, but we'll break that down for you. And JD, just wanted to say once again, thank you for always staying hot in the bullpen, staying ready to go. Should be a fun day today with a double dip between the Warriors and the Giants.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure the last couple of days. A lot of fun. You guys are tremendous. I mean, making it seamless. Young Tony, John Joe Curley, yourself. I mean, just always fun to step in and hopefully it's as seamless for you guys as it is for me.
It's always a fun time. Now, I don't want to stir up a little S before we get out, but I do have one question that I've been dying to ask you for the last 2 days.
Okay.
Who's the better looking board up, Young Tony or Kyle Haar?
Oh, come on. I can't answer that.
All right. JD is going to plead the fifth.
Come on.
Shout out to my guy, Kyle Haar.
Both Cal Poly guys, so you know where they come from.
Yeah, a couple guys who can swing the stick, too.
Both real ones.
In more than one way than other. Hey, yo. Shout out to Kyle Haar, Greg Silver, all the Dubs OT boys. One. Yeah, exactly. I told you, when I'm driving the show, we will go off the road a little bit. Always fun. And as I mentioned, Murph is back tomorrow. We'll throw a parade. We'll have a celebration. And hopefully we're celebrating not only a Giants win, but a Giants win and a Warriors win as well.
And the Giants lineup is out, by the way.
Oh, go ahead. Give it to me real quick,
Giants
JD.
lineup is out for the afternoon affair. It's the standard lineup against right-handed pitching and Nick Martinez, Lamont Wade, Willie Adames, Jung-Hoo Lee, and Matt Chapman, Elliot Ramos, Mike Yastrzemski. Wilmer Flores is the DH, Patrick Bailey catching, and Tyler Fitzgerald. So the stock lineup for Bob Melvin against a right-handed pitcher. Everybody's in their normal spots across the diamond.
Well, let's get back to the standard of winning ball games. Go out there and give a little bit of run support to Justin Verlander on the bump. Let's get Verlander his first W in San Francisco, and let's get back to the Buster Posey standard. And, of course, the standard here on the Murph and Marcus Show is for when it's time for a change. Think speedy oil change, auto service, and light service. I don't know, Young Tony. This is why we need Murph back tomorrow. Engine light on. We can fix that. When you're listening to KNBR, you are listening to KNBR AM and FM in San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Say hello to Steph. He's the greatest shooter in the history of the world.
The guys that are full of won't hear it. You know, they'll say coach is tripping.
We're all going to suffer a similar fate at some point.
I can't guarantee that anybody in the world will be alive Sunday.
That's the end of the game.
4 hours. 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
And Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
Huff has a single, and he is also flied out to right. Now he swings and lines a base hit to right field. So Huff has had 3 strong at-bats in a row. And 2 hits. 2 of the Giants' 4 hits. He's one of only 2 Giants who've had any hits. He's had 2, and also Casey Schmidt has had 2 hits, and that's it.
Yeah, another shutout for the Giants last night, 1-0. Something about the Cincinnati Reds and 1-0 games. They're addicted, and they're on the right side of this one, which means the Giants and their City Connect jerseys are on the wrong side of it, 1-0. But guess what? It's a day game today. They got a chance to avoid the sweep. We're out here, and we're going to manifest all the good vibes. Greg Silver, Greg Papa, and a whole bunch of our friends. I don't know what I'm getting myself into today.
Welcome to 58 Social. How many names has this place had over the years?
24, the Acme Chop House, goes on and on. Second year of 58 Social, and our 7th year coming on the patio. So forget what happened Monday night. Forget what happened last night. This series with the Reds starts today, Silver. Welcome. We're going to Giant Orange Bloodies. John Lund is out there. We always started that way. So we got a lot of our friends here. Vasu is here today. Breaks my heart. We lost one of the great Bay Area sports fans on New Year's Eve this year, our friend Kelly Zuckerman. Just a baby. Passed away. We shared a birthday October 10th. She was too young. Huge Warrior fan, huge Niner fan, huge Giant fan. So, Kelly, we're going to have one with her for her.
Absolutely.
My heart breaks for her. Billy's here. We got the crew. But ever since we started coming here on the patio in 2019, the lovely Barbara and her crew, Mary Jane, always showed up to welcome us at 10 o'clock in the morning. And it is our opening day, first midweek day game. Oh, we got to get a camera on Barbara here. Walter's busy texting. We're going to slide this over here because she is the star. Welcome, Barbara. We got the Jameson shots. Mary Jane, come in behind Barbara so we can see on the... let's do...
flip on that mic for you. How about that?
Are we going to do Jung-Hoo Lee? Jung-Hoo Lee.
Jung-Hoo
How about score some runs? Score a run. Score a run. Happy New Year, ladies. Welcome.
Hey, cheers.
Love you guys. You look great, Barbara.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for inviting us up here. You know, we come out here to see you. And like
Just to see us or to watch the Giants?
Well, we come out here to see you.
Oh, wow.
We
You look beautiful, by the way.
Well, thank you. And it's a new season, and we're so happy to be at the park. Looks great.
You look great. You got your hair done for today. You look stylish,
thank
Barbara. You
you.
look like a young woman. Can you stand up and model the jersey?
We got Barbara
First thing,
in the City
First
Connect.
thing Barbara and the Mary Janes hit me with this morning right away. Are we going to talk about the City Connects? So go ahead and talk about it. We got to embrace change here.
So,
do you like them or no?
I do like them. I love it. And I did not buy one of the older ones. I bought this one, purple. I love purple. And
You
I
love
know,
purple?
Yeah. And I know that there's a lot of conversation about where did the purple come from. But yesterday we got to the park early.
Were you alive in 1913 through 1917?
No.
You don't know. The New York Giants wore purple as an homage to NYU.
Well, I know that now,
In New
but
York City,
I
so-
didn't know that before
Yeah.
I read that.
Yeah.
But yesterday we get out here early and Jane says, let's just go in and look. And I said, I don't want to spend any money. We'll just go look. Well, they're all,
You're a sucker.
They're all over the place. So
You didn't have to pay, though, did you?
Well, of course.
Do they make you pay?
Yeah.
They don't make you pay for your Jameson shots here.
But we get a discount.
Oh, of course.
Okay, good. Well, that's what I
Can
like
you
to
give me
hear.
one? I would like one. You want one, Silver? What do you think? I like the look. You got to embrace change in
Well,
the world.
you know
don't
what?
you?
I love it, and I want to get the purple sleeves. I think
Purple sleeves.
I think so.
Yeah, so what'd you make of all the outfits from the players last night? All the accessories, Tyler Fitzgerald,
Accoutrements. I love
the
that.
accoutrements.
Yes, you got accessories.
No, they were good, and they were different, and they all did what was their personality.
Yeah.
And so that was good. That was fine.
What do you guys think?
I'm a creamsicle fan.
You are a creamsicle?
And the creamsicles had a great record, so these guys have some catching up to do.
Yeah, the one thing, the creamsicle I would have liked during day games, the fact that they're night games, they didn't actually work. So I think doing these for night games brings it out. But anyway, do you guys shoot the Jameson or do you just sip it?
Well,
Mike Krukow shoots his like a good Irishman.
Well, I sip it because
You sip it? Got
my
it.
heart doctor says, you know what, not a lot of booze. So
No,
it's-
he's not listening today.
I hope not. I hope not.
Yeah, well, ladies, you look great.
Well, thank
to
you for-
start the year off on the right way.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah. Have you guys met Greg Silver formally? I know, you guys drank, you and John, and the three of you drank John under the table, many a patio.
Well,
but
look,
Silver's
we
our
were
guy
doing
here.
a lot of chatting before the show about 30 minutes ago, talking
Yeah.
deep into the City Connects.
Thank
and,
you, ladies.
Jane brought up the point that with the creamsicles, they started 8-0.
They did.
And here's the deal: we're only going to like these jerseys as much as the Giants win. So right now,
They haven't
I don't
scored
like
in
them.
these jerseys.
I don't like them.
they have not.
Yeah.
No, but we met. As soon as we got in, we came and said hello. We say hello. So say hello to
Walter,
to
who's also
Walter.
got the City Connect hat on today.
Because we hear Walter on the radio all the time. He's great. So anyway, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
And we'll see you the next
Happy
time.
New Year, Barbara. You look
Happy
great.
New
Great
Year.
to see you. And
Thank
great.
you.
Your hair looks amazing. She wears the headset like Dwayne Kuiper does. She wraps it around the back not to mess up
the hair.
The
you
lettuce.
Know,
You got to keep the lettuce looking
You
good.
got
You're looking great.
Okay, bye.
Barbara and Mary Jane.
Barbara, thanks
and
so
forget
much for coming
the
by.
bloodies.
Spread
I
some
wouldn't
good
mind a
energy.
little Mary Jane here. So anyway, we're off and running. We're going to have fun today. A lot to talk about today. John Shea Hayes going to drop by a little bit later on. May have a friend drop by. Sean Elliott, a.k.a. Shino Black. Try to get him in a hotel room. He's sleeping. Nice win for the Warriors last night. We'll get into that. Sad to see Phoenix play the way they're playing right now, but the Warriors took advantage of them. They're back home to finish up the back-to-back, last back-to-back of the year against San Antonio. We'll get you a preview from the Spurs perspective, but for the Giants, in all seriousness, what has gone on to with the offense here, the first two games of this series?
Yeah, well, here's the good news. You want to be a team that's defined by pitching and defense. You've had that through the first two games of this series. Logan Webb delivered a great start, and the problem was that Hunter Green just went a little bit further into the game. Landon Roop, a small sample size of his starts, just his second of the year, but he built off of what he had in Houston. We talked about that with Justice De Los Santos yesterday, and Landon Roop, in 6 innings yesterday, really productive work. Only one earned run given up. The only problem was no run support, and we're back to talking about a lot of the discussions of Giants of 2024. Lack of run support, situational hitting. They're 0 for 9 with runners in the scoring position here through the first two games of this series, so they got a chance to rebound today. Justin Verlander has a chance to also bounce back from the last time that we were at Oracle Park doing a show.
And he saw his first start as a Giant was against this lineup. Look at the lineup for Terry Francona and for Bomel, day game after a night game, and see. So, obviously, not just last year, but going back to 2010 and the World Series team, Kipe gave us the line, Giants baseball torture. And they won a lot of 1-0 games that year. But they have lost back-to-back games. They have lost 2-0 and 1-0. I wonder in the history of this franchise how many times they have lost 2 games consecutively where the opponent scored just 3 runs. I mean, that is so. And scoring. Now, last night they were able to score early off of Landon Roop. He pitched well, but he hangs a curveball. It gets whacked. There's just no margin for error. Again, Hayden Birdsong out of the bullpen was just phenomenal last night, and he followed up the 6 from Loop with 3. So we got to ask Shea Hay about a couple of things. Obviously, he wrote a big piece on the guy that has taken over this ballpark, Jung-Hoo Lee. Jung-Hoo Lee. The Hooligans. That's Barbara and Mary Jane are the original Hooligans. But there's a lot of kids here today. A lot of schools are on spring break, and I'm just seeing, row and stream of kid, and they did have a opening day, Little League opening day on Sunday here. And with the A's leaving town, they are getting a lot of Little League teams from the East Bay that ordinarily you got to go one time a year to a ballpark. You're not going to Oakland anymore. You're not going to Sac, so you're coming here. But look at the kids, and and a lot of kids are in school, but a lot are on spring break. So we're going to have a nice crowd today. The kids gave you a good energy in the ballpark, and I think Jung-Hoo Lee. But we'll see what the lineup is. Will Casey Schmidt play at second base today? What are they doing? And then we don't want to. They already got a lineup out there now.
They do have the lineup. JD and Marcus teased this at the very end of their show.
Susan Slusser tweeted it out.
Susan Slusser tweeted out the lineup. It's the typical lineup against right-handers. So you got Lamont Wade, Willie Adames, Jung-Hoo Lee, Matt Chapman, Elliot Ramos, Mike Yastrzemski, Wilmer Flores at the DH, Patrick Bailey, Tyler Fitzgerald, and, of course, Justin Verlander on the mound.
Yeah, but Nick Martinez, who was pitching for the Reds, and by the way, can they nick somebody named Nick Lodolo last night? He's got a pitch for the Colorado Rockies one year in Lodolo. Would be great in Lodo. But this guy, actually, last time we saw this guy, the third game of the year, Bob Melvin had all the right-handed hitters in the lineup. This guy has reverse splits, where he's actually better against left-handed pitching than he is against righties. So, but last night, Hoff did catch, so they did switch the lineup around. So Bailey will be a switch hitter. So Casey Schmidt is not in there tonight, but Tyler Fitzgerald is going to be in anyway as a right-handed hitter at second base. So part of the other intriguing thing about this series is just because the way it lined up, the first 3 games of the year, the Giants saw these exact 3 pitchers to start the year: Hunter Green, Nick Lodolo, and now Nick Martinez. The Giants flipped their rotation around a little bit, so Logan Webb has pitched twice against them and got better. He pitched great here on Monday. Landon Roop did not see him, but Verlander pitched game 2, so I can't recall. A lot of times you get into these rematches where you see a team, like the Giants are seeing the Reds now today for a 6th time the first 12 games of the year, but to see 3 pitchers 2 times each, and they're their 1, 2, and 3. Kyle Singer they got in the offseason as a free agent. It's a good back end of the rotation, but these guys can all pitch. Nick Martinez is really good, doesn't walk anybody, so ordinarily I would say day game, ball fly a little better. Some of the balls they hit last night would have found grass or gotten air. They had 4 hits. They had 4 extra base hits too, as they hit the ball hard last night, but just nothing to show for it. But the other aspect, or the 4 extra base hits they had against Nick Martinez, were 2 homers and 2 doubles. So, but Nick Martinez is tough. So I'm not going to promise anything with the Giant offense right now. One thing we'll ask John Shea. Buster did not make any trades in the offseason. He signed a couple of guys. Kyle Tucker is tearing it up for the Cubs. Did the Giants ever make a serious play for him? Buster was saying, some of these teams just value their players too much. If they did make an offer for Kyle Tucker, what was it? And what did the Astros and Jim Crane, their owner, want back? Was it so excessive he just hang up the phone? And then Vladimir Guerrero did sign a huge deal. That's a lot of loonies. 14 years, $500 million. Half a bill to stay with the Blue Jays. Bichette is off to a great start. They got a lot of money in the left side of the infield. The right side's the one area you would upgrade. So it's early in the year, but I do wonder if Buster has the latitude from ownership to make a trade to go get a guy in a walk year and a contract and then try to sign that guy in the offseason. Because right now, obviously, the offense is just not there. And Willie Adames needs to get going here. I'm not going to push him, but he is streaky. He's had some timely hits, obviously won the home opener and extras, but there's a lot of swing and miss in his game. It's time for Willie Adames to show up.
No, we got to get into Willie Adames for sure, and Bob Melvin spoke on that. Nick Martinez is on the hill for the Reds. He's Greg Papa. I'm Greg Silver. We are out at 58 Social.
She's Barbara. She's Mary. She's Jane. Vasu, they're all here. Good to be back.
And if we didn't shout you out yet, we'll come say hi. Kids are on spring break. Let's make it a party. And I don't know what I'm doing with the Bloody Mary in my hand at 10:14 in the morning, but
Bloody Mary, not a Bloody Maria, right? Well, last year we did a taste challenge on. We did vodka, gin, and tequila. I believe the tequila Bloody is a Ave Maria. You die right after you take a sip. It's not very good.
Our show's going all the way to 11:45. Giants pregame will start then, and then first pitch at 12:45. So we're going to pack it all in. More Giants baseball coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. We're getting dirty! Not with dirty martinis, with Bloody Marys. We're on the patio for the first time 58 Social come by. As Bay Area sports fans know all too well, sometimes the season just doesn't go the way we want it to. Injuries, setbacks, tough breaks. You can't score a single run in 18 innings. It's a reminder that life doesn't always go as planned. So one moment everything's on track, and the next, an unexpected challenge turns your world upside down. That's why you need a team you can count on, and that is Habas Law. Huge Giant fans for over 35 years. Omar, Tarek, and the Habas Law team have fought for people blindsided by life's toughest moments right here in our very own communities. When the odds are stacked against you, Habas Law steps in, taking on big insurance companies with relentless determination to deliver life-changing victories. Habas doesn't just settle cases, they rebuild lives, fighting with compassion, grit, and an unshakable drive to make things right. When life knocks you down, call Habas Law at 1-800-INJURED. That's 800-INJURED, or visit habaslaw.com. That's habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they will fight to make it right.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Mike Krukow joined Marcus and JD this morning and gave his thoughts on the City Connect jerseys. Let us know your thoughts on the unis on our socials at KNBR.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Look, he's got some RBIs. He's got some big hits for us. Just, hasn't gotten going yet. But not the only guy. So he will. I'm not too worried about him. Maybe just trying to do a little too much at times.
The Giants had 4 hits. On Monday, they had 4 hits last night, and last night it was 2 apiece from 2 players who were not in the lineup today. Casey Schmidt had 2, Sam Huff had 2, Nick Martinez on the hill today, and there you just heard Bob Melvin talking about Willy Adames, one of the players, not the only one, but someone who definitely needs to get going offensively. Willy Adames in his career against Nick Martinez, a nice 2 for 11, 182 average, and there's Melvin saying, look, Willie, to your point, Papa, he has had some timely hits. He had the walk-off on Friday against the Mariners, but by and large, he is streaky, and he needs to reverse that streak.
Yeah, we thought it was somewhat important for his own sanity. I mean, he signed the biggest contract in the history of the franchise, $182 million deal, and it goes 7 years, so he's going to be here a while. But you'd like to get off to a good start with the new team, especially the fan base, and last night was not a good night. He was 0 for 4. He punched out 3 times. He has now struck out at least twice in 6 of his first 11 games as a Giant. He does strike out a lot. I mean, last year in Milwaukee, he struck out 173 times. The year before, 165. The year before that, 166. We talked to Pat Burrell on the field for the home opener. Pat Burrell hit almost 300 Major League home runs. And he struck out like Willy Adames. He struck out a lot, but he struck back a lot. Willy Adames has not hit a home run. Obviously, he's not hit one as a Giant. He also had a drought at the end of the season last year in Milwaukee. He has not hit a home run since September the 14th of last year. He had 2 homers in that game. So he has gone 110 at-bats without a home run. And he's a guy that hits a home run every 21.9 times up at-bats. So he strikes out, but he strikes back. And last year, he not only had 32 homers, a career high, and he's had years where he's hit 31, 25, 24. He's a home run hitter. He also, last year, had 33 doubles. So when you factor in 32 homers and 33 doubles, he had no triples, but he had 65 extra base hits. He was driving the ball. His slug was still .462. You ready for this one? His on-base percentage is higher than his slugging percentage, and that's not good. His batting average is 200. The on-base is 245. The slug is 244. The only extra base hit he has right now are a couple of doubles. So we're not going to overreact. It's early in the year. You know, Sabey Sabes has given me the small sample size, but I think just to win over this fan base, and last year, the first year minus Brandon Crawford, and, you know, Willy Adames is not Brandon Crawford. He's more Rich Aurelia. But Rich had a year where he had 37 bombs and drove in nearly 100 runs the year that Barry had 73. So he needs to start driving the ball. There's just a lot of swing and miss in his game. I watch his swing from the side over and over, and it's not like Yastrzemski has an uppercut swing. Chapman has a hard time getting on the top rail fastball. By the way, those guys have closed up their holes a little bit. Yaz is not punching out at the high one. Seems like they're just not pitching him to a scouting report. They're pitching him low. You feed Mike Yastrzemski a low ball, he will drive it. He's such a good low ball hitter. Chapman's been better covering the top. Adames just swings and misses at the high ball a lot. He does have a bit of an uppercut, but it's not, you know, like Cody Bellinger before he gets to 2 strikes, these buggy whippers that are obviously trying to go low to high. But he does miss a lot in the top of the zone. You know, ordinarily, you just say, give the guy a day off and he doesn't take days off. He doesn't take innings off. He plays every single game. So we're not going to overreact. He's playing the day. He'll be in. He'll hit his way out, but that's who he is. He is a high strikeout guy who will strike back. You mentioned Nick Martinez.
Yeah.
I was watching the game back this morning. He almost hit a home run against him in Cincinnati. He pulled one right down the line, and it just hooked foul. So the ballpark will play differently today than it did last night and certainly Monday night. It's warming up. It's going to be more like opening day. And Nick Martinez is tough. The guy, he's a little like Verlander with, he does like this cha-cha bit before he throws the ball back and forth and he rocks and then he pulls his back leg like Verlander does. And
I mean, hell, him and Robbie Ray were going perfect game dueling until the 5th inning.
And Robbie's calmed down his mechanics. Yeah, he was perfect, and then he gave it all up. He gave up the 4 hits abruptly, 2 doubles and 2 homers. Matt Chapman took him out, and Elliot Ramos took him out the yard. So, but with Adames, you kind of want to get him going a little bit because the guys around him are swinging the bat well. Lamont's doing okay. I think he's stinging the ball. It's just not results. Obviously, Jung-Hoo Lee is off to a great start. Chapman's contributing.
Yeah.
Ramos, Yastrzemski. But they're going to be patient with the guy. But I think that's who he is. He's going to strike out a lot. But we need the extra base hits. We need some doubles, and we need him to hit his first home run as a Giant.
So September 14th, the last time the Giants had back-to-back shutouts against them. That's also the date you said the last time Willy Adames hit a home run. How about a coincidence that I would like to get snapped today? And look, the Giants, obviously, it's not just about hitting home runs. That's not what this ballpark is meant for unless, you're hopefully Bryce Eldridge coming up here and doing that in the next couple of years. But that's a ways away. When we're looking at this current team, it is pitching, it is defense, and the good news is that they've still had that as their identity in this series so far. The problem is 4 hits, 2 games in a row, no runs. That's just simply not going to cut it. And, you got to find ways to get it done from everybody. Jung-Hoo Lee had a, 9-game on-base streak to open the season. That finally got snapped yesterday. Lamont Wade Jr. has got to get on base. And the Jung-Hoo Lee hitting in the 3 spot was experimental. That's an experiment from Jung-Hoo Lee's standpoint that's paid off. But let's not forget the other half of that decision, which was Lamont Wade gets on base better than most people in Major League Baseball. And, he struggled to hit the ball. His on-base percentage is 182. If you're going to be the leadoff man for the Giants, Lamont, I know what he brings defensively. I'm not saying that this is going to be a trend that lasts deep into the season, but you got to be able to at least take some walks and put your players in position to drive in runs here.
So he got off to an 0-for-16 start.
Yeah.
And then he hit that pinch hit home run Wednesday in Houston. And then in the home opener, by the way, we didn't talk about it much because it was a Friday day game and then, wrap around Monday. They had 2, and I think Bailey didn't get a bunt hit. I think it was an error. But they loaded the bases for Lamont by virtue of 2 bunts in the infield. Who does that in the modern version? The Giants are just playing small ball. And that brought out Lamont, and he was able to drive in a couple with the ball down the line. I think he's stinging the ball. He's just hitting into bad luck. But after his 0-for-16 road trip, when he finally got a homer in the pinch hit late in the trip in Houston on Wednesday, he is 3-for-18 on this homestand. So he is 4-for-35 to open the year, and he's only hit in 2 of the 11 games. So Lamont Wade Jr., late night Lamont, was on base Lamont. Before he hurt his hamstring last year, he had a 480 on base. After that, he couldn't walk anymore. He couldn't run, and it went way down. So we are singling them out because they are your top 2 hitters, and there are guys that are hitting. Lamont Wade Jr. leading off. I think he's hitting the ball harder than Willie. Willie's got a lot of swing and miss. Willie's hit the ball hard. I think today, and the elements today, a lot of the balls they hit last night and hit Monday night, they will find grass, or they will carry more and hit bricks or get off the wall. I think they will score, although this guy's nasty, but the ballpark plays entirely differently in a day game. It's going to be more like opening day when it's, and we're kind of, we're in the shade, but when it's warm early in the morning, we could feel it on Friday when the sun was beating down on us at 10:30 in the morning. We're like, what's it going to be like at 1:30? And it was smoking hot at 12:45. It'll be warm. Just barrel up the ball, hit one out to our friend McCovey Cove Dave, and I think they'll be all right. But we don't want to overreact, and that's why Bob's been doing this for a long time, 22 years. He's not going to overreact, but is there right now your top 2 hitters are just not hitting. They're not getting on base, Lamont and Willie. Do you think about changing the lineup a little bit? Jung-Hoo Lee in the 3rd hole's fine. You put him in the 3rd hole, he may drive in 100 runs this year, the way this guy barrels. Now, he needs those 2 guys to be on base to set it up, and that was the theory. But you do want like Shohei Ohtani leads off for the Dodgers. They don't screw around. Kyle Schwarber was leading off for Philadelphia. They've now dropped him down in the order, leading off Trey Turner. But you want your best hitter. There's a theory here. Why doesn't Bonds just lead off? Just let him lead off. If they're going to walk him, let him lead off. Let him walk him with nobody on base, nobody out to open up the inning. There's a point where Jung-Hoo Lee's your best hitter right now as far as barreling the ball.
Yeah.
Is there a point where let's go back to that and get our best hitter the most at-bats and let him open the game by getting on base?
Well, this is where Bob Melvin's going to make his money because it was all looking smooth, 8-1, and hey, look, still 8-3. If you told all these people out here, all these kids on spring break and the crowd at 58 Social that you'd be walking in today for a day game for an 8-3 team, you'd be like, wow, I will take that. Life is pretty good. But now Bob Melvin's got some questions to address. Yesterday, we highlighted Camilo Doval. Today, it's the hitting and what you do with your lineup because Lamont Wade and Willie Adames, the first 2 in your lineup, who you're going to see at the top of the order today, got to find ways to at least get on base. He's Greg Papa. I'm Greg Silver. Coming up, we're going to focus heavy on the Giants all the way up to 11:45, but also want a quick word on the Golden State Warriors as they are fighting for a top 6 seed. They got it done in Phoenix last night, and we got to check in on the Greg Silver board of how it all shakes out in the final week of the NBA. That's all coming up next. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Good morning from 58 Social. Giants baseball today. Greg Papa here from my friends at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. For over 25 years, the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley is the Bay Area's leader for modern vision correction. Do you struggle with distance vision, need readers, or wear bifocals like I used to? Not anymore. I had the CLR procedure from Laser Eye Center a couple of summers ago, and it's been a game changer for me, and it can be for you as well. So don't wait till you're older like me to see great, do all the things you love to do with perfect vision now. Laser Eye Center offers LASIK, Smile, Evo ICL, or the procedure I had, CLR, which is custom lens replacement, the permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers. Plus, you will never develop a cataract like I will never after having the procedure. So my good friend Dr. Craig Bindi and his folks at the Laser Eye Center have performed thousands of procedures, and their team have the experience to tell you which procedure is best for you. No readers, no contacts, no glasses, no cataracts. Book your free consultation today at modernvisioncorrection.com. That's modernvisioncorrection.com.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
What's going on? Pop and Silver out at 58 Social. Shout out to Barbara Mary Jane. Like, they keep it consistent. I know this is only segment, 3 now, but the cheers for coming in, it's consistent. I expect it to be all the way till 11:45. The show is going to fly by. We're out here for the Giants as they look to get a run in this series against the Cincinnati Reds. Also wanted a quick word on the Golden State Warriors as they just trampled the Phoenix Suns last night. And, look, Warriors took care of business. Bottom line, they did what they needed to do. Phoenix didn't have Kevin Durant. They've been in complete disarray. They've got no defense. Their transition defense is an utter disaster. But if you're the Warriors, you go in, you play focused. Steph Curry looked like his old self, not the one that was so gassed and went 1 for 10 against the Houston Rockets on Sunday. Oh, and it probably helps when you're playing against a defense that is just all in shambles the whole game.
Yeah, honestly, it was really hard to watch them play
it was.
That way, and the lack of effort. And I know Mike Budenholzer well. The Spurs are in town. A lot of the crew from the Spurs are coming over to see us and get on the field for BP if the Giants hit an infield. And we'll talk to the great Sean Elliott later. But Mike Budenholzer won 4 rings of pop there. And the way he's just having to deal with this, the lack of effort, the lack of defense, it's sad to watch this team play, but that's their problem. And they're going to be eliminated maybe as early as today, and they're going to trade Durant. Bud signed a 5-year contract. This is year 1. What are they going to do with him? But if I'm the owner there, like Josh Kroenke did in Denver, I am not happy. It is scorched earth. And you trade Kevin Durant and make the right trade, you can rebuild the team. I would never be one to trade Kevin Durant, but my God. They actually, Bud in the meeting before the game decided to put Bradley Beal on Steph Curry. Is that seriously their option to do that? That is ridiculous. They have other guys that can do better. Ryan Dunn, Gillespie off the bench. Don't matter. We thought it'd be a Gary, from the Warrior perspective, forget them. That was a professional outing. They didn't play down to the level of competition, which is the worry. But they didn't have Gary Payton II. You know, he's got some inflammation in the knee and it's swelled up on the flight. They flew home right after the game. So is it going to get any better coming back? They lay by the pool in Phoenix and get it drained? Did Dr. Rick and Drew Yoder drain it out? And can he play tonight? You may not need him against San Antonio. I wonder how much. The great thing about him is you blew them off the floor last night, and Steph was the only one who played over 25 minutes. He got 25-55. So if you need Steph to play, hopefully you don't have to go too hard against San Antonio. But San Antonio is a prideful team, and they'll rise up. They got some young guys. They do have Chris Paul. We'll talk to Sean Elliott about that. But they're not going to have Swipe at a Fox or Wembanyama. But for the Warriors. Also, Quentin Post didn't play last night. He was ill. And the guy that I've been calling for months, I haven't seen him in a couple of months. He's been out so long, he's grown a full beard. Looks like a different guy. It's Trace Jackson Davis.
It really does look like a different player.
He's got to finish better around the rim. He misses a lot of lay-ins, but don't shoot the ball or lay it in. Just power dunk it. He had a couple of hammers. Obviously, the two lobs that Steph threw him. He just brings them that vertical spacing that they've really, JaVale McGee, Pierre 2 times, and Jordan Bell gave it to him. Kuminga does give it to him a little bit, but this guy's different. And he's a good, sturdy, low-post defender and a shot blocker. He wound up, playing 18 minutes last night. He scored 13 points, pulled 8 rebounds, missed a couple of free throws, but he made 5. He missed a couple of lay-ins. He could have easily had a 18-point game. He played really well last night, but I wonder what his role will be, when Quentin Post gets healthy. But the story of the game is obviously Brandon Podziemski. And that shot he made at a right baseline, Steph was in the corner, and Podziemski was next to him. And it looked like Kevin Durant, although Kevin to take a 3 is hard. We see Jimmy Butler do it with no dribble, just a 2-foot plant and a rise up and a stick a shot over a defender. Try that sometime. See if you can hit the rim. And when he put that ball in, Kalena went right away. It's going to be one of those nights. And he just now, he is such a... Brandon Podziemski could help you win basketball games if he didn't score a single point.
Absolutely.
He connects, he moves the ball, he plays the game the right way, he gets up into you both on ball. He's the first guy to race back defensive transition, to lock his feet up outside of the restricted circle to pick up a charge. They're really not an obvious weakness to his game. Early in the year, he had a hard time finishing, a lot like Trace Jackson Davis, but he's finishing now. He's so clever. The confidence is oozing. Early in the year, he couldn't shoot the ball. First 20 games, he couldn't make a 3. Now, and now when teams start to lock in, and I'm sure there were scouts there last night from all these other teams, and the Clippers are going to see him on Sunday, so they're going to see it organically in the regular season. But all the teams the Warriors might play, and I'm honestly getting a headache trying to figure it out, because Denver, they look like they're up there, but Wendy keeps saying they're going to drop down to 7 when games are played because they don't have any tiebreakers.
And there's also a new 4-way tiebreaker now because Minnesota lost after conceding a 24-point lead in the fourth quarter.
One of the greatest collapses ever. I mean, that was just a... But the point is, Podziemski now on the scout is going to elevate. It all revolves around Steph and stopping Steph. But the way this guy is shooting the basketball, just launching. I mean, you hear the story about he and Steph have a half-court shooting competition after shoot-arounds every day, and then in the pregame. And they are, from half-court, they get 1 shot each. If one makes and the other doesn't, you get a point. If they both make, it's a push. If they both miss, it's a push. Then they do it again before the game. It is tied. Last time Podziemski was talking about it, they're tied at 24. So Brandon Podziemski is AirPods. He is making these long shots, but his confidence level on all shots, and Jimmy does help him on the kick out. In the old days, guys, you wouldn't take these Steph Curry dribble shots or no dribble rise up. Everything was an in, out, step into a 3 shot. That's the way they shot him. Podziemski is getting so many of those because of Draymond, because of Jimmy Butler, Moses Moody. They all know how to move the ball, and he's not turning them down. And if they do close out hard on him, he's putting it on the deck, going around them, and he's pulling up. So when you start to scout and you're looking for that secondary score, and Kuminga's different because he runs a lot of pick and roll action with Steph. And ultimately, late in game, the Durant-Steph 1-3 pick and roll was the most beautiful play in the history of basketball outside of the Laker fist play when Magic would enter the ball into Kareem. Couldn't guard it. Kuminga and Steph is not as lethal, but Kuminga does it differently, where Durant just wanted to switch. Kuminga rolls hard to the goal. That's an action they got to deal with. But on the scout, you cannot leave Brandon Podziemski's body at all from anywhere across midcourt. He is daring now. He is so confident. He's always been a good basketball player. Now he is. I remember at the exit meetings last year when they lost the play-in, and Steve Kerr was going through all the players, and they asked him about Podziemski, and he dropped an Austin Reeves, and the light went out, and went off on for me, and I went, yeah, why can't he be a left-handed Austin Reeves? I don't know if he's going to beat you off the dribble as consistently, but a shot, whatever it is, he's that guy. Where with the Lakers, it's obviously LeBron and Luka and then Austin Reeves, and he gets a lot of stuff just on angles and kickouts and late recoveries where he's got an open shot, late closeout, maybe an angle to take it in, and he makes the right play like Austin Reeves does. I mean, it is Steph undeniably is 1, 2, and 3 on the scout. How do we stop this guy? And they'll top block him, but they have got to respect. You're going to let Butler shoot. You're going to let Draymond shoot. You're going to let Kuminga shoot to some degree.
Yeah.
If you give him too much space, they'll rip the rim down. With Podziemski, you cannot let that guy shoot the ball.
Okay, so a couple of notes one on Trayce Jackson-Davis and one on Brandon Podziemski. TJD was good to see him in last night. Now, I think he's got to work on his hands. Free throw shooting, obviously a struggle for most big men in the league. And then finishing around the rim is something that is probably the number one item on the scouting report of what he's got to work on. I wouldn't expect him to necessarily be in the rotation if the Warriors make it into a playoffs and everybody's good to go and healthy. That said, over a 7-game series, we've seen Steve Kerr do a lot of experimentation, and the light goes on maybe in game 2 or 3, or when the Warriors look a little bit on the ropes. Trayce Jackson-Davis, because of his unique skill set to this team, he's really one of 2 lob threats. I'd say Jonathan Kuminga and him. And then defensively, he's kind of your only true rim protector. So say you get a Nikola Jokic in Denver in round 1, Trayce Jackson-Davis might be someone that ends up getting some good spot minutes and shifts. So it's good to see him get some reps last night, and I don't know if we'll see a lot of him in a postseason, but I would say stay ready. On Podziemski, very fascinating to read, and Anthony Slater wrote this comprehensive piece on Brandon Podziemski, how his struggles at the start of the year, yes, some of it had to do with the injuries, and we mentioned the broken nose. He didn't like playing in the face mask, but a lot of it was the struggle with his shot was bleeding into other parts of his game, and that was kind of reminding me of what we've seen with Klay Thompson over the last couple of years. Obviously, 2 very different players, and Klay, of course, shot it like, nobody else other than his own teammate in Steph Curry, but just in the sense of when Klay Thompson, post-injury, couldn't really get it going shooting, you'd see it kind of bleed into other areas of his game. Defensively, he didn't have quite the same lateral movement. Podziemski now, the shot's good, he feels comfortable, and to your point, now with what he's done in 22 points in 22 minutes last night, you cannot just leave him open on the scouting report.
Yeah, I'm not going to go there with Klay. I don't see that at all. Didn't one year he lead the NBA in three-point makes after he came back? His major regression was the lack of lateral quickness. He tore, and how many athletes have done this in the history of American sport?
Yeah, but you never felt like Klay was trying to force his way back into a game offensively?
Yeah, he would hunt shots, but he did that before. I mean, Klay Thompson he was Rocco. He guarded the ball when he was young, and he had the lateral movement to do it. He was so long, he could have played cornerback in the NFL and been a shutdown corner. He would get beat by quickness, but he would recover and use his length, and he would still beat you to spots. When he lost that ability, it changed everything for him. And now his shot was critical to his success. They had to move him. He couldn't guard out on the floor. He had to guard by a baseline, by a sideline, where he had helped defense in the boundaries. So I know what you're saying. I'm not going to go there. Klay Thompson was one of the most natural shooters of the basketball. I don't think he ever lost confidence in his shot, but it was He couldn't dribble. He couldn't create. Sometimes better than others when he got older. Remember, younger, he was clay ups. He missed the layups. But when he couldn't guard, it put such an emphasis on him shooting and scoring. He had the night he made the 14 threes in Chicago, Clay couldn't make a shot. For that whole road trip, he was awful.
Yeah.
And then it took him like 14 shots to make the 14th one at the end, and he was headband Clay. He got bowed by, I think, Jordan Bell. Anyway, I don't want to talk about Clay, but Clay could shoot the basketball. Pajemski can shoot it in a different way. He's not a coming off pin downs, curls, floppy screen guy like Clay. He's just a little bit like Steph, but he when he gets the ball from inside out. Anyway, he's a problem. He is. Austin Reeves, when Steve said that, I went, wow, I see that. And the owner, I'm not trading him. How would you feel right now if you put that package together? And I don't even know what the offer was. What if Ballmer said, okay, we'll trade you Paul George? Paul George is hurt. He didn't play well this year. But you want to give all those guys up? Who was it? Kuminga? Pajemski? Wiggins? I don't even know who the hell it was. Where would you be right now if you made a deal like that? It's a little like trading Paul George years ago for Shai Gilgeous. You wind up regretting it. So there were some bumpy roads. I didn't like Steve yelling at him, but he took it all. And now you have got, as Mike Krukow would say, a bad animal. This guy, there's no fear. He came out here and took BP before a Giants game and hit 2 over the wall. He don't care. He's like a hockey player with the headband and the hair flopping. He'll pick up charges. He'll dive on the ball, on the floor with a huge lead. But now, the way he is shooting the ball with no ball screen and a defender in his face, he just rises up right. How many guys on this team can do that? Now, go ahead, double. Go top block Steph and lock and trail him and do all that. You leave that mop of hair anywhere above the break, he's going to take the nets off on you. So the scout, you're going to guard Steph, but you do it at your own peril now because Pajemski will make you pay.
So to kind of wrap up this Warriors discussion here, I did pull out the board from yesterday, and I had to write it down myself because I don't know if I was going to be able to read that.
Not good.
Warriors, they got the win. Grizzlies, they got the win, and thank goodness Jalen Wells is okay, by the way, after taking that scary fall.
Wow.
Yeah.
The game was stopped down for about 30 minutes. Is he all right?
He broken wrist.
That's it?
That's it. And
his head's okay?
incredible.
His back's okay?
Yeah.
You did pick Memphis would win in Charlotte, so you got that one.
Timberwolves, I picked the loss. Thanks to
Milwaukee.
a 34-3 run by Milwaukee in the fourth quarter.
What happened?
Was able to escape that.
They zoned him. They went to a zone. Doc broke out a zone, and Minnesota normally punctures a zone. They had no answer for the zone. They got zoned. So you got that one right.
Denver did not play, but they somehow lost the off day by firing their coach. The Lakers.
This is the one.
They lost to OKC, and Luka Doncic hit a shot to go up 1, got ejected, and the game completely combusted from there.
Because he went off. Yeah, Isaiah Hartenstein was guarding him. And I'm watching it, and I'm like, why is he yelling at the officials? There's no foul there. He was yelling at somebody in the crowd, which is so Luka, and he dropped a couple of F-bombs. The official, and you do have the latitude to give a guy a double technical, but I don't know what language he was speaking or what word he used, but that was like Billy Crystal in Forget Paris when he threw Kareem out of a game. Like, what the hell are you doing? Do you really? I don't know who's refereeing the game tonight in Dallas when Luka goes back to the Metroplex. Don't throw him out of the game. No. Everybody's there to watch it, but because of that, you got your prediction right. The Lakers were winning the game and were going to win the game. Maybe you don't know. Once Luka got tossed on a double technical because he's yelling at a fan and the official thought he was yelling at him, they fell completely apart.
And then the Clippers did beat the Spurs. So with the Luka ejection, the Timberwolves collapse.
You got everyone right.
Got them all right. So the Greg Silver board is alive for now. Obviously, the most important ones are what the Warriors have to do, and they're going to be back tonight at home on the second end of a back-to-back against the San Antonio Spurs. So coming up on the other side, we'll get back into some San Francisco Giants. Hopefully John Shea is going to join us at some point as he does every Wednesday, but the times keep moving with when Bob Melvin's going to be available in the dugout, and so if we don't get Shea Hay today, we'll make sure we get him before the week is over. It is Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here getting ready for Giants baseball. I'll be watching the game today with my good friend and favorite fiduciary, Greg O'Donnell, who's a huge Bay Area sports fan, a huge Giants fan. You should call Greg O'Donnell at his financial group today. Having the proper investment strategy in place may allow you the freedom to do what you want, when you want, potentially for the rest of your life. You worked hard, you've saved hard, and the folks at O'Donnell Financial Group are here to help you avoid common mistakes in retirement. Having the right investment strategy for the future could make all the difference in the world. Reduce what you owe to the government and keep hundreds of thousands more in your pocket, especially for those who have saved a lot of money. So don't wait. Declare your retirement independence and call Greg O'Donnell and the O'Donnell Financial Group today, 866-496-2300. Learn what it means to truly achieve retirement independence. That's 866-496-2300, or learn more online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. One more time, 866-496-2300 or odfigroup.com to learn more. O'Donnell Financial Group. Let us help you retire confidently.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
1-2 pitch. Swing, and there's a fly ball into shallow left center. Racing in and to his right and into a slide is Jung-Hoo Lee, and he makes the catch.
Jung-Hoo Lee! Jung-Hoo Lee! Jung-Hoo Lee! Jung-Hoo Lee!
Jung-Hoo Lee, the hooligans are
Jung-Hoo Lee! Jung-Hoo Lee! Come on, ladies. They are the original hooligans over there with their Jameson.
And we are out at 58 Social, Pop and Silver. Less than an hour to go in the show because 11:45 is going to be Giants pregame. First pitch, 12:45. And look, a day game is exactly what the San Francisco Giants need because they don't want to think too much, and I don't want to think too much, frankly, about back-to-back shutouts, 8 hits in just 2 games, no runs. But all that aside, it is time to welcome in our friend. We do it every Wednesday. This time in person, John Shea of the San Francisco Standard joins us.
Shea, hey!
What's going on, John?
You gotta turn your mic on.
I'll flip that mic up for you.
Just flip that. There we go. Shea, hey!
Take 2.
Yeah, everybody's drinking here but me. What's up?
You want a bloody?
No.
I got 3 olives in for each home run they're going to hit today.
Oh.
No, we'll see.
If you had a couple bloodies, what would you go ask Bob Melvin in the dugout in about 20 minutes?
I think he's doing fine. Back-to-back shutouts, that's not so good. But, I mean, those are pretty good pitchers. I mean, Green is just awesome. And especially early in the season when he's got his strength and his velocity, it doesn't matter how good you are as a hitter, you're just not going to hit that guy. And then they threw the lefty yesterday, 4 hits in each of the games, back-to-back shutouts. You know, it's San Francisco, and they're going to Yankee Stadium, and the lefties might find a friendly porch out there. So it's not maybe gloom and doom. They still have the second-best record in the league. They just happen to trail the Padres, who have the best record in the league.
And today the conditions are going to be different than last night and Monday night as far as the weather, so hopefully it'll carry a little bit. But you did a big piece on Jung-Hoo Lee, and man, has he improved. We only saw him briefly last year, but there were a lot of rollovers on pitches outside, a lot of lazy fly balls. He's driving the ball to all areas down the line, pulling it. His defense is really impressive. Didn't get a hit last night, but still, he's been the centerpiece. But the question is, you wrote a big piece about him, you know, how much improved he is now after playing only 37 games. But we're not going to overreact.
Yeah.
But the top 2 guys in the lineup ahead of him, Lamont and Willie Adames, are not hitting at all. And Jung-Hoo Lee is. And that was certainly a point of discussion. And I think, you know, you want your best hitter, number 3, that's fine. You know, is there a point where you want Jung-Hoo Lee to lead off and to get on base, to set it up, to have more at-bats? But, man, he looks like a completely arrived major league player, where last year we were wondering, can this guy do it here?
Yeah, to your point about leading off, he doesn't walk. You know, he's a free swinger. He goes after, he chases. But, you know, Pablo chased and went the other way or pulled it or got a bloop single. This guy goes to all fields. And the beauty of him at number 3 is his contact and his ability to punch it to the right side or through the 3-4 hole so the guy can go first to third or second to third. He's all about moving runners. He's all about contact. I mean, he's like Scudero in terms of contact, and that means like 90% plus. Every time he swings, he gets some kind of contact. So I think he's fine there, and I don't believe Adames is going to be hitting nothing all season. He's too good. We saw what he did last year. And they played some home games. He's used to the park in Cincinnati. He didn't go off there. And they're going to hitting friendly parks at Yankee Stadium and in Philly. And then come back in Anaheim. And then, you know, the splits are just crazy. I mean, this park is so hard to hit for a lot of people. And sometimes it gets in your head. And this is really the first time Adames has been here, you know, in a prolonged period of time, so it's an adjustment period. The thing with Lamont is early on he was kind of crushing the ball, hit him right to him, and maybe that's in his head a little bit. He is striking out, and that's what, you know, we didn't really see much of. What he needs to do is get on base, and there have been some calls or there have been some swings and misses, whatever it is. He's just not doing it right now. But again, you know, the track record suggests he's going to get on base a lot. So Buster Posey is the answer to your question. And Buster Posey has faith in these guys. If you look at today's lineup, it's pretty much the same lineup you've seen since opening day.
Talking to John Shea here, and you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. Our time with John Shea is also sponsored by Surfside. So before first pitch, grab a pack of Surfside iced tea and vodka, or Surfside
There you
lemonade
go.
Oh.
and vodka. Surfside, a proud partner
3 Surfsides, please.
of Giants baseball. All right, so John, the story of Monday, Camilo Doval, and it's hard to not think too much about 2024 when you see just a couple of rough outings in 2025. What's going on with Doval, and what's really the solution here? Because, we talked about, do you throw him in non-leverage situations? It seems like he would throw his best stuff when it's a one-run lead, but it wasn't consistent, and then you don't want to do that. And then on top of that, there's just the nuances of pitching where maybe it's the pitch com, maybe it's the pitch clock that has just really gotten him off his rhythm. And the bottom line is he's just not finding the strike zone whatsoever, and it's getting him behind in counts, and it's putting the Giants in some tough spots.
You're talking about his last 2 outings. And they
Last
were
3, too. The one Friday and the home opener wasn't good.
Yeah, well, yeah, he blew a save, and then next time he walks a guy and hits a guy. He was really good in spring training. He was pretty good the first week. This is a little blemish, a little hiccup. I spoke with him at length in spring training. He really seemed to have a mindset that I don't think he had last year. Like, I don't care what role it is. I'm just going to try to do my best in whatever role is out there. And you know what? Maybe they shouldn't turn those lights on every time he comes out. That does no good.
Didn't they turn those off last year? When
Thank
he
you.
got
Didn't they
sent?
give Ryan Walker
They didn't
the
have
light
that in West Sacramento, did they?
He's
last
not
year?
the closer. Don't do that for the non-closer. Just
No.
let him get in there in a subtle manner and walk to his own tune.
He wants a light show.
Are they still doing that when he comes in the game?
They did it the other night. I said,
they
what are you
did?
doing? They turned off the lights for this guy.
Wow. I
But
didn't
one
even
thing
notice
that
that.
he's got to be better at is being accountable. I wanted to speak to him after the game, after the Webb game, where he blew, 7 beautiful innings, 2 batters later, the game's in the other team's hands. He was not available to talk to the media. A lot of people, whatever, I don't care about the media, I don't care. But you know what? Every time a person in that locker room is not accountable and becomes a stand-up guy in front of his locker, it means the starting pitcher, the manager, whatever hitter it is, including Jung-Hoo Lee, whom we spoke with that night, has to speak on his behalf. So what Camilo should do is be accountable. It's not a 5 or 10 or 15-minute interview. It's just a couple of questions. What went wrong? What are you working on? Just some basic stuff, right? He would improve himself among his teammates in a huge way if he did more of that. And granted, there's the language barrier, but Erwin Higueras is available to translate. So anyway, I thought he should have been a little bit more accountable the other night. And I think after a case like this, it's the pitching coach or the manager. Sometimes they get spoken to and say, hey, just stand up.
Do you think the role will change at all, where he'll be pitching in more non-leverage situations for the time being, as opposed to there are a group of guys you pitch when the game is tied late, or you have the lead late, and then there are the other guys that pitch when you're behind in games. Do you think that role may change for him?
Well, I think that he was thrown into the 8th inning because Tyler Rogers wasn't necessarily at his best, and he wasn't saying, I feel good, I feel great, I want in there. It was just the other way around, and so therefore Camilo volunteered to say, I'll take the 8th. He's not an 8th inning guy right now. He's usually in the 7th, and then Rogers comes in the 8th, and then the closer shuts it down in the 9th. So he was in a different situation anyway. That's no excuse. But yeah, I don't think if it's the same situation today that he would be the guy in the 8th inning.
Talking to John Shea here, and Justin Verlander is going to get the start today. We saw him, of course, on Friday, and then once in Cincinnati, and he's seen a lot of the lineup he's already going to face again today. I mean, how do you evaluate and how do you react to the first 2 starts overall? Because the first start was solid. They ultimately didn't get the win, but Spencer Bivens is the one that took the loss, giving up the home run, and then on Friday, you'd like to see him go deeper than 2 1/3, obviously, but he did have a long couple of battles at the plate and just kind of ran out of gas a little bit earlier with the pitches racking up through 2 1/3 innings.
We used to call pitchers who are in the position that he's in today stoppers. In other words, stop the losing streak. I think Felipe Alou used that a lot. Who's going to be my stopper? Who's going to be there to end this. And, he needs to step up today and show everybody that he's Justin Verlander again. He was okay in that first start. He went 5, gave up a couple. They were in it. It was winnable. The next game, he just couldn't find the plate as much. But, again, this is, the other day he pitched here for the first time since Pablo took him deep a couple of times with the wow moment. Remember that?
Yeah, I do.
And so it's he's relying on that four-seam fastball, and he's changed his mechanics. He's not as much over the top. Last year, he was over the top. His release point, his vertical release point, was higher than anybody in the major leagues. The only person who released it higher than 7 feet. And he said that kind of messed with his mechanics and his neck issue. And this year he wants to be more fluid. He's lowering a little bit to be in the high 6s. I mean, compared to even Sean Jelly, who's like 6.5 feet, Verlander at 6'5", half a foot shorter, was throwing over 7 feet. I mean, Rogers is at 12 inches, so that's the extreme. But anyway, he's worked on his mechanics, tried to be more fluid, and it's kind of a work in progress. He felt really good in spring training. The slider wasn't breaking as much in the desert, but now I think he's this is a big test for him, right?
Without a doubt. Another guy that comes right over the top is Hayden Birdsong.
Yeah.
And man, he looked good in the spring, but Landon Roop just won the job. So I thought send Hayden back down to AAA. Only made 2 AAA starts last year. Let him stretch out, and they didn't do that. They threw him in the bullpen. I'm like, what's role is he going to have in the bullpen? Well, they've used him 3 times in the bullpen. He pitched 1 inning, 2 innings. Last night he throws 3 innings, and he's scoreless. He's given up 5 hits. He's got 6 strikeouts. He's one of those guys, kind of like Tim Lincecum, where you could talk to Timmy 5 minutes before his start and just hand him the ball, let him go throw. Birdie don't get bothered by anything. So what is the role for him for the short term? We were talking about Camilo Doval maybe being used in less high leverage situations. Could Hayden Birdsong take on more meaty outs late in games for Bo Mel?
Yeah, I like that question. In fact, I just was at his locker moments ago before I walked over here to ask him how he felt with the transition, because he hardly pitched out of the bullpen at all before this year. And he's definitely a 4-pitch mix guy who's your prototypical starter. He throws 98. He's 6 foot whatever. And I was stunned that he wasn't the guy to be the. You said Roop won the job. Did he really win the job? I mean,
he's pretty good, brother.
They were both pretty good.
Yeah.
Birdsong, not until the tail end did he scuffle. But I asked him. I said, "Hey, you've been going. You've gone 7. You've gone scoreless." And he said, "You know what though? I've come in a clean inning every time. I've never come in with someone on base." So he wants to be tested that way. He's embracing this. He kind of digs it. He digs not pitching every 5th day in Sacramento. He'd rather be a reliever up here, and who wouldn't? But he's into the role. He likes the role. And I said, so when you come out after 2 innings, do you feel like you can go more? He says, oh, always. I always feel like I could go more. And I said, are you getting enough work here? He says, I'll always say no to that. In other words, I want more work. Maybe he's not demanding it. He's not going into the manager's office and said, play me or trade me. But it's all new to him. He's doing well. He's striking out guys. He's walked a couple. But for the most part, he's been valuable as the man who, relieves a starter who might not go deep, but he gets him, to the back end of the bullpen. He would be a wonderful 8th inning guy, wouldn't he?
Well, I don't know why he has to come in the middle of an inning. They don't use Tyler Rogers that way. A lot of guys just let him start the inning fresh. Let's not give him a hurdle that he hasn't cleared. But, man, he's just unflappable for a guy who hasn't really pitched out of the bullpen since, college, Eastern Illinois. He's just mowing it down. So you're flying away I assume you're going on this road trip to the big ballpark in the Bronx and Philadelphia. Just the new Yankee Stadium. And the pitching probables for this one are interesting. Marcus Stroman will go the first game of the series against Robbie Ray. Carlos Rodon will pitch against the Giants on Sunday. They're not going to see Max Fried. He's throwing today. But the Giants have Ray and Hicks and Webb against the vaunted Yankees, who are going to have a hard time scoring in Detroit. So it's always fun to go back to the big ballpark in the Bronx, then roll in to South Philly. Great road trip.
Yeah, roll in. I'll probably take a train, hour and a half or whatever. Back in the day, we used to rent limos, and they stock the back with a bunch of beer, but I was young then. I don't do that now. And
wow, take a Waymo.
The whole beat. I'm going back to Nick Peters and Mark Gonzalez.
You guys would take limos with beer?
We took. We didn't ask for the beer. They just happened to be there. Not that we took any.
From New York to Philly, how fun is that?
That's why he expected a Bloody Mary right here in his lap.
Actually, it was Philly to New York on the day off. Yeah,
nice,
even better.
Nice, great road trip though.
Yeah, but the lefties are going to, salivate over this. Jung Hoo, who's not necessarily a pull hitter, he might suddenly become a pull hitter with that short porch. Yastrzemski. The thing is, they just don't have a whole lot of lefties. You remember the roster they picked out of camp? Say, okay, where are your left-handed batters? Where are your left-handed relievers? And Buster Posey went with the guys who earned it, not necessarily the guys who, I'm Gabe Kapler, I'm going with the matchup in the fourth inning, even though this guy hit a home run the previous at-bat, lefty's coming in, so I got to switch it up.
Yeah.
He's not like that, and neither is Bob Melvin.
No, they just picked the guys that had the best spring. And Christian Koss making this team with Casey Schmidt behind Tyler Fitzgerald is like, do you need all these right-handed hitters? But they're playing Casey at first, and he made a good play. I want to ask you about Tyler Fitzgerald. Some of your pieces in spring training were just epic work by you. The long form one, where you talked to Marco Scutero and Joe Panic about Tyler Fitzgerald. And Marco was working on the bat-to-ball skill, don't strike out as much. And obviously Joe Panic was his footwork around the bag. He's not hitting right now. It's not been awful. He scored the game-winning run when Willie drove him in on Friday. His defense has been okay. Casey Schmidt has got some bat speed. The ball he pulled last night, the one he went the other way. How much leash does Tyler Fitzgerald have, and is Casey Schmidt in line to take some at-bats away and maybe take over at second base eventually?
He would be, because they're both right-handed batters, but the Buster Posey effect suggests that not yet. Maybe Farhan Zaidi, Gabe Kapler, let's make a move for the sake of making a move.
Farhan would flip him out, wouldn't he?
He'd be in triple.
Well, Wisely would be here for one. That would
for
happen.
sure,
Yeah.
absolutely. Opening day, Wisely would be there, and maybe you should go to the Dodgers where they do those. But anyway, I mean, when I spoke with Tyler Fitzgerald, he spent a week with Marco, a week with Joe Panic, and this is stuff that never happened in the past 6 years. Why wouldn't you have those guys in here the last 6 years? Fitzgerald has transitioned from short to second. That's exactly what Marco did. That's exactly what Joe Panic did. Nobody knows better about transitioning from short to second than those two guys. They spent a week with him. But that was prohibited in the previous regime because they wanted their guys to do. I mean, You're not going to get any more valuable advice or tutor than those two guys. Both of them who have rings. One won it in 12. One won it in 14. They were the second baseman, so they can tell.
Where's Freddie Sanchez, by the way?
Exactly.
Bring him here.
Yeah. You notice all those guys had back injuries, all those second basemen, Sanchez. But anyway, Fitzgerald.
Matt Holliday ruined Marco.
So Panic told me and Fitzgerald, that he learned from Jeff Kent when Jeff Kent used to visit spring training, and Panic said stuff like, he told me stuff I never even thought of, like if there's a high throw from the third baseman on a double play, get on the bag because you're 4 inches higher and then jump.
That's genius. I never heard that.
And it's like, and Panic said I had never heard that. So he's telling Fitzgerald that, who's already 6'2", whatever he is. He's like as tall as Kent was, and Panic wasn't that. Scutero certainly wasn't that. But just these hand-me-down lessons, and they had 12 or 15 former Giants, these alumni who were all succeeded in the majors, and why they didn't do that the past 6 years, I have no idea. It was more like, hey, this is our team now. We're going to teach them the way we think they ought to be taught. But now, obviously, there's a lot more freedom with the manager and the coaches to emphasize stuff that maybe wasn't emphasized in recent years, which is okay, right?
Well, John, we know that Bo Mel's going to go speak in a few minutes, so we don't want to hold you up too much. Really appreciate you coming by. We'll do this every week, and, of course, enjoy the long road trip. That's going to be fantastic.
Thanks, guys. See you next week.
Shay, hey!
Yeah, John Shea soaking in some of that applause, as he should. Giants pregame coming up at 11:45. First pitch, 12:45, right here on KNBR 104.5 and 680, The Sports Leader. We'll be back, popping silver. More next on The Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here at Oracle Park right after we're done at 11:45. You know where I'm going. Tony's Slice House for a slice of the best pizza in the world. There's only one place I recommend, Tony's Pizza Napolitana in the North Beach, the original right here. Tony Gemignani, a huge Giant fan, has been ranked #1 in the world. And it's once you taste it, you're going to see why. From Neapolitan, New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and grandma-style pizzas, every slice is crafted with the finest ingredients and baked to perfection. But Tony's is more than just pizza. They have the fresh pastas, the out-of-the-world, spicy bucatini, my favorites. So while you're in North Beach, don't miss Capo's for deep dish pizza lovers and Toscano Brothers Bakery for also breads that they have there. Plus, Tony has Slice House locations throughout the Bay Area. Chase Center, who's going to the Warrior game tonight, and Levi Stadium as well in Oracle Park right here. So right after we're done, give me a slice of Tony's.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Warriors take on the Spurs tonight at Chase Center. Immediately following the game, tune into Dubs OT with JD. Ooh, long day for JD. For instant analysis, and you can call in or text at 415-808-KNBR.
Back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Come here, buddy. That's Steph Curry. Buddy Hield. I want you guys to meet each other. Say hello to Steph. He's the greatest shooter in the history of the world. Wide open.
You do. It came open late.
I love you, buddy. I love you.
Yeah, it was that kind of night for the Warriors yesterday in Phoenix. Steve Kerr joking around there in the huddle with Buddy Hield after he didn't hit Steph swinging the ball for the extra pass. He said, "Hey, I'd like you to meet Steph Curry. He's the greatest shooter in the history of the world. Walter, I'd like you to meet Greg Papa. He is the star of the show with Bloody
Hi,
Marys."
Walter. E Calbasetta. I want to meet the guy who brought the Bloody for us. Thank you. Round 2 of the Bloody Mary. So that's an old Greg Popovich bit. A lot of the things that Steve does, the dinners with the team on the road, and Pop would put it on Peter Holt Caterpillar, the owner of the Spurs charge, and Steve does it. It's great for bonding, but it's Joe Lacob that pays for all these things. And that line, Brian Anderson mentioned it. When I was doing Spurs games, B.A. was the sideline guy, and he would do that a lot with Tim Duncan. And he would yell at anybody. Sean, he wouldn't yell at David, but Sean Elliott or Avery Johnson or anybody about, you see this guy over here? That's Tim effing Duncan. He's the best player in the league. Would you throw him the goddamn ball? And then he'd get up and get mad, and he wasn't so jovial. What it reminded me of, and they stopped miking coaches. Well, Pop would turn his mic off. There was one off season, David Stern brought them all in the office in Park Avenue, and he didn't ask the coaches. He said, they're paying us this amount of money for the game rights. You are all going to be mic'd during the game. And they just said, okay. Well, what Pop would do, you'd see the little box on his belt. He'd open up his jacket. He'd turn the mic off when he wanted to actually coach his team. And then he'd turn it back on and give them, let's play hard, that kind of stuff. I need some nasty. But there was one that got Steve mad. And they stopped miking him for a long time. It was the Houston Rockets series. When Steph was out and Kevin Durant was taking over, and it was the one where he brought him over to the sideline, and he said, KD, a lot of times early in games, even in playoff games, Michael would let everybody else get involved. He'd let Scotty get some shots up, and even let me shoot the ball, or B.J. Armstrong, or whomever. And then he'd take the game over later, and Durant's just kind of looking at him like, what are you saying? You don't want me to shoot? You know who I am? I'm Kevin Durant. And there was a lot of pushback that Durant, there wasn't the ball movement, the body movement. It was just, get me in the right mid-post, touch your head twice, which was Steve's call to get the ball to Durant and then get out of the way. I don't need all that. So I honestly believe that audio that they ran, and I think it was a young producer that just put it on the air and didn't know what that would mean. I know Steve was not happy with it. And for a long time, coaches were not mic'd during games. Steve would not get mic'd. This situation last night it's light. It's Buddy Hield. It's more like Nick Young and Swaggy P. But at first when I heard that, I thought, that's Pop. And then I thought Steve is allowing them to mic him again. But you got to be careful on what they're actually using. Say if that was somebody else and wasn't Buddy Hield, it wouldn't be Jimmy Butler, because Jimmy's got the opposite problem. He doesn't shoot enough. He passes too much.
He did his Jimmy Butler pump fake right under the hoop with nobody there last night.
It's just unbelievable. Anyway, he had a couple of big dunks. Jimmy's playing fine. He's strange. But anyway, because it was Buddy Hield, no one got all bent out of shape. If it was somebody else, maybe they would. If it was Andrew Wiggins or somebody, I don't know. But it was a light moment, and Buddy's the kind of guy that he's Buddy Love. He's Buddy Buckets. He just kind of laughs it off like it's no big deal.
Yeah, no, Buddy Hield. And what I will say about Buddy Hield, and JD and I've gotten into this before too, where as much as people would think Buddy Hield is the type of teammate that could drive his other teammates crazy with how much he talks and the streaky shooting and not always being the best defender and contributing in other ways, Buddy Hield, throughout his career, and you see it this year with the Warriors, largely a pretty popular guy in the locker room. And there's been a lot of funny content with Jimmy Butler, and I bet you can't even spell connector and the dynamic that those two have back and forth. So the bottom line is when you're winning 133-95 in Phoenix and you lead by as much as 41 in the second half, it's all going to be good vibes and laughs on the bench.
And he has a skill. I mean, the guy can shoot the ball. We were talking about Pajemski and how you got to stay connected to that guy. Buddy Hield is not going to turn down a shot. Right after they ran that audio, and a lot of times that's taped from earlier in the game, but right after that, he launched a standstill three left above the break, and they were killing him. They were up like 40, so it don't matter. Right. But it's like only Buddy would. And he made the shot. I mean, Steph is the ultimate tough shot taker and tough shot maker, but Buddy Hield is right there. But I do wonder, they are playing. Gary Payton didn't play last night. Quentin Post was sick. He didn't play last night. You've got Kuminga. You've got Buddy. You've got Kavan. You've got Geese Santos. You got your starting five. And then GP2 and post. I mean, you're not going to play all these guys come playoff time. You're going to pare it down. When you're blowing Phoenix off their home floor by 40, they all get a taste, and it's all fun. I do wonder if there will be hard choices to be made where Buddy maybe plays in the first half, in the second quarter, and then you don't see him in the fourth quarter, because they're going to start hunting matchups. The other team, when you get into a series, they are going to attack Buddy Hield. There is no way around it. They're going to do all the switching, like the Warriors will attack Luka. There's always a guy. There's go-through guys you run your offense through, and then there's go-through guys on the other team's defense you attack. He's a go-to guy offensively, but a go-through guy. There may be points where Buddy Hield has got to be that light, good teammate, and he don't play. Like you see him, last year, what was he last year in Philadelphia? He had that one massive game against the Knicks. He didn't play. They benched him.
Yeah.
So I do wonder, it's all light and nice, and Buddy's got a role right now when you're getting through 82. When you get into a 4 out of 7, and you just take a guy off the court that the other team has a bullseye on his back to go through him, I wonder if Buddy Hield will have some DNP CDs where he doesn't play at all in playoff games and maybe plays a little bit in the first half and none of a bit in the second half.
Well, I think that outside as Butler, Green, Curry, you don't even know who the closing lineup's going to be. I mean, you'd think Podziemski with the way he's been playing, Moses Moody, Jonathan Kuminga certainly could be that. But other than that, the rotation is completely up for grabs, and it's all matchup dependent, as we discussed yesterday at length. So we'll continue to monitor it. The Spurs and Warriors are both on the second end of a back-to-back tonight. That one's going to be out at Chase Center. Dubs OT with John Dickinson will be live after the game. And the Warriors, what we do know, as jumbled as it all is that if they win out, they clinch top 6 and avoid the play-in tournament, but they got to go one at a time, and San Antonio is who they face next. One more segment before Giants pregame, so on the other side, we'll get you ready, share some final thoughts on the Giants as they try to avoid a sweep against the Cincinnati Reds. They've only conceded 3 runs, but they haven't scored any, and they got to find a way to do that today. It's Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. Sometimes our wonderful life in the Bay Area can lull us into a sense that everything is under control. Not always. Golden State Lumber and Showroom wants you to know what that when unexpected challenges do occur, they've got your back with one of the largest inventories and truck fleets to fulfill your needs. They can quickly supply you with siding, fencing, hardware, decking, or any kind of lumber you may need. Golden State can get materials to you anywhere in Northern California that allows your contractor or builder to start the repair process as soon as the next day. Golden State Lumberyard stretch from Stockton to Newark to San Rafael and Santa Rosa, with more locations in between. At GoldenStateLumber.com, you'll see Start and Order and a tab on each page that allows you to request a quote. Golden State strives to save their clients time and save their clients money. Family owned since 1954, before the Giants were even here and winning World Series in New York. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, I'll tell you this. If I had an extra 15 seconds of warning, I would have been like, Danny Dunn, I need you to play Alice Cooper's School's Out, because we got the kids everywhere, including right in front of us at the patio.
You don't have that
at
ready?
58
I could do
Social.
it. School's out for baseball. Hey, come here, these guys. How old are you guys? Come here. I've seen how many thousands of kids are here. Come up. Don't be shy. What's your name?
Jack.
Jack? You want a Jack and Coke, Jack? I got one right here. What's your name?
Wyatt.
Wyatt, you guys brothers? No, you're just buddies? So are you playing hooky to watch the Giants today? Or you on spring break?
I'm on spring break. I just went out of school. I'm
Shh, your teacher's right there in the back of the room. She's out as well. Jack and Wyatt, have fun today.
All right, hey, before we let you go, Jack and Wyatt.
School's out for baseball.
Got one more for them. Who's your favorite San Francisco Giant to start this year?
Who's your favorite player? Jack, get up here. Don't be shy.
Jung-Hoo Lee! Jung-Hoo Lee!
I don't mean to make you buy.
Patrick Bailey.
Oh, you are
nice.
He knows two-way players. He is steely-eyed. What, do you got a Crawford jersey? Yeah, we got
There we go. Danny Dunn
You
rocking
got a Crawford jersey on the back?
Now.
Is that Craw? Turn around, let me see. Crawford.
Yeah.
That's Justin Verlander. How do we feel about Verlander wearing Craw's number? We cool with that? We're
Yeah.
good? We don't care.
Yeah.
We don't care. Mark,
Hey.
thanks for the bloody, by the way. As long as they flow, we don't care.
I mean, first of all,
We
thanks
don't
to
care.
Jack
Thank
and
you, Mark.
Wyatt. And secondly, the fact that he's got a Crawford jersey on, it just shows that he was raised on 3 words: defense wins championships.
I guess. He also had a big grand slam in Pittsburgh, as we call it.
Yeah, that's
That
true.
wasn't bad.
He's a Patrick Bailey guy.
Timely hitting.
All right, so we're looking ahead. We got about 8 minutes till Giants pregame here, and the Giants have 8 hits. They got to find a way to
No
get
runs.
a run. And Nick Martinez went perfect until Elliot Ramos smashed that, and it all unraveled from there. So Nick Martinez, Justin Verlander, second time through the lineup, but second game against a lot of similar hitters today. And the Giants are the ones this time not looking to go and take the series when it was 1 game apiece in Cincinnati. They're looking to just get one. Cincinnati already winning the series.
Yeah, we saw this guy 12 days ago in Cincinnati, and he was tough. Robbie Ray pitched against him today. It'll be Justin Verlander. But he was tough. He was perfect the first 4, and then all of a sudden he lost it. And Elliot Ramos went down and dug out a 1-1 changeup and hit it out the yard. So I can hear John Miller right now. Adios, pelota! Who are we calling? Home run for Elliot Ramos. Who wants to go out there and say today, Willie Adames will hit his first home run as a San Francisco Giant today? Are we going there? We doing that?
Or what about Jung-Hoo Lee first of the year?
How about an inside the Parker for Jung-Hoo Lee?
There we go. That's
He
what
could
I'd
go
like
all
to see.
Ichiro from the 2007 All-Star game. It went off the bricks. He could do that easily. How about Justin Verlander? It starts there. You were saying defense wins championship, and it starts with pitching. He looked a little unsettled, I got to say, on the mound on opening day. Watch him when if the game's on TV, you have a good enough seat close enough to look at him. Watch the way he communicates with Patrick Bailey through the pitch comm. Patrick Bailey does call the game. Verlander never looks at him. Like, he'll have his back to the plate, and he just nods his head, or he shakes. Like, what? Is Kate, his wife, talking to him? And has he got an IFB in? What's he doing? He doesn't even look at the catcher. He's looking away. He's, like, so locked in. But he's nodding his head, or he's going like that. He's telling Bailey, yes, no, that's the pitch. But I thought he kind of got lost a little bit. He had that faraway look on Friday, and the home plate umpire did squeeze him a little bit.
Yeah.
So hopefully you won't have any 13-pitch battles like you did with the big dumper, Cal Raleigh. But, the 2 most significant, and they didn't have a lot this year, so I think by far free agent signings in the offseason, Willie Adames, the biggest contract in the history of the Giants. Now, he got a 7-year deal, so, it's not like they gave him the $168 for a year or 2.
Yeah.
He'll be here for a while. And then Verlander got the 1 year, $15 million, which is very economical for a guy like him. He was making $50 million before, and Max Scherzer wound up throwing a couple of innings in Toronto, got shut down, went on IL. But today is an interesting day because you got Verlander on the mound and you got Willie Adames playing the most important position at shortstop. So if we're going to say Willie Adames hits his first home run as a Giant today, do I have to update my Brock Purdy hat for Justin Verlander and ditch the 262? And should I break out a 263? Can he get his first win today as a Giant?
See, I was kind of already hoping that you were able to find a new hat to start the season. I mean, we're seeing a lot of City
Connect
Connect
Guy
hats.
Haverman. Yeah, I need that. But I need one for Verlander. I like the SF's new City Connect. They're sweet.
I'm not going to lie. I'm really into the hat. The jersey, it's all right. But again, it's all about how they perform in them. So right now, I don't like them because they're 0-1. They can win, be 500. All of a sudden, I'm good with it. I'll tell you, by the way, before it's too late, that this segment of Pop and Silver is brought to you by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union's auto loan sale is here. Save 0.75% now through April 30th. Ask for RCU financing at your dealership or apply online at redwoodcu.org. Giants, Reds. Giants have their first 2-game losing streak of the year. They're still 8-3. Don't want to get swept against the Reds, and a big road trip coming up against the Yankees for 3, the Phillies for 4, and then the Angels, who Mike Trout, we mentioned it a couple days ago when we were doing our show, all of a sudden hitting bombs again. That's not necessarily an easy out either.
And he's playing right field. We got to get Wash on. Our friend Ron Washington's the manager of the Angels. Look at him on next week. But what a road trip. Yankees starting on Friday, and they roll into Philadelphia. And the Yankees are just not scoring in Detroit. They are being shut out by Jack Flaherty and the Tigers again today. They moved all those games up in Detroit. The weather in Detroit is so bad. The Yankees come in, you think you're going to have 3 night games and huge crowds? Because the weather is so cold there. They moved all 3 games up for day games, and still the Yankees cannot score. That's 0-0 in the bottom of the 6th. Yankees have a lot of injuries, obviously. The weather is going to be gnarly in New York for sure. There's even a lot of rain in the forecast for Friday. But that's going to be fun. How many people out there are going to New York? Nobody?
That's a long way to go.
Crickets.
That's a big flight.
It's not that far. It's the Giants going back to New York, their ancestral home, as John Miller would call it. But
that's true. I mean,
they roll into Philadelphia. What a great road trip that is.
How much purple do you think is going to be in the crowd, given that they're going back to New York?
Purple drank? I don't think there'll be any purple there. In honor of the 1913-17 New York Giants and NYU. I don't know. But then the road trip goes to Philadelphia. What a great road trip that is going to be. But the best way to get the road trip started is by winning today. They did sweep Seattle over the weekend, and those games got gnarly on opening day, and they, walk off on Sunday. You don't want to get swept by the Cincinnati Reds. I am seeing a gentleman over there with a red leg jersey, and he's got a sweet black hat on. Very nice. Very nice.
Oh no, they're giving us a little thumbs down here.
There's a whole table of Red fans.
Yeah, we got. So that's okay. You know what? We welcome it all.
Yeah, they're drinking Kentucky moonshine. I think I could tell that right away.
So
Skyline Chili.
The Padres at 9-3, still top of the NL West, but the Athletics did get the better of them. The Dodgers, after their 8-0 start, 9-4. I know this is way too early to do the standings watch. Like I'm conflating my Warriors timeline with my Giants timeline, but if the Dodgers lose 4 or 5 games, I'm going to bring it up on the air.
Yeah, after the 8-0 start, they have run into a little bit of a lull. They're not scoring as well. Washington's all over them. But, how many are doing Giants day game, Warriors tonight against San Antonio doubleheader, long day. In Sacramento, the Padres are playing the A's, day game in West Sac, and tonight there's also a doubleheader with the Sacramento Kings and a big game involving the new-look Denver Nuggets. So it does break my heart. We used to do this in Oakland a lot, but we're doing it twice in Northern California. Here in San Francisco, Giants, Warriors, and they're doing it in Sac. They're going A's today, and they're going tonight, Sacramento Kings.
Well, in our final 15 seconds or so here, I just want to say thank you to everybody out at the patio at 58 Social and the hospitality. These shows are not what they are without you. Yeah, even you, the Reds table. This is awesome. And we're going to get
Barbara,
ready.
Mary Jane,
Game 3,
Mark.
Giants pregame starts now.
The sun is shining. It's a bright, beautiful day at Oracle Park. And for the Giants, it's kind of a sad farewell. After this game with Cincinnati, they head off for one of their longest road trips of the year. I'm John Miller. Dwayne Kuiper will be along in the middle innings. Dave Fleming is on assignment. And we've got a full pregame show coming up now.
Hey, everybody, it is April 9th in Giants history, and let's go back 13 years to 2012, a pretty nifty little date in Giants history, because April 9, 2012, the Giants were in Colorado. Now, nobody was thinking the Giants were going to win the World Series because they had lost their first 3 games of the season. They had been swept in Arizona. Nobody was in a good mood. Barry Zito got the ball in Colorado on a Monday, and guess what? He turned the season around. Little preview of what he would do a few months later in St. Louis in October. But let's get back to this one. April 9, 2012, Giants-Rockies Coors Field. And the Giants jump on Jhoulys Chacin early. Pablo Sandoval, it's a 2-run bomb. Hector Sanchez, remember him? RBI. Angel Pagan, we all remember him. RBI. Giants are leading 4-0, and they're going to get more. Top of the 5th, Brandon Crawford, bases loaded. Take a swing, number 35.
There's a swing. There's a liner down the left field line, slicing. It's fair. A couple of feet fair, and it will roll into the left field corner, and the Giants are running. Huff scores. Sanchez scores. Pagan around third, and they all score. A 3-run double for Brandon Crawford, and the Giants have a 7-0 lead.
Yeah, John Miller calling this welcome outburst from the Giants. The rest was done by Barry Zito, who did something so few people do. He pitched a complete game shutout at Coors Field. Nobody does that in Denver. I mean, a few people have, but not many. It would be Barry's first and only shutout as a member of the Giants. Take a listen to him closing it out.
The pitch. Curve ball rolled along the third base side. A squibber. Gloved by Sandoval behind the bag. A jump pivot. Off balance throw in the dirt. Scooped out by Huff. The game is over, and Barry Zito has a shutout at Coors Field, and Zito has been the Giants' stopper.
Yeah, Barry Zito changes the energy of the 2012 season. That was in April. Now just think, 6 months later, he would take the ball in St. Louis down 3-1. So it was a heck of a year in 2012 for Barry Zito. And it was a heck of a day for the Giants, who get that win in Colorado on April 9, 2012. And this has been Brian Murphy with this date in Giants history.
Yeah, let's literally head out to the ballpark because we're still at 58 Social. Giants pregame. Greg Silver here. And we bring in our good friend from the booth, John Miller. John, great to talk to you. And can the Giants score a run in this series?
Well, they better. Although, having said that, Cincinnati has their starting pitching leads all of Major League Baseball. They've had the best starting pitching based on the earned run average. So, and now they've shown why they've been so good. You know, they had 3 straight games, which it's very unusual, where they gave up 1 run in each of those 3 games and lost all 3 of them 1-0, which tied a Major League record for offensive futility. But just the night before that, they had scored 14 runs against Texas. They had a 3-game series against the Rangers, who were off to a great start. They gave up 5 runs, 3 the first night, and then lost 2 games out of the 3. So these kind of things can happen. And the Reds, even the 4th game, after being shut out 1-0, 3 straight games, they were playing Milwaukee. And the last I checked in that game last week, it was the 4th inning, and Milwaukee was ahead 1-0 in that one, although both teams scored a few runs then. So the Reds' offense was struggling, but their pitching was great. And right now, the Giants' pitching could hardly have been better than the last 2 games, and yet they were both losses. So Justin Verlander on the mound. Now, many's the time over all these many years. It's 20 years ago that Verlander broke into the big leagues, where he's been the stopper. He's been the man to try and end a losing streak and whatnot. Plus, I'm sure he was not happy the way things turned out on opening day. So this is a big start for him. And nobody has had more experience to know how to prepare themselves for a big game like this than he does.
Yeah, you mentioned it. The Reds, 2.52 ERA starting unit collectively is the best in all of Major League Baseball. And Giants have hit a bit of a buzzsaw here, but Verlander's going to be on the mound, as you mentioned. And went 2 1/3 on opening day, and then a decent but nothing crazy start in Cincinnati with going the 5 innings. I mean, I know it's a small sample size as far as Justin Verlander in a Giants uniform, but you've gotten to watch him for years and years now, John. What have you seen from Justin to start the year, and how does he kind of build and progress off of getting deeper into a game this time around?
Well, I think the Giants have no concerns about that. I think the main concern is sort of the abiding concern is just that he's 42 years old, and is he going to be able to stay healthy and that sort of thing. But I think in terms of the way he's throwing, I think everybody's really happy about that, including opening day, because in that opening day game, it was just the pitch count that finally got him. And through 2 innings, he was only at, 30 pitches. And then all of a sudden in the 3rd inning, the Mariners, and you have to give them some credit, they just started having these long at-bats. He just couldn't put anybody away. And he did get to 2 outs, and to 1 out. And then, of course, Raleigh had that 13-pitch at-bat, got a walk, that loaded the bases. And then Rosarena was up there for, maybe 8 pitches and got a walk that forced in a run. So, and at that point, whether you're 42 or 22, you've thrown 30-plus pitches and 60 pitches in the first 3 innings, and you're going to get tired. And I think that's what happened. They didn't want to take him out. That was the last thing in the world they wanted to do, was to take him out. There were just 3 runs on the board, but he was at 35 pitches and 65 for the game with 1 out in the 3rd inning, and they just thought, well, we got to get him out of there. And because you could, I think, see from even up here that he was starting to run out of steam. So anyway, those kind of things happen, and we saw something very similar to that on opening day in Cincinnati, where Elliot Ramos with Green on the mound, and he was just breezing. He looked almost unhittable. And then Ramos got this incredible battle with him, with a man on base. And on the 11th pitch, where you could see Green, just the look on his face that he was getting frustrated, And then he fired one almost as if to say, well, I can throw 101 miles an hour. Let's see what you can do. Well, and what Ramos did was hit a home run. And so they got rid of him maybe an inning or two earlier than they would have. And it all kind of went back to that Ramos at bat. I think Green ended up at 28 pitches in that inning. So that, for me, that's the extenuating aspect. But I think the way he was throwing, he looked good in that game and in both of those games.
Yeah, no doubt about it. We're about 45 minutes away from seeing Verlander take the mound at home yet again. We'll continue this conversation with John Miller for our second booth segment coming up next on The Sports Leader. Back here, Giants pregame. Greg Silver here with John Miller, a fan favorite of your San Francisco Giants family on KNBR. And speaking of fan favorites, John, the hooligans are going crazy. There's been so much made about the City Connect jerseys and the polarizing opinions. Jung-Hoo Lee just seems to be universally loved here at Oracle Park.
It's really cool that the fans have embraced him, seeing something in him that they really dig. And I think the Giants had this thing that they started marketing it during spring training about the Jung-Hoo crew and a special section on the weekends. And then on Monday night, what you're talking about, there was a whole group, and there were 51 of them, for I guess because he wears number 51. And they all had the headgear, and they had choreography, they had little chants and going up there. And so that just kind of came out of nowhere. And they were the Who, Lee, and then the GANS, and a little play on hooligans, I guess. And that was so cool. So and I think that, I guess if they went to 102 or 153, that's still multiples of 51. Because that they might find that there are a lot of people who want to be part of the hooligans.
Yeah, and I kind of want to be a part of one myself. Just a quick note on the bullpen before we go, because bullpen really picked up Verlander in this last start, and obviously Justin's going to want to go deeper into the game today. But seeing Hayden Birdsong out of the bullpen has been fascinating. Now, I know he's come in with clean innings only, but what have you made of Hayden Birdsong, watching him all throughout spring training as a starter, and the way he's just been so cool and collected coming in to pitch out of the pen so far?
Well, and it's true that he's started innings when he's come in as a reliever, each time back of Landon Root. But that is not to say that he's had only clean innings. He had in the ninth inning yesterday, with the score still 1-0. He gave up a leadoff double to Gavin Lux. And then you started wondering, well, he's out of the bullpen, and now it's his third inning. And how's he going to do? He gave up a check swing ground out, getting that runner to third. There was a runner at third, one out. and a couple of veteran hitters, including the guy who was swinging the bat better than anybody in that game last night, Spencer Steer, and he struck them both out, and those were the 2 strikeouts that he got. So that was kind of cool to see how he handled that. The one time that he was really under duress with some traffic out there in a spot where the Giants could not afford to give up another run, and he just went out and he would not allow it. So I think that we're going to see him make some starts, but it doesn't seem to faze him whatsoever being asked to come in out of the bullpen. He seems to already have figured that out.
And they're going to need a lot of Hayden Birdsong contribution, whether it's piggybacking off of Jordan Hicks or Landon Roop or just coming in at any time to be a reliever. But he's got some incredible stuff so far, and it's fun to watch him grow. So, John, have a fantastic call here. 12:45 first pitch, and I'll be listening for sure out at the yard, and we'll connect soon.
Yeah, and these are 2 names, Roop and Birdsong, that I think the Giants and Giants fans will expect to see a lot and hear a lot of for years to come, because the way Roop threw last time, he was a different guy than that game in Cincinnati, in Houston last week. And he had the changeup, he had the curveball, and he had a variety of pitches, and he was just really good. And I think this guy, he's got one of the premier curveballs in the game and a good changeup. So he could be a big winner for the Giants, and Birdsong could too. So a couple of exciting names for now and for the future, I think.
Yeah, pitching staff has been a big bright spot here of the start of the season. Giants are 8-3. You can catch John Miller first pitch at 12:45, and we'll come back with your award-winning Diamond Notes next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. Greg Silver back here with your award-winning Diamond Notes. Let's start it off with the starting pitcher, sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Well, for the Giants, it is Justin Verlander searching for his first win of the year and number 263 of his career. Second time he'll take the mound here at Oracle Park in a Giants uniform, both for day games. In his first start against these Cincinnati Reds, he went 5 innings, had 5 strikeouts, 2 earned runs, and a no decision. Last start against the Mariners on Friday, just 2 1/3 innings, 5 hits, 3 earned runs, 2 strikeouts, and 2 walks. His season ERA is 6.14. For the Reds, it's going to be Nick Martinez, the right-hander, former Texas Ranger, San Diego Padre, and 4-year player in the NPB. 6 different pitches in his arsenal. His first start of the season against the Giants was a duel of perfect games with Robbie Ray until Elliot Ramos homered off of him in the 5th inning. Matt Chapman would add another homer in the 6th, and Martinez finished with 4 hits and 4 earned runs allowed on 6 innings pitched. In his most recent start last Friday against the Brewers, he went 4 2/3 with 5 hits, 3 runs, 2 strikeouts, 2 walks, and the Brewers ultimately won 3-2, so Martinez is 0-2 to start the year. As far as keys to the game, sponsored exclusively by Stevens Creek Lincoln. Experience luxury on your terms at Stevens Creek Lincoln. Buckle up and drive safely. 2 words, run support. The Giants have had no runs and just 8 hits over the last 2 nights. And not to mention, their starting pitching delivered some really strong performances. So now it's the offense's turn to put balls in play, force Martinez to stack up pitches, and most importantly, touch home plate to move the scoreboard. As far as hitting the lumber, sponsored by Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit us today at goldenstatelumber.com. Well, last night, Casey Schmidt and Sam Huff had 2 hits apiece, and Mike Yastrzemski and Jung Hoo Lee are the only Giants hitting 300 or above right now. Now, before last night, Jung Hoo Lee had a 9-game on-base streak to begin the year, and on Monday, he took Hunter Green to his first 3-ball count before drilling a 2-out single. Who's Hot, sponsored by Valley Heating, Cooling, Electrical, and Solar, locally and family-owned for 63 years. Both pitching staffs are hot. Yeah, the Giants' starting pitchers have a 3.05 ERA through 11 games, which is 6th best in Major League Baseball, 3rd best in the National League. And you know who's even higher on that list? The Reds. 2.52 ERA through 12 games are their starters' best mark in Major League Baseball. It is a pitcher's ballpark, and you've seen some of the best on the mound to begin the week. Let's talk about an X Factor today, sponsored by Casino Matrix. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in 1-800-GAMBLER. Well, Lamont Wade Jr. is just starting 118 at the plate, but more alarming, a 162 on-base percentage. And getting on base is half the battle. Then cashing in on those opportunities is the other part. So where does that take me? Giants are 0-for-9 with runners in scoring position this series. And in these low-scoring contests, the Giants have to make the most of their opportunities at the plate to get on base and ultimately drive in runs. We'll come back with the last couple of sponsors for your award-winning Diamond Notes next. Back here with your award-winning Diamond Notes live at 58 Social. Let's go to the Giants weather report, which is brought to you by Surfside. Before first pitch, grab a pack of Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Surfside, a proud partner of Giants baseball. Life is good out here. It is 65 degrees. It is sunny. And gusts of wind up to 7 miles per hour. So hopefully they're gusting in the direction of McCovey Cove when the Giants are at the plate. And then when the Reds are at the plate, I don't know, just go any other direction, something like that. Let's go to our Toyota out-of-town scoreboard. Let's go places with the Toyota out-of-town scoreboard. And right now, some good games going on. Cardinals and Pirates scoreless in the top of the 11th. How about that? Then you also got the Marlins with a 2-0 lead over the New York Mets right now. Yankees up 2-0 over Jack Flaherty and the Detroit Tigers. That one taking place in Detroit. Giants are going to see the Texas Rangers coming up soon. They hold a 1-0 lead over the Cubs. Padres and Athletics get it going later today. Orioles and D-backs and Nationals and Dodgers. Those are your other NL West games, but that's going to do it. We are getting you ready for Game 3. San Francisco Giants, Cincinnati Reds. First pitch, 12:45. And Around the Park with Krukow is up next.